to fall off. Done stood 10 toes, never fall, young nigga finna ball off. And it's still west side Pasadena, never finna fall off. Done stood 10 toes, never fall, young nigga finna ball off. And it's still west side Pasadena.
Are you niggas just some fans, huh? Hey, really got a plan, huh? But coming to some paper, you won't even lift your man up. I'm coming off the dribble, it's simple, I make them stand up. Come from where they sagging, now luxury, hold my pants up. I'm nasty, nigga, you should ask me. Best about the city, ask my daughter why she dabbing. Niggas got my name in their mouth while they songs in the drought. I know it's hard to get out, you should be closing your mouth. I told them only time would tell. They craving for a kitchen, guess these niggas didn't know me well. I say nada, don't reply unless it's about $1. Oh well, okay, ha 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 ha. All these local ass niggas, just some local niggas. I'm doing shows overseas, they don't know you niggas. Hey, check the wristwatch, that's a rollie nigga. Really making mine off rap, I'm the only nigga.
Fall off. Done stood 10 toes up before, young nigga finna ball off. And it's still west side Pasadena, never finna fall off. Stood 10 toes, never fall, young nigga finna ball off. And it's still west side Pasadena.
I'm the one from the pink house on Los Robles. Wasn't shooting, man, we really got it off the shoulders. And that's for real. And ever since they took away money, been in my fields, I really started grinding and winning, got me a deal. And now I'm paid up. The times that we was down, guess it been made up. Started doing numbers, now these little niggas hate us. So what? Set the bar so high that they can't touch. Really think it's jealousy, they mad that they ain't us. Hey, but fuck that shit, man, I'm Dina Race. We'll set a blaze, and I don't give a fuck that you feel away. Word, how you niggas feel the worst way to kill a day. Focus on my paper, got direct deposit on the way. But hey, y'all can have the best in the city. I'm the best out this motherfucker, say it with me. Hey, y'all can have the best in the city. I'm the best out this motherfucker, say it with me.
Fall off. Done stood 10 toes, never fall, young nigga finna ball off. And it's still west side Pasadena, never finna fall off. Done stood 10 toes, never fall, young nigga finna ball off. And it's still west side Pasadena.
We can't talk straight in the barbershop, then where can we talk straight? We can't talk straight nowhere else. You know, this ain't nothing but healthy conversation. That's all
you gotta tell me, who's the pop down?
It ain't nobody exempt in the barbershop. You know that. Ain't nobody exempt. You can talk about whoever and whatever, whenever you want to in the barbershop.
Why you gotta tell?
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
I wanna be the greatest. Everybody on the fake shit. I look around and feel like everybody is the fakest. I make this every day and I'm impatient, hoping one day I blow up from the basement. Statement, the top is so vacant. I don't hear shit that I think is amazing. Waiting for my day when I'm playing sold out shows for 1,000 faces. Hey, give me that crown, get in my way and to be put down. It ain't your place, all this my sound. If I want that shit, then I'll get it right now. I'm losing it, the noose that fits. I'm losing shit, a stupid myth. You choose to live or choose to dip. You choose to fight or lose your grip and lose a gift.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
Yeah. There's no mercy in this world, just hunger-thirsty persons in different versions. Each new update, that shit worsens. Why? Pull back the curtain and you'll see the different vermin. We all have different burdens that all seem to cause disturbance. Yo, do me a favor, don't treat me like a neighbor. Don't need the different flavors of your problems just to savor. I've got my own issues, I need a comb to get through. Don't need to groan with you, just go get your own tissue.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another edition of the Black Man Unfiltered BarberShop. I'll be your host this evening, the one and the only, lost in translation. You know, y'all know how I am, man. I'm Mr. 20 in the front and 40 in the back, coming at you live one more time. Tonight's show is going to be a very special show, and I got some guests in the back. I'm going to introduce y'all in just a minute. Tonight's show is called Baby Daddy Boundaries. How much control the stepdaddies really have. Tonight we're going to talk about it. But first, I'm going to go ahead and make sure we recognize a few people down in the chat. First person I'm going to go ahead and recognize is Take Heed to the Message. Coming in, busting down with the $3 super sticker. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your contribution to the Black Man Unfiltered Fund. We really do appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, if you hadn't had an opportunity, make sure you go over there and subscribe to Take Heed to the Message. Every morning, sometimes she'll slip up and put on a show like she did tonight. Take heed, that was one wonderful show. I really do appreciate that. Next, we also have Embrace the Grace. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. She's also a part of the Black Man Unfiltered Network as well. Make sure you guys tune in to her on Monday nights. That's right, at 7 o'clock. Also, we have A-Team in the building, King Libra in the building. You know what I'm saying? Who else do we have? We have A-Team, King Libra. Hold on, wait a minute. We got Hunting Wisdom. I ain't see you coming in. Marriage, Politics, and Sports, Mr. R. Payne himself. Yes, indeed. Who else do we have here? Let's see. I think that is it. Grooming and Reviews. Grooming, you already know what time it is, man. We'll hit the link in a minute. So I'm going to go ahead and bring up my guest. Ladies and gentlemen, y'all know him. He's also a scholar and a gentleman. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the one and only Boss Man in the building. Boss Man, how are you, sir?
Hey, I'm doing all right. How are you, sir?
Doing pretty good. Welcome to the show. And ladies and gentlemen, y'all already know him from the Congo. Y'all know him as the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the one and only R. Payne in the building.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Good evening. I'm the first. We're gonna start with the how you doing, man. Make sure everybody okay. R. Payne, what's going on, sir? How was your week this week, sir?
Hey, man, pretty good, man. You know, coming off my anniversary, just chilling out, man. Took the whole week to recover. You know, getting ready for this weekend. You know, going to cook something up tomorrow. Not tomorrow, but Sunday, and getting ready for Labor Day weekend, and then the other side of that. So everything's cool. Wait, I'm preparing the show for Monday night if we still having one. I'm sure we are.
Of course.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we're gonna do some balloon popping on that day.
Gonna do some
I took it easy. I got a more hard-hitting show, but that's for the next week when there'll be some people around.
All right. That's what's up. Boss Man, how are you today, sir?
Hey, I'm doing all right. Had a busy day today. End of the year deadline for work and stuff, but all is well with the family. I appreciate the chat for the love and support for the family and whatnot. So, but taking care of the family. Family life is interesting, so it never stops. It's always something to do in the house and always something to do with the family. So, hey, another day.
Absolutely.
Hey, Lid, I got one more for you though, man. I popped up on Grown Man Talking today.
Yeah.
And he was doing, Nick Cannon with that doctor talking to, trying to call him a low value man.
Yeah.
So we had a conversation, man. Actually, it was pretty good. I don't know if you ever went and checked out his channel. So.
Of course.
Yeah, I'm sure you have. He's been over here a couple of times.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, man. What y'all think about that Cam Newton interview, man, with the good doctor, the 41-year-old PhD? You know,
it's funny for her being a doctor. She still don't get it.
Yeah.
She still doesn't get it. I mean, and the thing that's real sad is I don't understand how she thinks she could preach to men about what men do, and I really am concerned about what she's telling young women. Because she's 41, childless, and looking for a husband, and she's turned down from 20 to 40. She's turned down proposals and everything else because she's just looking for that number one man who's above her.
Right. She's
doing the Ebony K. Williams thing. So.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, 50 will sneak up on you, man, before you know it.
Good time. We had a good conversation about all of that, man.
Good. So. Boss Man, did you get an opportunity to see that video, man?
I saw bits and pieces of that interview and the other interview with Nick Cannon.
Yeah.
I thought it was pretty interesting. Her takes on what she was saying, to him and her takes on his situation as a whole.
Right.
Some points valid from a psychological aspect of it. Some points just seemed very dismissive, and some points seemed very judgmental. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
The funny thing about it is, man, they try to make it like these women are victims. You know what I'm saying? Like, they knew Cam Newton was Cam Newton, man. Quit playing. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
That was like, man, Cam made an arrangement. You know what I'm saying? Say, hey, I need me some kids, and here's your money. You know what I'm saying? I think when you get to a certain threshold, man, guys is like, as far as finding a wife is gonna be kind of tough. You know what I'm saying? So he was, I want some kids, and here you go. And I think that I think those women knew exactly what they were getting, especially the second and third one.
They
the
absolutely knew what they were doing.
Yeah. And then,
you know what? Do you ever see Medium Man lit?
Oh yeah.
He did. He's a stat man, right?
Yeah.
And I didn't notice. He said by the time Black women are 24, 77% of them already have a kid.
Yeah.
In a study from 2015 to 2019.
Yeah.
77% at 24.
I believe that.
That's shocking, man.
I believe it. And then on top of that, you get into situations like we're gonna talk about tonight about being, a stepdad.
Exactly.
I know Kevin had a show, man, a while back, and he was always asking ladies, well, what happened when you were young? Go, I was young and I was dumb. I mean, at some point we got to put that to the side, man.
Thank you.
You were grown. You knew what you were doing. You know what I'm saying? You knew exactly what you were doing. You was over at that man's house, letting him give you a back rub. Next thing you know, how you doing? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. In that interview, the part one of the parts I did see, she didn't make mention. She tried the usual trope, which is he's I think it was Cam Newton in this case, that he is victimizing these particular individuals, and purposely creating broken homes and so on and so forth. Which, okay, the broken home portion, we can debate that. Okay, cool, we can debate that. But as far as victimizing, this two-sided argument that I have a problem with is that on one hand, we want to argue that women have agency.
Right.
And on the other hand, we want to argue that with that agency, they are also victims. So you cannot argue agency, but on the same time, they're also vulnerable and easy to be victimized. With agency comes responsibility, boo.
Right.
With agency comes responsibility and accountability. So with that agency, you have to also understand that with that agency, you have to maneuver in a world like a. I'm sorry, I'm just going to say it. Sorry, I was going to be candid. I was not going to be candid here, but you have to maneuver in the world like a man.
Right.
And like men move and meander through, we move understanding that there's no one behind us. We have to filter things. We have to, look at things through a certain lens. We have to protect ourselves. Okay,
right.
So there's a certain level of accountability. Are there some unfortunate events that happen that you have no control over? Absolutely. But 50% of the things that you experience, 50% of those things are partially you. And you have to either take some accountability for accepting it and take some responsibility from what you are supposed to learn from that. And if you continuously make the same mistake over and over and over again, sorry, Bill, you are the common thread and common denominator between those things.
That's right. I was watching a video, man, on TikTok, and this girl was saying that every time you try to hold a woman accountable, either she becomes a victim or she becomes extremely naive. You know what I'm saying? She asked a question. She was like, well, let me explain. She was like, well, we always talking about deadbeat dads. What about some of these deadbeat moms? And she was like, well, could you tell me exactly what a deadbeat mom is? You know what I'm saying? I was like, come on, man. Y'all know exactly what that is. Y'all don't want to bring that up. They act like that don't exist. You know what I'm saying? So it's one of those situations where it's like you said, you can't claim victimhood and still have agency at the same time. That's not how that works. So when you have situations like the Cam Newton situation, y'all knew who was Cam Newton. You knew he was Nick Cannon.
Y'all know who he was, and y'all knew what he was about, and that's
Right.
part of the reason what attracted you to him. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry.
I'm sorry. Some of the ain't shitness about some men actually is the component that is the most attractive about the men. Did I say that?
Yeah,
but you know what? The only thing I would say to you, boss man, the only thing I would say to that is I don't consider Cam Newton an ain't shit man. Nick Cannon either. No, not that you're wrong. I'm just saying I can see how that's portrayed mostly by people because of what they do. But none of those women required marriage. And these women that didn't require marriage from him, if 77% of black women by 24 are having kids, they're having kids by guys who can't even buy potato chips. They're having kids by guys who can't even take care of themselves. So how are you going to be mad at a man who's worth $75 million for wanting to have his progeny with you? Matter of fact, he's giving you a gift as a woman. Because if it wasn't for him, you probably would have given a baby to some pookie, some real pookie who don't got shit. So they made a business deal with Cam Newton. None of those women required marriage, and none of those women are out here screaming that he's doing them wrong, or Nick Cannon for that matter. You know, so I'm just saying we need to kind of look at what's going on because, okay, we could call them pookies, but they're resource-driven pookies, which is not the same as the pookies who are on the state, creating broken families that we have to pay for without tax dollars. Okay, they're not doing that.
Yeah, that is a different animal. We're going to pick right back up. I'm going to make sure we introduce our brother in the back. Ladies and gentlemen, y'all put your hands together for the one and only Mr. Bennett, the president of the 8B Network. Yes, indeed.
What's good, gentlemen?
What's happening, Mr. Bennett?
I can't complain. Life is good. Health is good. Just had my yearly physical today, and the numbers are looking as good as they've been in years. I dropped my cholesterol another 17 points since last year, so just staying consistent with the program. But brothers, get yourself checked out, get that digital exam, do what you got to do to keep yourself healthy. It's no time to be bugging and being embarrassed. Let that doctor do what they got to do so that you can still be around for the people who are around you. So we don't need any no cowards here. Do what you gotta do to take care of yourself. Health is wealth, especially once you start getting to our ages, 50 plus. So blessed.
Absolutely. And we got one more guest that just showed up. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. I don't want to fold no clothes. Put your hands together for Mr. Trey in the building.
What's good with y'all?
What's happening, Trey? How was your week, man?
It's cool. I mean, I could complain, but nobody would give a shit
anyway. Yeah, man. We was just talking about the Nick Cannon situation and the Cam Newton situation. Mr. Bennett, did you get an opportunity to see that, man?
Yes, I did. Well, I watched the entire Cam interview. I only watched a segment when the same person was with Nick Cannon. So I got a good sense of what was going on there.
What were your thoughts on that, on the Cam Newton situation?
I can kind of, as far as her, I mean, sometimes she made sense, other times she was just delusional. Like her personal stuff that, she's still into this man. Anytime I hear women talk about this manifesting, my man is manifesting somewhere, and you're basically waiting for all the stars to align up and whatnot before you say yes to someone. So she's just on another level that, the more I heard her talk, the more I thought she's not getting married anytime soon. No matter how much she wants to manifest it, but it's just, she's just too much. She's just too full of her. I thought. And, certainly she grew up and, overcame a lot of things and whatnot. So I give her kudos for that. But just her outlook, in a lot of ways, she wasn't that much different from Cam. Yeah, it's like they're both kind of operating out of fear to an extent that, she doesn't want to operating out of fear out of getting married. And he already admitted that he's more fearful of getting divorced more so than having more kids. So it's like, so it just, you have these two highly accomplished individuals, and yet they're still stumbling over the thing which they both say they want, I guess, at some point in time. I know she's talking about it, but you know, there's certain things that you have to do, and she doesn't seem like to want to compromise on anything. And so I just can't. So to me, it was like sort of two dysfunctional people talking to one another, and I just don't, you know, maybe they should hook up. I don't. She kept talking about his dysfunction and her dysfunction. Maybe they can make something work. I don't know, but
she'll be number 5.
But I was just like, man, she you know, she sees much. But as far as what she was saying about, you know, him having these kids, again, I mean, it's and again, we're still talking about that rare category of people. Obviously, he has the resources to be able to provide in so many ways for these kids. So he's not like everybody else when it comes to this matter. But I did understand the point she was making about, you know, on a rec. Now, the only thing that was a little bit different, I thought he said in the interview that his kids live with him. At least that's what I thought he said in the video. So if that's the case, then that would have thought of her argument when she was talking about, which I thought was a decent argument to say, look, if you got all these kids spread out, that in the middle of the night, if like say if your kid needs you for something, they get up scared, they want their daddy, and they may not always get access to their daddy or whatever. Sure, they'll get together for Thanksgiving and the holidays. You can afford to get everybody together in one spot or whatever. But just, you know, especially when you have young kids, they may not be getting necessarily all of you. But having said that, even if he was married to one woman, especially when in his playing career, they wouldn't have got a lot of him anyway. When you're in season as a professional athlete, I mean, that's why a lot of these guys hold off getting married until after they're playing. You know, you play until average 35 if you can make it that long. And so a lot of these guys delay marriage until that time. But if you're, you know, if you're in that space, you have to have a strong woman who would be willing to take. I know, what's that quarterback who played for San Diego Chargers all those years? That white quarterback who played for Chargers, then he went to the Colts. You know what I'm talking about, Trey?
Phillip Rivers.
Phillip Rivers. I think he had like 8 kids or something like that. But he's a different. You know, his wife is like, look, I'm here to be the progenitor of kids and maintain. So she's as old school as can get. But unless you got one of them, it's going to be hard for any man to be that active in a kid's life at that time. And I've always said in the past, even for the working class person, I'm still kind of new to this. When you talk about what is it that these dads have to be around all the time. My dad, you know, back in the day, he had 5 kids. And I know guys had bigger families. And if you're living in an urban area, so not everyone's on the farm, and you're in an urban area, you working overtime, 2 jobs, time and a half or whatever. If you saw your kids on the weekend, that was it. So I don't get this idea that, okay, dads have to be so available. I'm not saying there's not going to be seasons when they're going to be available. I know in my case, I think my kids needed me when they're older. When they got teenagers, I think that's when they need me the most. But when they're like young kids and whatnot, you know, more times than not, they need more nurturing more so than anything, which is more times than not going to come for the mom. So I didn't get a lot of her stuff. So I can understand the argument in theory. But, you know, as a practical matter, if he was still playing, I mean, he could possibly still be playing right now. He would be absentee a lot of the season. And so we'd still have that same argument. But it was an interesting conversation, but I'm thinking both of them are kind of full of themselves to an extent.
Absolutely. Trey, your thoughts?
I thought both Nick and Cam both were cordial and professional. They certainly were a lot nicer to her than I would have been. A 41-year-old childless and unmarried woman telling me what type of father I should be, you lost your fucking mind. And I don't give a damn what sheet of paper you have or what doctorate degree you may have. I could care less. You don't have the practical experience. You don't know what it's like to have a conversation with your significant other about what you're going to do with this child, what school they're going to go to, which doctor they want to go to, who's going to wake up in the middle of the night. Because see, for us as active fathers, for us fathers that were around, when that child was small, we got up in the middle of the night, right? Because she had some milk that was in the fridge, so she didn't need to get up. I could handle it, right? Did she give a shit that I just worked a 12-hour shift? No. She could care less. She was tired. She was home with the baby all day. So these are things that she doesn't quite understand. And I'm glad that Mr. Bennett hit on this, because I say this all the time. A man that is at home typically is a broke man. So more than likely, a man who's actually working and successful, he's not in the house anyway. So this idea that you want this man to be home, well, he just needs to come home when the kids are asleep. That's what you want him, just to be home because when the kids are asleep. I was lucky to be able to come home and be able to catch my son sneaking up. He's still up playing video games or watching some YouTube when his ass is supposed to be in the bed. And I used to take advantage of it. I'm like, I don't know the next time I might be able to hang out with him. So you know what? Come on downstairs. Let's have some cookies or something for 15, 20 minutes. And then, yeah, you're going to go to bed after that. Because I don't know when I'm going to see you again, because I just worked 12 to 14 hours because, somebody wanted to protest downtown. We want men to be successful, but we don't want to sacrifice what comes along with the succession. It comes with a sacrifice. And that sacrifice typically is our presence. Time, yes, our presence. We're not always going to be around. And I'm just glad that Mr. Bennett hit on it, because that's the truth. If Cam was still playing ball right now, he wouldn't be there.
That's right.
He'd be on the road. He'd be prepared for week 1 right now.
That's right.
Is what he would be doing. And so why are we treating these guys as if, well, they're going to be home anyway? No, they're not. No, they're not. Not an active man. And this idea of, well, just the broken home. Listen, I've heard, to me, in my opinion, nobody breaks more homes than divorced women. If that's what we're going to talk about, broken homes, then let's talk about it for real. All these broken homes, it ain't the men. Now, do men drag their feet on marriage? Absolutely. I can attest to it. I'm one of them. If you ain't making it a requirement, I'm gonna drag that motherfucker out until you make it a requirement. But when it comes to the actual breaking of the home, that ain't us.
That's right.
When it comes to the walking away, and I'm going this way, and I'm taking you to court, and I'm doing this, I'm fighting the case right now. She want more money.
Oh, jeez.
Mm-hmm. I didn't break the home. A lot of men aren't breaking the home. So this idea that, he's creating broken homes. Listen, I know a lot of kids right now would love for Cam Newton to be their daddy. And yes, his presence is not always going to be there. But what I learned from when my uncle was around, a real father's presence doesn't have to always be there. And you can still feel him. You can still feel him. Because I knew right from wrong, and I knew if I didn't do this, my uncle was going to tear me apart. And he wasn't standing right there in front of me most times. So I think that, yes, in the ideal world where we want a man, a woman, married, husband, wife, come home, everybody hunky-dory, yes, in the fantasy world. But in the real world of jobs, bills, economy, inflation, somebody got to go out and go get this money. And unfortunately, that comes with a sacrifice. I can't hate on Nick. I think Nick he went a little bit too far with this idea. I think he went a little bit too far. But I do notice, and Mr. Bennett said this, the women aren't complaining.
That's right.
I'm not seeing the women say he's a bad father. The women aren't complaining. They are well taken care of, which is what they all care about. They got nice houses and nice cars. The kids going to good schools. I believe one of his kids, I just saw something about him in the news. Like one of his kids just did something. Maybe that's somebody else. It might have been somebody else. One of his kids just like skipped a grade. No, it was him. Because the kid's name was like Golden or something like that. Like skipped a grade or something like that. I'm like, so much for the dad not being in the home.
Exactly. You know what, Trey? I heard somebody, man, on TikTok, in these TikTok streets, that was saying that the reason why the women aren't complaining is because they may have possible NDAs. So they're not allowed to say anything, because of the amount of money that they get. Do you think that might be a possibility?
They might.
Listen, if Nick is smart, that's exactly what's happening. And I don't blame him, right? Because at the end of the day, all of these relationships are transactional and they are business. So he still has to protect himself. Nick Cannon has carved out a pretty nice career for himself with wilding out, you know, marrying Mariah. I don't know, still don't know how he pulled that off, but marrying Mariah, you know what I mean? Like, he's carved a very, very good career for himself. So yes, I would expect for him to be a smart man and protect himself by making those women sign NDAs. Yeah, so what? That's a part of the game. You think Chris Brown will make them girls sign NDAs?
Yep.
You think a lot of these guys who deal with women on a regular basis don't make them sign NDAs? They make them sign them. Now, do the girls always honor them? No.
No.
No, but they make them sign them.
Interesting.
Yep.
So, boss man, your point on this one, man. Did you get a chance to see the Nick Cannon situation, the Cam Newton situation as well?
Yes, I did. Not the entire interviews in their entirety, but I did watch clips of the interview, large clips of them. I mean, overall, look, to each his own. All right. If the man has, in most situations, today's women are for the most part happy with a man who is able to provide financial stability. For the most part, not all of them are requiring marriage. That's very clear. Okay, so in most situations, so as long as a man is able to provide financial stability, okay, and is able to at least, I wouldn't say visit, but for the most part, that financial stability portion is important if they're going to procreate with them. Okay, all right. So it seems like he's doing that. Okay, by today's standards. Okay, it seems like there are other people from outside the situation that seem to have some sort of judgmental view of the situation. Okay, the kids don't seem to be needing for anything from what we can tell. So it sounds like, I'm just gonna, here we go, no filter. It sounds like people are outraged for these women unnecessarily. It's what it sounds like. Okay. If we want to judge the fact that he's not in a traditional situation, well, I don't think Cam Newton, Nick Cannon are traditional men.
Right.
They're not traditional men in any sense of that word. Okay, I am a traditional man. It closely related to what a traditional man looks like in society. Okay, I don't make nearly that much money. I don't have that type of career. Okay, I don't have nowhere near that type of fiduciary fluency. He does, they do. So as long as these kids are not abused, these women are not complaining, the kids are well taken care of, they don't need for anything. The government, for as far as legal implications, the government is not having to step in and provide any type of legal or penal insertions or implications, anything of that nature. I don't see what the problem is, other than it's not societally clean or societally kind of sort of sound, and doesn't look what it should look like. And then that's the case, why the fuck does it matter? Other than the fact that you hold these men to some sort of standard when you fucking shouldn't. Because no one said that I'm going to touch on something that I hate. No one said that these men are supposed to be a standard. No one said these men are supposed to be some type of example for anyone. No one said that because these men are black and they have money, that they should then be an idol of some sort or some sort of representation of what black men are supposed to fucking be. There are other men that are better at that, like, I don't know, Barack Obama, for instance, or I don't know, somebody else that is more, traditional in that case. But even in that case, just because you are black, you are male, and you make a certain X amount of money, you hold a certain position, it does not give you a badge that says that you are supposed to be an idol, and therefore you're supposed to uphold some sort of, I don't know, untold list of fucking, requirements that someone else is supposed to hold you to account for. He is living his life. Nick Cannon's living his life no different than any fucking body else. The only difference between that man and me is that he has a lot more fucking money and an ability to take care of a whole lot more people than I do. So in my situation, the only difference that I don't think that I can look at this man and say is that maybe from what I can see, his kids are being taken care of, and maybe it looks a little unorthodox, but I don't give a shit. And neither should they. Over.
Hey, Nick, can I add one more thing? Just one more thing.
Arpay. Yeah, this your show.
This is what the sister said to Cam Newton and to Nick, but especially to Cam about marriage and that he's afraid, it's fear and all that. Well, as a man of means, he has receipts. We know in this country that when a man marries a woman, it's like giving a woman a loaded gun. Ever since no-fault divorce effectively ruined a traditional marriage. So why would he marry somebody when I know I can measure child support, right? I'm going to be in their lives. I can measure child. But if I marry a woman, the $75 million, it is all at risk. I would never, if I was Cam or Nick, I would never marry nobody. Now, when Nick married Mariah, she was probably, the breadwinner, right? So he didn't have that worry. But, listen, every woman these guys are dealing with are hypergamous, so they're effectively having babies with ladies in a lower class. You can't even tell if they really love you or not, right? They could love you today, and 5 years from now, when they're fully vested, they're gonna come. They could come after you for no reason at all, other than they just want the bad. And we don't need any more receipts. It's a dangerous proposition for financially settled men to get married in America. Even with a prenup, even the greatest prenups, if you got one word misspelled or whatever, they can look at what's happening to the crazy ass Tyrese Gibson. So all I'm just trying to say is what's the actor from Dances with Wolves, $250,000 for child support.
Kevin Costner, yeah.
What kid needs $250,000 a month for child support?
Kevin Costner kid.
Apparently.
Nope. Kanye and Kim Kardashian kid getting the same amount.
Yeah.
That's right. I mean, even Iman Shumpert, man, his woman was worth more than him, and she just took him to the cleaners. I mean, I don't see how a modern man could. And I'm a married man, so half of what I have, my wife helped me get. But the point is that if you're coming in with means, I don't see why you would ever marry a woman in the United States. I really don't.
And Arpay, Cam can actually identify with these men because he's making the same kind of money they make.
Right, exactly.
So he identifies with them way more than we would ever identify.
That's right.
And so he can look at these guys and say, well, it happened to Iman and it happened to this person. That could be me.
Exactly.
I'm a former athlete, all right? We're talking about a former MVP of the league. He ain't nobody, Cam Newton. Right?
That's right.
He's saying he identifies with them. I bet you he sees himself in a lot of them. Going, I don't want to be that guy. Which is why he's saying he has more fear of getting divorced than he does the desire to get married. And I understand. I felt him when he said that. But here's the other part too. Since the topic tonight is about stepfathers, he's also a stepfather. A few of the kids ain't even his.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, he don't have no problem with that.
And he stepped in to take care of them.
Right. So I mean, it's crazy. Nick Cannon, I heard, pays $3 million a year in child support. But he's probably making around, I don't know, 40 million, 25 something million a year. But it may be less than that. But I heard a number that with all the kids, with all the different ladies, he's generously giving them around $3 million a year, which is a little less than $300,000 a month for all the kids. So if he's doing that, I can't see nobody really complaining.
I think it has a lot to do with what Boss Man said. People want to feel for these celebrities. They want to put stuff on celebrities, and instead of listen, they're human beings. Whether we want to believe that or not, they really are. They're human beings. Right. They bleed just like we do, and they put their pants on just like we do. The only difference is that they get a lot more airtime and a lot more scrutiny and criticism than most people would get. And for that, they are handsomely paid for that. But when you look at these guys, this is why you have Tyrese crying every chance he gets. I'm serious, because he's a human being.
Exactly.
He's a human being. Like, this shit is fucking him up. It's destroying him. Not to mention everybody around him is dying on top of all of that. Mother and his two sisters and all that. Like, everybody's dying around him on top of that. And he's dealing with a woman who's coming after him who he thought loved him.
That's right.
On top of that. So he's losing everybody. And people want to make fun of him like that. And you were talking about like, men are supposed to have emotions. Like child support and divorce doesn't affect men. Of course it does.
Of
course it does. We're human beings too. When I got served that paperwork, and I'm looking at this process server, what the hell are you doing in my house? Why are you here? And I open that thing up, talking about she wants to basically do the numbers again to see, because she wants more money. Yeah, because when you first do child support, they give you a little sheet. And you got to basically, line item. I make this much money. I got this much in say, and they line, and then that's how they come up with this magical formula number, based on it. She's supposed to do the same thing, but I don't believe they make the women do it personally. But I think they just look at the man. So she wants to go back, and for whatever reason, she believes there's some money hidden in there somewhere that I wasn't either forthcoming and honest, or that I'm being paid more now than I was 2 years ago. Yeah. And so, I'm not supposed to have an emotion about that. As a man, I'm just supposed to.
This came out of This came out of nowhere. I mean, did y'all have a fight? Did y'all have a? I mean,
it was just time.
You know what?
Oh my gosh!
I was thinking, like, it was funny because I was like, should I buy a new car? I'm glad I didn't. I'm glad I didn't, because something propelled her. I don't know what it was. I didn't buy anything. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything outside of my normal routine. I think it's just one of those things. I think that this was always the play. Every 2 years, she's probably going to try to get some type of adjustment. Right? At least she's going to attempt it. Because the worst that can happen is the emotion will get tossed out. They'll just say no. That's the worst that can happen for her. But she can continue to keep doing this. There's no limit on. She could do it every year if she wanted to. There's no limit on. Because that's what I asked. I'm like, is there a limit to this? And my lawyer's like, nah, she can really just kind of.
And at this point, you guys don't have any conversation outside of your child or whatnot, and that's it. I mean, you can't just go to her and just have a grown conversation like, what is going on?
No, I did. When I picked my daughter up that night, I said to her, what is this about? You need more money? Like, did her aftercare expenses go up? Like, did something increase? Because if that was the case, you could have just called me, said, hey, her aftercare is going up, or she wants to be in this activity and it costs this much, or we could have just had a conversation about it. We could have worked that out. Right. She's like, no. So I'm like, well, what do you need an adjustment for then? Well, I think it's just right that we do it the proper way. So in my mind, this is how I see it. To me, women are not going to like this, but this is my personal opinion. Mm-hmm. I don't believe that they have an independent thought in their head. So I think that somebody said something to her that made her think that she should go file this motion for an adjustment. And she said, you know what? That's a good idea. And see, by her being in law enforcement, she just so the union is the lawyers. I don't know if you guys know that. We have union lawyers. So she just makes a phone call. She makes a phone call.
That's like a free adjustment. You know what I'm saying?
You can save 15% or more.
She's not paying for any of these legal fees. She doesn't pay anything.
Oh man.
Right? So all of this is free. It's a part of your union dues. Right? You can use them for business, family law, all that. They have all these lawyers there for you to use them. That's what they're there for. So she's not paying for any of this. So I'm sure the attorneys probably tell her, like, yeah, I mean, hey.
But this just sounds personal. You know what I mean?
mean,
Like,
it
I don't know,
could be.
maybe someone else doesn't like you for some reason.
That's nobody
Who's
else.
talking to her to say,
That's-
okay, this is how you.
Mr. Bennett, that's a long list.
I'm just saying, you made too many enemies, and then someone's just act. Because, like I said, she doesn't have an agency, or she doesn't have a, like I said, the thought to think this through. It's like, hold on, what am I doing to the father of my kid? You know, this is putting unnecessary stress. I mean, if she can't have that kind of thought, this just seems orchestrated, man.
Let me put a crazy twist on this thing. You're still in her head, man. You're still in her head, and this is, you know, and some people find wrong ways of still keeping that connection, even if it's negative. You know what I'm saying? You're just still up there. You know, and it's not going. You know, I mean, it sounds bad because what she's doing, but this is just. I mean, it's just me. I'm speculating. This is a way for her to get to you, to talk, to have you interact in a way. It's a negative way, but you know, and because maybe somebody says something. But I mean, I think women do that shit though. You know, so hey, you know what? I can't be sweet to this guy because it's over. But one way or the other, I can't let him go.
Yeah, so,
you know,
so there's no way in my mind that I don't see guys like, you know, who have obviously way more money than I do, right? There's no way I can't see that they don't see these things and just like they don't, you know, they see it and like, I don't want to deal with that.
That's right.
I don't want to deal. I don't want to deal with that. And so they put themselves in a position where they don't have to deal with it. That's right. Know, by not getting married, and the whole thing, because people say that too. Well, so you'll have a kid with her. Well, it's just the kid is not going to. It's not going to break me. The kid having a child is not going to break my pockets. I don't have to worry about my daughter taking my home. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have to worry about my daughter taking half of my portfolio. Like, it's just different. And she going to expire when she turned 18.
That's gone. Yeah.
It's done.
That's done. Yeah.
Right? Unless she's in college, which is different. But we're talking about, you know, we're talking about people who are still getting paid off of spousal support. And they've been apart for years. 10, 15 years. They still getting paid. Nah.
Absolutely. No. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, Hank. In the basement. Sorry about that, Hank. What's happening, man?
Nah, I was just listening to Trey. He was in his feelings right there. I thought he was about to pull a Tyree on us. That's all good, though. We are here for you. Nobody else.
What's going on, Hank, man? What you been up to, man?
I don't know, man. I was, you know, I was on my way home, listening in my truck. I heard this shit. I said, God damn, these motherfuckers sound crazy. There's no way I could believe. Now, let me tell you what it sounded like to me. Y'all made it sound like women who are just looking at men as checks. That's what it sounded like. Long as he paying that child support, that's all that matters. And that's how women look at it. They don't look at it for no emotional support. They don't look for that. They don't look like we had no feelings for real. We just a check. That's all they care about. And that's not the case for now. Some men maybe. Not all men are like that. Look, I don't agree with what Nick Cannon's doing. I think he's trash. That's just my opinion. I think the dude's trash because there's no way you can have that many goddamn kids and you ain't able to spend no quality time with them. There's no way. Your kids all over the world. I went out over the world, all over the United States. Different states, different cities. They're not together. How you spending quality time? And we talk about this same guy who always brags about how hard he works and how much he does. He's never in one place at one time for a long period of time. He's always doing. So how are you spending any QT with your sons or your daughters? You're not. Were you on Skype? You gonna FaceTime them? That's not the same. So now little Johnny, you're not gonna be at the parent-teacher conference. You're not gonna be at little Johnny's games or recitals or your daughter's concert or performance. You're not gonna see none of that shit. I gotta see it because I gotta hope my baby mama puts it on my IG or she sends me a clip. You know what I'm saying? I can't be there cheering on that person, hugging her, talking about how great of a performance she put on. I can't. I gotta call her and hoping I get through. No, that's some bullshit to me. So I don't know if any of y'all was without your father. Me, I'm a man whose father wasn't always there. So I know what it felt like when the father not being there. I know the feeling that it was when you look in there, he ain't there. You wish he was there. I know that feeling. Now, Trey, I'm starting to sound like you. I'm about to cry. Just bullshit, though. You all. I remember looking at people who had their fathers, and I'm looking at them with jealous eyes. I'm envious. I'm bitter. Because why? They got their father right there walking them to the center on senior night. They got their fathers in the stands cheering on their football, their team, participating. They got their father day on signing day. I didn't have that shit. I wasn't blessed. I wasn't blessed. So I know what it feels like not to have. So I can imagine how them kids are feeling. Because their fathers ain't always there. Now, Cam's anonymous. His situation is different. He says they live with him. That's a different situation. All his kids live with him, even as a not so biological kids. That's a different situation. So I can't hold him too much. But Nick Cannon, yeah, I can't go with that. To me, that he's selfish. To me, in my opinion, he's selfish. He's not thinking about them kids. He's thinking about himself. He works all the time like it. He does all that for himself. He's not doing it for them kids. Because if he does it for them kids, he also see not only kid needs financial support, my son or my daughter needs emotional support. And I can't always give it to him. Like I think somebody said, wake up in the middle of the night, your son or your daughter's crying, where my dad at? What you got to hope to call him and catch him? Hopefully he's not in the middle of the shoot. Hopefully he's not in the middle of a flight somewhere else to do another gig, another job, to do another show. Yeah, that's what you got to hope and hope you catch him. Or you got to make an appointment with your own goddamn father. What type of shit is that? Yeah, I can't roll with that, but I'm going to leave it there.
You know, Hank, man, you it's not like you don't have a point, but you're missing something. You actually are, because my situation is similar too. My father wasn't around because my mother died when I was 8. He couldn't take care of us because he was working. He was working 16 hours out. My aunt became my legal guardian. I might have seen my father maybe once every couple of months, but he gave her money and stuff like that. But we had a pretty good. I mean, he got remarried later on, and I saw more of him. But there's plenty of men who are in their households whose kids can't see them all the time. Listen, I mean, Malia and whatever, Barack Obama's kids were young when he became president. They had to make appointments to see him. They couldn't just go see him. I mean, maybe sometimes, but he was hardly ever around. And me, I'm just a dog shit engineer. I had to travel out of my house 2 weeks out of every month for around 10 years. 10 years, so just so I can keep everything afloat. So I'm close with my kids. So, it's the time you spend when you can, So, I mean, we could come down on Nick Cannon, but I know a couple of things that he does do for his children. He gets them all together, and for however many things he needs to do, he spends some time with them. But yeah, but I can't argue with what you're saying, but we're looking at traditional lens for untraditional situations. And it's not just men who made the situation this way. Listen, Medium Man did a statistics that by 24, 77% of Black women have children by 24 years old. And those women are having kids indiscriminately with any kind of dude. Not a rich man, just any kind of dude. Right at 24 years old, 70% of our Black women have children already. And so when a rich man like Nick Cannon or Cam Newton comes along, that calculus is a whole lot less than some pookie ass Ray dude who don't got shit, and they're still giving those guys babies. So I don't want to come down. I mean, it's just me. You can if you want to. So I'm not going against what you're saying. But I have more grace for those guys because they, at least the resources help take care of those kids. And those kids are having better lives than the average dude on the street.
You know, speaking of
So Payne,
resources, I'm gonna get these super chats out the way. Hold on a
go
second,
ahead,
Hank.
Mama.
I'm gonna get the super chats out the
All
way. First super chat is from Big Ant. He said, "What up?" He said, "Ain't no way some 41-year-old woman over talking single females who has been proposed to 4 times going to tell me about my house." He says, he said, "I'm taking our pains advice and not getting married." And we also got a $5 super chat from Antoine. He said, "Females focus too much on the money." They said women focus on the well-being of the. They said women focus on the well-being of the children or the child. And we got one more from Big Ant. It says, "If Hink start crying, I'm out of here."
You know, Hank, I wanna just address your point there. I wanna agree with you on. I want to agree with you that there's hope that the idea is that women are, I'm sorry, the men, want to be there and want to be good fathers, and what we were just talking about is antithetical, and what you were saying is more accurate. Okay, and I want to agree with you. The problem is the rate of divorce is right now is between 42 and 45% currently, and at that rate of heterosexual couples, I gotta put that in there, is at 70, I'm sorry, of heterosexual couples. So the rates right now is at 42 to 45% divorce rates. Of heterosexual couples, 70% of that are divorce are initiated by women. So if women are concerned about the man wanting to, of the man being there and being involved into the children's lives, I have to assume that some of these marriages have children involvement in there. Okay, if the woman was more concerned about that, more concerned about a nuclear family, and less concerned about financial stability, then they would not be initiating divorces over minuscule things. Or they wouldn't be so worried about ensuring that when they wouldn't be so incentivized to start a divorce over, like I said, minuscule things, or for that matter, making it easy to I could just get a divorce. To me, I want to agree with you, and I want what you're saying to be the reality, because that makes it easy. That would make men less apprehensive to get married. But what's actually happening is that more women are more concerned about financial stability and a financial surety and a fiduciary comfort than having a man in their presence. Do you realize that most women of today who are having baby daddy problems generally are having baby daddy problems with men who want to be in their child's life? They're only fighting with them because the man is actually producing drama, good drama, because they want to be there. The ones who don't have baby daddy problems, that's because they can't find them to have any problems with. APHIS is just drawing a check and they're just happy. The ones they're actually bickering and fighting with, they're literally just having issues because in most cases, or I wouldn't say most, let me back up. In some cases, I'll be nice. In some cases, they're upset that that man is wanting to be in that child's life, but the problem is that he is either with somebody else and she has a problem with that in most cases. It's interpersonal issues for whatever reason, but the man still has a duty and responsibility and desperately wants to try to be in his child's life and want to do something. Like Trey was talking about, for instance, situations like this where all he wants to do is just say, "Hey, did something increase? Oh, we could have had a conversation about that, right? It could all be so simple, but we want to make it difficult for no reason. Now, I've seen other situations where of course men can be ain't shit at some time in some instances, right? Where the woman does make it easy and the man just makes it, stupid. I'm not going to say those instances don't exist. Let me be balanced there. But in most situations, you have a man that's desperately wanting to be there, and the woman's making it intentionally difficult for no reason. So I want what you're saying to be the large majority of reality, but the statistics are saying otherwise. Over.
Hank, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I'm gonna respond to that and what Payne was talking about. So that situation you talking about, neither one of these dudes are married. He didn't marry again since Mariah Carey, Nick Cannon. Cam's never got married, so that started situation has nothing to do with marriage or divorce. So that's irrelevant in this situation because neither one of them got married again. Well, Nick Cannon didn't get married again, and Cam never got married. They're just baby mamas, and they just making more baby mamas, and not really being there for them emotionally is a problem. Because, dog, this is one of our problems. We're allowing women to have way too much control. I don't believe in the woman having control like that. Why do we allow women to move us like that? As men, that should never happen. But that's what they're doing. They're leaving all the power in their hands on how my son's going to be raised or how my daughter's going to be raised. And I have no say-so. Why? Because I'm standoffish. I'm not involved. I'm not there. I'm not present. So now you leaving all the decisions on her. So then we wonder why some of these, I think just like your thumbnail, you have these baby boys where they turn out the way they do. Or they cross over and they become questionable. I ain't got to say the word. We know what I'm talking about. That's a problem for me. There's no way I'm going to let a woman move me like that to the point where I can't be involved with my child. Now, you telling me, my man Boss, that these dudes are fighting to see the kid and these women are fighting, most of these women are fighting to not let them see the kid? I don't believe that. I believe there's a select few women out here who are ornery. These heifers that do shit like that. They do some ornery shit. I've seen some shit like that go down. But there are also situations where the dude, he's just happy just getting them, 2 weekends a month. And that's it. You might have to get them, come on, man, you need it. What about holiday? They don't really want to do it unless it falls on their weekend. I've seen that shit too. We can't act like it's every dude out here having these kids are upstanding. They not. There's some sorry motherfuckers, man. So let me tell you this. Another situation. When these dudes want these chicks to delete the child, they put that shit on them. Yeah, you do whatever you want to do. What the fuck is you talking about? Won't you stand up and help make a decision, dog? If she's contemplating whether to keep the child or not, you need to step in and say, give your opinion. Don't say, well, I'll go with whatever you go with. You scary motherfucker. You wasn't scared to go in there naked head. But now all of a sudden you're going to get fearful. Now you ain't got shit to say. Now you I don't know what to do. No, bullshit. Say something. Either you go and delete the baby, or I think we should keep it. And just ride whatever the final decision she makes. I don't understand this, man. As men, we can't stop doing this shit. Stop allowing women to control you and move you like that. Everything they control, everything y'all do and think and the way they act, most of these men now. And how they operate. They control you. And all pain. I just don't understand, dog. I don't understand, dog. You so goddamn wishy-washy sometimes. And I told you about this.
Listen, you mentioned my name, so I got to be able to rebut what he just said.
I didn't say anything yet. I didn't say nothing about you yet.
You just had a 15 minutes.
It wasn't to you. Let me.
He mentioned my name. Let me rebut this thing.
But you're rebutting something that wasn't to you.
Yeah.
No, he mentioned my name.
he hadn't spoke on it yet.
Trey,
You
let
gotta let
him
him
go.
load
He
the gun up, Barpay.
He's tenderfoot. I'll paint tenderfoot, man. He don't take much to get him going.
He
Go ahead,
hasn't
I'll
actually
paint.
addressed your point yet, RP.
I know it. I'll paint feel like I have. So I want to hear what R-Pain got to say. Go ahead, R-Pain. Go ahead, brother.
No. I hear you. Listen, he just like he's assuming what the men are not in control of. He has this complex stuff of wanting the world to be the way he wants it to be, as opposed to what it really is, and that's your problem, right? So you completely take the agency away from the women and put it on the men. So, I mean, you could come out and say all the stuff you want to say before, because you even started this with my name, right? So now he's saying the wishy-washy thing. The truth of the matter is, none of these women or have been compromised. They actually willingly wanted to have kids with these guys, because black women are having kids with assholes all the time. They're having kids with assholes all the time. So these women did the calculus, and they decided to have kids with men of means. And so whether you like it or not, they made a choice to do that. It's not that they're in control. They're not in control. They made a decision that when Cam and this guy came around, they said, shit, if I'm going to have a baby by some asshole who can't even buy me dinner, I might as well have a baby by a guy who has $75 million. And they made the deal. I mean, all the rest of this shit is just your personal feelings about the situation. And it really doesn't matter. You can only control the situation that you're in. That's it. So passing judgment on a Nick Cannon or anybody else, it's just crazy to me. No, it's not. You can do that, but it doesn't mean anything. You're saying you assume that those kids are not having a good life because he's not in the household. Well, we just talked about men who work. They're not in the household. Not most of the time. Not if you're on your grind and you got to keep your family together. You got to do whatever it takes to do that. So you might not be around all the time. So I just don't understand why men are putting judgment on other men if this is their life. I'd rather go ahead and say, hey, listen, women, if you don't want kids at all unless you're married, don't open your legs to anybody. If that was a narrative, that would be something else. But people are acting on their basic nature. Men want to have sex with women, and women have an imperative to have babies. And these women took a choice to have babies with a guy who could pay for them, or guys who could pay for them. That's what they did. So, I mean, I hear what you're saying. I don't even want to argue that point, but you're just being judgmental because that's the way you feel. You want the world to be in this euphoria shit that you're talking about, and that's not the way the world works. It's not.
I got you, man.
Okay, so go ahead.
I got a question for Hank whenever y'all done.
Go ahead, Trey.
So let me say this real fast. Trey. Dog, I heard men got to work. I understand men got to work. We all got to work. We all got to take care of our business. True. But guess what you can also do? Most of us also get personal time and maybe some vacation time. Are you willing to make certain sacrifices? Are you willing to make a lifestyle change in order for you to afford to certain things? That means if I don't have to work 16 hours, I could cut it down to maybe 10 to 12 a day. How about making those type of sacrifices? Because at the end of the day, that money you making is not as important as that child that you're raising. That money you making has nowhere close. That money you making has nothing to do with what that child's going to do. Because at the end of the day,
that's not true.
Brother, I mean,
that's absolutely not true.
I didn't interrupt you, brother. I mean, okay,
I'm sorry. Go ahead with your soliloquy if you want to, but it's not true.
Okay, man. I appreciate it. Thank you for your input. So at the end of the day, some of those kids it's not about money for them that they need. Sometimes it's about time, that personal attention, that one-on-one, just spending time with your son and your daughter. You don't realize how far they can go with your child. I'm sure Brother Ben wish his father was around more. It just so happens that wasn't the case. And so they had to make adjustments. We also got to remember, we're talking about a different era. And like Brother Ben was talking about how he had 5 brothers and sisters. That's not what it is no more. Most of these people only got 2 kids to the most. They're not having a lot of kids like they used to do back in the days with us. So you don't have a lot of interaction with other people you're gonna have with. Because imagine nowadays both of your parents got to work. They can't just be a stay-at-home mama no more. Both parents are working. So now you got stay-at-home kids. They latchkey kids. They come home, no parents around. They probably won't see the parents maybe about 6 or 7 o'clock at night. And they warming up TV dinners to eat on. Or they have to Uber some food to the goddamn kids. That's what it is now. So ain't neither one of the parents home. So imagine that shit. So spending time with your kids, man, just a little thing. If that means you only get them an hour a day, that goes a long way for kids. You interacting with them, studying with them, participate with them. Look, maybe you don't work on the weekends. Maybe you do all your overtime during the week, Monday through Friday. But make sure you sacrifice that Saturday for your son and your daughters. But they're not even willing to do that. And you talking about situations with guess what? There's a lot of people who got that same mindset as Cam. Cam so happened to be a rich man. Nick Cannon so happened to be a rich man. You got broke motherfuckers out here making all these goddamn kids and not doing anything for them. And they think it's okay. Why? Because I seen Cam do it. Why? Because I see Nick Cannon do it. So why can't I do it? That ain't shit, man. So what's their excuse?
Well, you know, okay, so listen, nobody said that you shouldn't be around with your children. I didn't say that. You're like I said, you want to hear the world the way you want to see it. You know, you don't know what these guys. But you don't know what these guys. You don't know what these guys. You don't know what these guys are doing.
12 16 hours, and you don't see your father sometimes. That's what you're saying. It doesn't really matter if I see him. I don't hardly see him. That's what you're saying when you talk about.
No. You are saying that. I didn't say that. I'm saying that the time I did spend with my father, it counted. The time I did get with him, it counted. I didn't say the serendipity of being around your kids is not worth it. It is, but that's not the real goddamn world anymore. You know, I mean, that's what I'm saying. You want to project the world the way you want it to be, as opposed to the way it really is. And so, and that's fine. That's fine. You want to pass judgment. Most of us are judgmental. What I'm trying to say is you're saying something about these men that you have absolutely no idea whether it's true or not. You really don't. You just don't. You don't know what you're doing. I mean, you know, so what let me just
crazy. Okay. We don't know it's true or not. We don't know it's true that Nick Cannon has multiple kids by multiple women. And
no, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying, well, listen, you're adding that in. You don't know what the dynamics are between him and his children. You just don't know. You're assuming that. I mean, because I haven't heard. Listen, and then to say that
you know that Mariah Carey's kids don't stay with Nick Cannon. We do know that, right?
Yes, we do know that. And most kids with their mothers don't stay with their father.
We don't know, man. You just talking, dog. And so let me tell you an example. Talking about guess what I did? The same thing I'm telling you people can do. I did it. I took vacation days to make sure I was at my son's basketball games, his AAU tournaments. I made sure I didn't work overtime during the summer months when he's playing AAU basketball. When my daughter was in her recitals, I made sure I was off those days. If that means I took a late lunch to go visit her at school for parent-teacher conferences, that's what I did. I made certain sacrifices.
Does everybody have that luxury?
Thanks, Trey.
Just like you sacrifice to work on these goddamn hours, you can sacrifice a certain amount of money that you make in order to be where you need to be.
I did the same thing for my kids, Hank. I did the same thing for my kids. The world doesn't work based on the way I want it.
I didn't say you didn't. I'm talking about Nick Cannon, and I'm talking about Cam Newton. I didn't say
you don't know what those guys are doing, man. You're just passing judgment. You don't know what those guys are doing.
Why are we even having this conversation then?
You don't know what they're doing.
We just getting started. We just getting started. Hank. Hold on, we just getting started.
Hank. This is the reason why I also made the point that the women, and this is the point I was making, that the women also must have also wanted to accept this level of arrangement when it comes to sacrificing time and family with the abundance of fiduciary comfort. That's what I was talking about. because they knew who Cam was. They knew who Nick Cannon was, and they knew that they both were busy. They both know that they were traveling, wandering people, but they still accepted the responsibility of having their kids, and they knew that they would be, for the most part, single parents in the sense that they would be the predominant parent, and they accepted that arrangement with the understanding that they would be in a fiduciary, comfortable spot. That's why I made the point that some the women of today, and it seems like, statistically speaking, it seems like they will trade having someone, picking a man, having a child, maybe being in a family and being in a marriage. They would pick that man or pick over that man for a Cam Newton if it means that they would be financially sound. That's what I was talking about.
I agree with that.
Now,
these chicks ain't no goddamn good. These chicks ain't no good. These heifers, they don't give a shit about that man. They care about the meal ticket. That's all they care about. They don't care about it. They don't care about it. They can care less. They could care less. They could have been traded all that goddamn money. As long as he coming up with the finance, I don't mind you dropping the baby off, as long as you take care. They don't care about him as a person. They care about that money. All them chicks that we talking about, you could tell, because if they didn't want the man to be in the child's life, let you know they really don't give a shit. They just worry about what you can do for them. That's all they cared about. That's it. So they got what they wanted, and guess what? Cam got what he wanted. Nick's getting what he wanted. Is it right though? Nah, I don't think so.
Right.
Well, let me ask you this, fellas. Now, we already know that Cam Newton and Nick Cannon have kids by these women. Are these women allowed to have other kids by other men? Or are they just professional, Nick Cannon mamas and Cam Newton mamas? Because are these women allowed to have stepfathers for their children?
Hell no. Sorry.
No, she better not say
But
that.
I would say no. I mean, I just,
we can't know it's facts. You are wrong, Lost, for saying this shit. You are wrong for judging.
I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying. We finna get into the meat and potatoes of this conversation.
That's part of the NDA, Lost. That's part of the
NDA. I was about to say that too. That's the NDA.
Hey, how much
out the tray
control does the stepdad have over Nick Cannon's and Cam Newton's kids? You know what I mean? What are some of those boundaries? Hey, let's kick this thing off, man.
You got to look at, these women are going to look for men that are on Nick Cannon's level, caliber. So,
Trey going? Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead, Trey.
They're going to look for his equivalent or something close to it. So these men they ain't going to be around either.
Well, Trey, let me ask you a question.
They're going to be athletes and entertainers too. They ain't going to be there either.
Let me ask you a question. So I'm glad you said that. So you said that these women want somebody on Cam Newton's and Nick Cannon's level, right? Do you think that men who are on Cam Newton's and Nick Cannon's level will actually share the same women as Cam Newton and Nick Cannon?
They already doing it. They all share the same women. All of them. They already doing it. If you were to draw a tree of the women and who they all connected, they all date the same women, they all have sex with the same women. It's all in order. Like I guarantee you that any of these mothers that get with a guy, it's gonna be an athlete or an entertainer, and that athlete or entertainer is probably slept with a few of friends and or could have possibly slept with one of the sister wives. Like,
you know what?
That's how it works.
Now that I think about it, man, there's always some kind of confusion.
But the key word that you mentioned there, 2 words, same level. If the man is above the one that is messing with, above the man, then probably not. But if it's on the same level, maybe.
Hey.
Could you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
The question was, how much control does a stepfather have over Nick Cannon kids and Cam Newton's kids if these women are allowed to have stepfathers?
Well, I mean, it's hard to say
I don't know.
Cam's because he has custody of his kids. You can't say. But as far as Nick, oh yeah, that dude got control. He daddy. Why? Because that Negro ain't around. He's nowhere to be found most of the time. Yeah, he got control, whether he want to like it or not. Now, me, I couldn't go for that shit. There's no way I might let another man control and tell my son what to do. There's no way. There's no way. That my son's, I had custody of my son when I went through my divorce. There's only 2 years I didn't have custody of my son. That's when me and his mother was first separated. Other than that, there was no way. And fortunate enough for me, I guess she wasn't dating nobody. She wasn't seeing nobody. There was no stepdaddy to be involved with. So that wasn't an issue. But I could not imagine that being the case. But, you know, it happens. I think the dude probably gonna have a lot of control, especially if he's a good guy. Mess around, be a Russell Wilson type dude. Now, I'm not gonna say he's gonna be financial on the left. She's not gonna find more than likely a financially a guy like she did with Cam or the other chicks did with Nick Cannon. That's a one-off most of the time. These women are doubling down and tripling down, getting that lucky. Not most of them. Now, there was one, I think, was your girl that it was dating
Brittany
a couple
Renner.
of football players. No, the one that is dating NBA players.
Drea Michelle.
I don't know. Is that her name?
Who?
Look,
Yeah, I guess he's talking about Drea.
I'm talking about the one that's dating the Houston Comets player. I mean, Houston Rocket player now. The little young boy, Green.
It's Drea Michelle, I believe.
Yeah. See, I knew Payne knew all the tea. I got you. Good job, Payne. So she's the only one I know that lucky they can hit constant licks like that. The rest of these heifers, man, they glad to get that one off, and they better get that check while they can, because it ain't gonna last long. But yeah,
Hank, I challenge you to
I think you have a lot to say so, in my opinion.
Hank, I challenge you to dig into this a little bit. I think you will be surprised at how often these women can sleep and have babies with athletes. There's one that comes to mind that has 3 kids by 3 different athletes, 2 basketball, 1 football. I forgot her name. I think you'd be surprised if you dig into this a little bit. You'll find a lot of these women that have multiple kids have them by more than one athlete or more than one entertainer. One might play a sport, and the other one might be a rapper, or one might be an actor, and the other one might be a. I'm serious. If you really dig into this, you'll be.
I'm not gonna argue and fight you over it. I just named that one. That's the only one I knew. Payne gave her name. That's the only one I knew of. But if there's more out there, I wouldn't be surprised, man. But the problem is, why is men we keep falling for this bullshit?
Pussy.
I mean, you see this shit? God damn.
That's that snap, crackle, and pop. Mr. Bennett, your point, sir.
Well, it's just interesting that we're talking about these guys because they're like I guess they're the new flavor of the month. I was just thinking about Eddie Murphy, right?
Right.
Eddie Murphy's got 10 by 2 wives and 2 other, partners, and somehow he's been able to avoid all. Like no one ever called his parenting or his fathership into question. So I just find it interesting that how he's been able to dodge some of this smoke that these guys are getting. I do find it interesting. I know his first wife, Nicole, I know she had the most of his kids, and I know she was with Michael Strahan for a while, but they never married. So I'm just thinking about, because at first I was going to say, well, Nicole, but she never married Michael Strahan. So I don't know, maybe there was some sort of arrangement to say, hey, you can date or whatever, but, I don't want anyone else raising my kids or whatever. So that might have been a deal there. But it's just surprising me, though, how, some people, again, get criticized. I mean, you had a player who used to play for the Jets, I think Dominique Rodgers-Cromartie. Didn't he have like 12, 13, 14 kids, some crazy number of kids by 8 different women? And it might have been a story for a minute. What's that?
Like 20?
Yeah, he
something. It was up there. It was just like 8 different women or something like that. And I know that was sort of called into question for a minute, especially when he came, because I didn't know about it until he came to New York to play for the Jets. I know he's been to a bounce with a few teams, but that kind of story just kind of died down. But just this new conversation now where we're talking about these two men. I just find it interesting how Eddie, was just able to avoid this, or his name is not mentioned more in the fray. I just find that interesting.
But, Mr. Bennett, let me ask you a question. I mean, I think that I think people keep ignoring nature. I think for heterosexual men who are healthy, it's in our nature to want to procreate and have sex with women. You could. Well,
hang on. I would say one thing: having sex with women, yes. I don't hear too many brothers talking about procreation, at least not to the level that these guys want to do it.
Let me take that
like when I'm like growing up with like some of us are Gen Xers or whatnot. Dude, we back in college or back when we were teenagers in college, I don't think we talked about, I want to have 5 kids, or I want to have 4 kids, or I want to have this or that. I mean, if the kids came, they came. That wasn't like our modus operandi when it came to the opposite sex. If they came, they have the dude who went around talking about, I want to have 8 kids. We looked at him like,
It was crazy.
But these guys, they've been very intentional about saying, no, they want to have, they want to spread their, that's rare, period. I mean, not only are they rare just with their money and their financial status of just being athletes, that's just rare, period. I don't hear just the average guy wanting that. That's just
let me ask you a question on that point before you go further.
Mm-hmm.
But, those same guys might say that, but it's not every time you raw dog a woman on her word that she's protected, you're going against all that same bullshit, right? I mean,
hang on.
You might not
run that by me again. I'm make your point again. I'm just wanting to understand.
You might not want 8 kids, but every time you raw dog a woman, taking her word that she's protected,
right?
You're putting yourself in that jeopardy.
Agreed, 100%. But I'm saying, these guys, they've said verbally, like their motive is kids. I mean the sex is good too. It's almost like the sex is just a means to an end with these guys, not the other way around. For us, the kids was a serendipity or a curse, however you thought about it.
You're right.
These guys are just on a different level. So this isn't normal. This is not normal.
Let me answer this, Mr. Bennett. One last thing on this. If men's natural inclination is to have sex with women, and I think it is natural, I think it's God-given, I think it's something that we can't avoid. It's just part of it. I believe that the different nature in women is to have babies. I think their biological imperative is to have babies, because there's no other way I can explain how 70% of Black women, by the time they're 24, have children with the worst kind of guys. It's not like they don't know about the ovulation period and all that other kind of shit. I think we have some natural inclinations as human beings that we keep trying to ignore based on all the bullshit we say on these panels. That's why you can't put women in men's prisons. That's why you can't put men in women's prisons, because somebody's going to be fucking. They just had a case where 4 women are getting, who were in men's prison, who just got used. And you put men in women's prisons, they're using those women for socks and everything else and all that other kind of bennies. We have a natural inclination to have sex with each other because God ordained that shit.
Yeah. The only point I would go back to is the last time I thought men en masse cared about kids was, you got to go back hundreds of years. Like the agrarian society, like you on a farm, you in the South, you wanted kids because you wanted workers. You wanted as many laborers in the field. So yeah, you kept popping them out. But when we started moving from the farm to the urban areas and the cities and whatnot, kids became like a liability. It was like, look, that's why the numbers really certainly went down. I think they did. But I think today we just don't. That's just not a normal conversation that I'm having with just the average dude saying, "Man, I want 5 kids."
Mr. Bennett, I'm gonna have to disagree with you.
Okay, I just don't hear it. So yeah,
maybe Gen Xers didn't, but millennials, and when I was in the military, them dudes was talking about having babies. They were talking about having kids, lots of them. As a matter of fact, they were trying to get her pregnant every time we came back.
Well, Trey, let me ask you, was this?
I was going to ask you then. What would you say was the motivation for that?
The extra money.
I mean, it could be
extra money.
Well,
wait a minute, hold on.
No, because you cap out. You cap out in the military. You can only have but so many, and then the numbers don't go up anymore. So,
well, how many though? How many? What's the cap?
Yeah, what's the limit?
What does it mean? Goddamn.
It's somewhere around 4. I think it's 4.
Well, so the military will pay you for
yeah, you get increases and bumps in your allowances based on how many children you have. So yeah, you will see some couples that'll try to have more kids because they get them. Like for instance, there are some couples that actually get married because there was a separation allowance. You got paid if one of your if your spouse went overseas, so you got more money for it.
That's still crazy.
They would get married for silly reasons like that.
Right. Because I'm thinking the cost benefit analysis, she's going to spend a lot more money.
Okay,
that was going to be my question to Hank. The servicemen who are gone and deployed, are they selfish? Because they're not home.
They sure ain't. I forgot about that. Doing tours.
I was going to bring that up later.
So Trey, there actually is not a.
I'm just trying to test Hank's loyalty. I mean, not loyalty, his logic a little bit here. I understand what he's saying, and I do agree with you. I grew up without a father, so I agree with you to an extent that the mere presence of a father is important, especially at functions, things that happen in life. All the basketball games I played, track meets I ran, and stuff like that. It would have been nice to have my dad in the stands. I agree with you on that. But what about military guys who are gone for, I was gone for 9 months, my first deployment.
Come on, boss man. I know you said you had a fact check.
Yeah, it says, so the only rates, so there are no BAH rate caps for dependents, for children anyway. Now, apparently you can have dependents that aren't children, apparently, and there's a cap for BAH rates for dependents who are not children. So like if you have someone that you are paying, I guess a dependent like who is like an elderly or something like that, for instance, but BAH rates or COLA rates for children, there is not actually. I thought there was too, actually. Being in the military, I thought there was too, but I just looked it up and there isn't. Now, I guess there was, but I guess there isn't now.
Yeah, Trey, that's why they was talking like that. But to answer your question you had for me, talking about if they was in the military, well, that's a special situation. So what are you supposed to do? It's not like you going to work, you coming home. You can't do that because you off on tour. So I mean, that's a different situation. I'm talking about somebody who's going to a 9 to 5 at the Ford plant or the GMC plant, working extra hours, man. Why? Because he wanted to get that new ride, or he wanted to redo his man cave, or just do something really not that big of a deal. You know what I'm saying? Just to get that extra money. So he said, yeah, I work at extra shift. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't mind getting hung. You know what I'm saying? And working 4 hours. Yeah, to get that extra overtime. Yeah, I need that. I don't mind working them Saturdays and Sundays. Matter of fact, I'll take a couple of them holidays. This shit like that, that's what I'm talking about. We know guys like that.
But Hank, wouldn't you say, but even for the military guy, you're in an occupation where you may not come home. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You could be called and deployed anytime. So that's why even get married but why get married or have children? Yes, you're in control of that situation because you're the one who chose to enlist or make a career there. But then you also choose to either to marry someone or you choose to have a child with someone. Why do that in that situation when you know you're going to be deployed 6 months, a year, or whatever? And again, you may not come home because of the danger of the job. So is it not therefore, from your logic, wouldn't that be irresponsible then to either marry or have children when you're in that line of work?
Now, of course, you could say that almost on any job, right, Mr. Bennett? But of course, that's a lot greater risk with that type of job. And I understand what you're saying, but at the end of the day, maybe the individuals, they still want to have children. They still want to raise a family.
But to your point, how can you raise if the guy is deployed for months, if not years? We all see those videos when the military soldier comes home and surprise the kid at the game and they run into the arms. So we know that's the life. So they're not getting, whether or not the father intends to work extra just because, or he simply cannot be there because of the nature of the job, is not the end product. Is that the kid does not have a full-time father.
But just like I said a second ago with Trey, that's a special situation. That's a unique situation. Not majority. That's not majority of situations out here.
You know what I think? I think that's probably more military. Special situation? I think it's probably more military situations like that versus a one-off with Nick Cannon and Cam Newton. Think about it.
Now, if you compare if you compare those two, I can agree with that.
Yeah.
But look, we got average Joes out here working 20 to 40, 50 hours a week, 60 hours a week. Why? Maybe because they feel like they need to or they have to. I don't know why they're doing it. Maybe they're doing it for selfish reasons. Look, let me say this. You can probably, if you and your spouse are both working, why do you still need to work a lot of overtime like that? What's the purpose for y'all both working overtime? Do you need to make an adjustment in your lifestyle? You know what I'm saying? You don't really need that 4-bedroom. You could probably get away with doing a 3-bedroom house, but you want that 4 to 5 because you just like to have a little bit more space. Okay, well then you need to make some lifestyle adjustments. You need to make certain sacrifice. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you need to get a good used car instead of trying to go out there and buy a brand new one. Stuff like that you can always do, make lifestyle adjustments in order to make it. But not most time people are not willing to do those things. Most time people are not willing to make those type of sacrifices.
Okay, I'll grant.
It's funny how it always comes back to financial literacy. It always circles right back around to what are you doing with your money? What are you doing with your money?
It always should be that situation.
Yeah.
Because that's what it's all about with these kids that just all about this money. Because they're not.
Hank, would you need, if you had a child, do you think that a man would feel as though he would need more money or less money?
Could you repeat it? It cut out on my end.
If a man found out he was having a child, right? And do you think that the man, his mental thought process is, I need to get more money or I can cut back?
If he's having a child, do I think that the father I need more money or less money?
His mindset. His mindset.
What do you think he's thinking?
You know, I guess it's going to depend on that. If it was me, I'll probably say, no, I wouldn't need as much money because me and my wife works. So guess what? That means I don't have to work as hard or as much because we both have 2 incomes in the household. So no, I wouldn't have to work as much. But like I said, I'm financially literate. I know how to manage and do money and manage money and invest money. A lot of people don't, so they feel like they just need to keep working hard, working 16 hours a day. Think that's going to help them get? No, it's not. It's all about how you manage money. Me, I wouldn't.
So for contrast, Hank, when my daughter was coming, her mom had a job. We both made practically the same amount. We had the same job. And my first thought when she said she was, hey, we're pregnant, I went, I'm about to work as much overtime as I can. That's literally what was going through my head.
That's because you don't have to get up early in the morning and feed that baby. I know what you did for
No. I know. I still did it anyway. I still got up early anyway and fed the baby anyway. But still, the thought process in my head was, I guess to your point, it is subjective. It's individual. Like everybody's gonna feel differently, right? But for me, it was, let me crank out as much overtime as I can because babies are expensive. That's just how my thought process was. And I knew she wasn't going to be able to work as much overtime because now her gun is getting taken away, everything can take away from her. So her hours are going to get reduced. So that's just how my mind was thinking.
So I can agree with that if she's not working, but if we're both working, there's no need for me to do as much. There's no need for me to do as much because
I don't think women see it that way.
You said what?
So I don't think women
see it that way.
Well, then I would be with that woman. I wouldn't be with that woman. Then that's your fault for getting with a woman who's selfish and don't want to do that shit.
But hang on, but Hank, you wouldn't think that. Hank, you wouldn't think that, especially in those early years, those first couple years, you're going to see a significant loss of her income because she's going to be home. and if she's going to be the primary caretaker, definitely within the first year, if not the first couple years, you don't think you're going to feel, especially if you're a 50-50 household, meaning I'm not saying separate checks, I'm saying relative making the same kind of money, that you're not going to feel that loss. And then because of that, you're going to feel the need to make up what she's not making.
I don't believe in 50-50 household.
No, I'm not saying, I said 50. I mean, just in terms of your money. So you said you're both working, right?
In my money.
I'm not saying split it. Hear me out. I'm just saying, I'm talking about the income that you're making. You said in your scenario, you're both working. Let's assume you're making about the same kind of money. Yes, everything's going into one pot. I get that. But if she has a baby, or you have a few babies, I had 3 babies in 4 years. Mm-hmm. So in that situation, it was imprudent for my wife to work in that time, because anything she would have made would have went out to childcare anyway. So wouldn't you feel the need that you then have to work more to, at the very least, make up the financial loss because of the income she's not going to be bringing into your one pot? So when I say 50, I'm just talking about the income that you're making. I'm not talking about separate lot. I'm not talking about that.
Understandable. That's only temporary. That's not. I'm not looking at it like a permanent thing. And maybe that's what men do. They looking at it like a permanent thing. Another thing is, we need to start talking about, can we afford to continue to have these kids? If we can't, we need to stop making these babies. And I need to go and get my vasectomy now instead of later. But we're not doing that. We just up and off the seat of our pants, say, hey, fuck it, here, let's go. No, bullshit. You need
Come on, Hank. We can't even get these dudes to put on condoms.
You need to financially pay for that child.
He said get snipped, though. He's trying to get snipped.
No, I'm saying, Hank,
yeah, R-Pain, you got it next, man.
To put on condoms. How are we gonna get them to sit down and have a adult conversation about money?
Who you talking about?
I'm talking about these men. If we can't get these men out here to put on a condom, how are we gonna have them have a conversation about financial literacy as in can we afford a child? They're not gonna have that conversation.
R-Pain, you wanted to say something, man. I saw your finger up, man. I didn't want you to forget.
That's what I'm all about. I'm all about having that conversation. Look here, fuck these women. Excuse my language. The hell with these heifers, man. We focus way too much on them, like they the end all be all. I don't believe that shit. I focus on men. Men should be teaching men. Elder men should be teaching younger men. Elder women need to be teaching younger women. That's what I do. I don't want the hell with them. They're gonna be there. When I make my money, they're gonna be there. When I'm gonna become the highest pinnacle, they're gonna be there. They always gonna be there. That's not gonna be a problem. I need for the men to be right in order with themselves. And if you're not right financially, mentally, emotionally, you ain't no good to no goddamn body, let alone your neighborhood or your community. But go ahead, R-Pain.
It's funny though, because we seem like we argue a lot when we get on these, because I know where your heart's going from, and we're not on opposite sides of this, because what you're saying is my reality. One of the things that I did when I got married is that anything my wife made, I looked at as gravy. We had one pot pretty much, but our lifestyle was based on my income. No matter what she did, no matter how much money she made, she made some good money when we got together. It was based on my income because, like you said, if you're the leader, everything in your household should be based on how you see it. And I agree with that. I don't disagree with you. We argue on this. We argue on a lot of panels, but I think it's the way we phrase things more than the way it is. The only thing I would tell you is that where we disagree is I understand that you're talking about how things should be, and I talk from a point of view as how things are right now, and that's where we get this disconnect. So I don't disagree with what you're saying, but I had to make that calculus because when my wife was pregnant with my second kid, I told her to quit that job. She didn't volunteer to quit. I said, listen, you need to get out of that job because you're making my life crazy because it's making you crazy, and I fix it. But we had just bought a house. We have a newborn coming. I have one salary, and all that kind of stuff. I said, listen, and she was nervous about quitting that job because it was a pretty decent job. I said, listen, I'm going to find a way to make sure we don't change our lifestyle, even when you quit that job. That was my responsibility. And I had to talk to her about that. And she trusted me to make sure she was, because women worry about security and safety and all that shit. She trusted me and I came through. Right. But I had to work a little bit more hours. I had to do a few other things. And she realized that. And so I don't think we disagree, right? She didn't run that show. I did. I didn't ask my wife to be the leader of my family. When she married me, we didn't even have to talk about it because that's how it was. And that's how it is today after 37 years. So all I'm just trying to say is I don't disagree with where you're coming from. I just think that you have to have grace from the standpoint that you're not wrong in what you're saying per se. It's just that that's the way you want it to be as opposed to how it actually is. And most people are living in the world as it is and not how we actually want it to be. And if we can get it to where it should be, it'd be better for all of us. And I agree with that. That's why this ideology that we're in the West is a destructive one. But it has captured almost everybody who's in part of it, you know? So I hate to act like I'm arguing with you on some points, but I'm saying I can understand the way people do the things they do because of the culture, the environment, and the way things are. And it doesn't make it right, but I can understand why people do the stupid shit that they do. And some of the smart things that they do based on how to survive in where we are. So that's all I have to say. So I don't disagree with a lot of what you're saying, but it's more anecdotal than reality to a lot of people. That's all I'm saying. And somehow we have to be able to toggle between the two and keep it in perspective. That's all I'm saying. So let me just land it there.
So what I say is what I live. I'm not saying this shit because I don't live it, I believe it. It's what I live, and it's what I teach. I'm not saying you make it's not my reality or just you speaking off of what I want it to be. No, this is what I live. Me and my wife to be tomorrow. It's one pot. Ain't no runaway fun. She got a bank of the car, got a bank. No, hell no.
Hang on, Hank, say that again. Say that again. Your wife what?
You get married tomorrow?
She ain't got that runaway fun.
We ain't got no runaway fun. What do you? Is that what you?
No, I said your wife. You said your wife tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, we getting married 1 o'clock tomorrow.
Yeah.
Congratulations, brother.
Yes,
sir. You just threw that out there like it's no big thing, man. Congrats.
Hey, Mr. Ben, when it's the second time around, it's not that big a deal.
Well, may this be your last and lasting. So salute. Absolutely. God bless you, brother. Salute. Absolutely.
Regardless of how the end is going to be.
Hey, make sure you emphasize till death do you part, man. That's what we're talking about.
Right.
That's right. But no, this is my reality, though, man. I and that's why I talk about it. Why can't that be most men's reality? It's about how you move and how you operate. We as men, we have to let the dictate how things are going to move and operate. But that's the problem. We don't do that, and I don't know why. I just don't understand why. What happened to us to where we're to that point? We're scared to even have that conversation. Are we worried about getting rejected or turned down? Then guess what? Maybe she just wasn't the right woman for us. Maybe that's the case. If she's not on our plan, she's not the right woman for you. And you just got to accept it and move on. There's more out there. There's more than not. I say that. There's more out there than not. We got the numbers on our side, not them. So they're going to have to eventually either make the adjustments or be lonelier than a motherfucker.
I was going to say something, but I know you want to bring in.
Coach, let's get to coaching.
Coach Bird.
Come on,
Coach Bird.
He's eased in and eased out, ladies and gentlemen. Trey Bird in the building. What's happening, Trey Ferg?
I just been listening, man. I was out, man, watched a little football game, but I was listening because the game wasn't that interesting at all. But I mean, just in the situation with the video, the guys, I mean, this is America, so it goes against the American laws standard. It goes against it. Outside of America, this wouldn't even make no type of conversations. It would just be on to the next subject, So it's just a unique situation. It's just bad that those guys are the examples that we are trying to judge our manhood and set that level to, whether you have money or you broke. It doesn't matter. Everybody's looking at that like, okay. And I agree with what Hank said, when guys look at that, who are not even getting themselves in positions to be great, they're trying to live this life working at Popeyes, and some of them can do it. But then you look at the women, they know that these guys are in this space and they still choose to give their bodies to the maximum. It's not that just they having sex, but it's like the maximum effort to give them their energy. But I also think, as far as, when a child is born of the man, if he has the opportunity to raise it, I think, it's the first 3 years would dictate a child's personality. I think if a man can be there to sort of give his son the little tumbling and the little play, sleep on your chest and feed him, those things go well. But I think one of the most important times for a righteous man to be in a child's life, when they start going through that first puberty stage. Females, when they come on their menstrual, boys, when they balls separate. I think it's important for a father, because you see it in some examples where an athlete is playing and they realize their child is at the age where they can start really focusing on something. They'll pull back. They're not doing as much. And I think if people can balance that, especially in a marriage, the only way it can happen if the two parents are together. When parents are outside the household, it demands a lot of communication, a lot of respect for the child and those two. And I think if some people can find a way to, at least when a boy gets to a certain age, if women just sort of scale back and say, here, like Ike Turner, you on the movie, like What's Love Got to Do with, when Ike Turner's kid's mama just dropped him off, just do that and pull away. If he's a man, he's going to have to stand up. And that will pay big dividends throughout his child's life. But again, if you're a young man, try to get married, protect yourself. Do not have a child out of wedlock. That shit has set you back 35 years of your life. And unless you get the skills set up, then you're going to work regular jobs and you'll never accomplish that goal. Never. The system is not going to let you. So you're going to have to find somebody who's really going to teach you, and you have to be willing to learn. A lot of young people just don't want to learn. They have enough examples to avoid it. However, a lot of people, they get excited by going into the fire instead of rescuing people out of the fire. So I don't know. Just here we are, man.
Trey Ferg, let me ask you a question, man. Mr. Bennett, did you want to say something? I saw you might go up.
No, I wanted to follow up on Trey Taylor's comments about those guys wanting kids in the military, more so their motivation. It's hard for me to believe that it's because they get a little extra money a month, because obviously the cost that's going to take to raise a kid is going to far exceed what that money is going to be. But I was just saying, was there something else to it? But I can come back to that. Coach, you can still go on with your comment and question by Lit, but I just want to go back to that because I'm still wrapping my head around that one.
Trey Ferg, let me ask you a question, man. Do you think that Cam Newton or Nick Cannon would be married if they required a certain level of woman, instead of just saying, hey, I just want to have kids with you, but I really need you to be on my program? Do you really think these guys will be married, being that they're the person they are right now, if they required a certain level of woman before they had kids? Do you think they will probably be married?
I think most men's first inkling, when they understand like adulthood, they would prefer marriage over just having children. I think most men would want to be there because, even in my age group and little young man, I even coach, they have their conversations when I'm hearing my butt in, and they even talking about, I want me a wife. I don't want nobody out here, and these are little kids, and they ain't even having nothing to do with physical relationships, but they understand that. So I think for the most part, people would choose it, but then that bad experience, that sort of break your heart, that's the one that get us, man or female, where we like, nah, I don't want that no more. Ain't nobody no good. And nobody might not be no good for 20 years, but in that 20 years, you might have had 2 or 3 good ones. You just wasn't ready to commit to that because for whatever reason. So, but I think most men would like to get married at least initially, and then whatever happens after that. Sometime
wasn't Cam's first baby mother a stripper or something like that? It was
allegedly.
Yeah. Right.
That's what they say. That's what they say, Mr. Bennett. You know, but they don't say that no more.
Married.
Who?
Like we skip over that. Nick Cannon.
And
was
Nick Cannon was married.
He was married.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it didn't work. Then he went on this.
The
tour,
baby making
this tour, the baby making tour.
The baby making tour.
So it's not as if Nick didn't
try
to do it.
Right.
He did it the right way. It didn't work out.
And wasn't Cam?
But he did it with Mariah. But he did it with Mariah.
You know, look,
it's all downhill from after that, ain't it, Mr. Man?
Marriage is who it's for. It's who it's
So
for.
man, so Cam's first was an alleged stripper. Nick's first was Mariah Carey, who had already been married at least once, and didn't she have the billionaire guy that came after Nick? Or
that came after. Was that
Mottola? She was married to Mottola, and then after she got with this. I don't know if that billionaire guy. I don't know if that was before or after Nick. But I'm just saying. But she was with Derek Jeter. So I mean, she'd been around the block a few times before Nick settled on it. So I don't know if for these guys to talk about their fears of marriage, I don't know if necessarily the women that they wound up with initially were necessarily of that caliber. So could we say maybe their choices weren't necessarily the best, and that they're basing their fears on women that weren't, marriage material, but yet they're fearing it? So I don't know. Because he had the model in his house. He talked about his parents still married 40-something years in the church. That his mom is the one that supposedly gave him the model, but he went left as far as the woman he decided to choose. He didn't certainly model after his mom.
We got one more person with an add to the panel. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for
It's disgusting.
Prototype Dad in the building. You didn't see that one coming, did you? What's up, brother? What's happening, man? Welcome to the show, man.
Man, just living a dream.
How's you doing, man, in the family, man? Y'all good?
Yeah, everything's good. Just came from a high school football game, man. So that's why I'm kind of jumping on late. It's Friday. Indeed.
What you think about the topic so far, man? I know you've been watching, man.
The Cam Newton situation and just the therapist as a whole.
Yeah, the whole shebang bang.
The whole shebang. I think it was an interesting conversation, man. One thing that stuck out is that she mentioned that 70% of women are low functioning.
Did you say low functional?
Low 70%. She's like 70% of women are low functioning. 40% of men are low functioning.
That sounds about right around the divorce rates, don't it?
Yep, that's what she said.
But it just goes to show while we're struggling with our options and struggling with thinking that I think generally we some of these podcasts we're pretty high functioning guys. We got pretty deep thought. We come into these conversations and have elaborate things to say. And the fact that it's hard to find an attractive woman with that same amount of mindset, you know what I mean? That we're trying to hold women accountable for things that they just aren't capable of doing. I mean, there's a few of them, but in the 30%, how many of that is attractive or something we actually want? You understand what I'm saying? Like some women are forced to be high functioning just because they don't have the physical attributes to be retarded, I guess. You know what I'm saying? To be kind of I hate to say it like that.
That was a song back in the day, right? If you want to be happy for the rest of your life, never make a pretty woman your wife. So from my personal point of view, get an ugly girl to marry you. So men have more wisdom today than
that sounds like a bar.
But look, no, that ain't no bar. That's
Yes.
not a bar. Who wants to do
My,
that?
How do you
sound like
stay
a bar.
married to an ugly
my
woman?
mother told me that one. My mother told
It
me
was
that.
a song. It was an old song. It's got
Oh.
Jimmy. I think Jimmy Cliff. It was just an old song from back in the day. I'm just having fun, but
It's always leave those pretty girls alone. But I'm sorry, I can't. I need to be attracted to the person I'm with. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I need that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand. I
You'd
can't
be like,
be
I
with
can't make this work on day one.
bro. I can't. I got a lot of female friends, man. And I tell the wife all the time, I got female friends for a reason. You know what I'm saying? They not that hot.
They ugly.
They, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. They my female friends for a reason.
One of the guys.
Yeah, they wanted the guys. So it's just it's hard to find somebody that's high functioning, as she might say, and attractive. So these guys are struggling. You know what I'm saying? Trying to find Nick Cannons and Cam Newtons and guys with resources. It's hard to find or shuffle through all the attention, figuring out who's high functioning and who's attractive and who's not here to out to get me. Like, you know what I mean? So that's
Well, I think what we do is we start at the pretty girls first, and then we shake the boxes to see if they got anything in them. You know what I'm saying? I think we work our way down like that. So if you do that, you're gonna get a bunch of women that's gonna figure that out, and they all gonna start looking alike. They all gonna start dressing alike until you start hearing them talk. Then you be like, man, I done wasted my time. You know, and I think that's what happens a lot of times. So, them folks ain't going down to the DR getting no BBL for nothing. You know what I'm saying? They kind of figured that was like, hey, the guy's like a certain look, so let me go get it. But at the end of the day, it ain't about the look; it's about what's on the inside. You got to be, like you said, high functioning.
It's low functioning because we don't
Yeah,
like
but
it.
what do you mean by low function, Prototype? How you doing, brother? Listen, I mean, the woman could be high functioning and all that kind of stuff, but all the women with Cam Newton and Nick Cannon is 100% transaction.
That's low
Does
function.
Does that make them low functioning?
Yes.
That's low function. Yes.
What? Because it's transactional.
Because she
For
didn't
what they
marriage, I guess.
for marriage, I would agree with you. But for what they want, is that just the sign of the time?
I think
I'm
that's
just asking.
It's low functioning, and it's them choosing low function behavior because that's what they see on a regular basis. These women are low functioning.
Arpain, you're right. It is low function, and it is a sign of the times. Both are correct. You're correct on both.
Okay.
We're not going to a higher level of functioning. That definitely ain't happening. So we're only going to keep going lower and lower and lower. Whether y'all like it or not, y'all are older than me. This is the way. This is how it's going to be. You're going to have men who can't afford these kids that are going to keep having a bunch of babies with the women that will allow them to. It's not going to stop. And the men who actually have money, they're going to do it too because everybody is avoiding marriage. All of these guys are avoiding marriage. Tyreek Hill got a bunch of kids. There's a dude that played for the White Sox. He was married. He had a kid on her. Like this is the direction. And eventually, no disrespect to the older guys, but y'all mentality and everything, it will phase out. As y'all die off, so will your mentality. It will die off too. And I'm just being honest. I'm just being honest with you.
It's true.
You're going to have young athletes that are going to be having a bunch of kids with a bunch of different women. You have a bunch of entertainers. They're going to have a bunch of different kids with a bunch of different women. And that ultimately, because Black people worship and idolize entertainers and athletes, is going to trickle down. And that's what you're going to get. You're going to get a bunch of guys who can't afford these kids, are going to have kids with a bunch of women in a bunch of different places, as long as she allows them to.
But what's the motivation?
I was about to ask the same question.
So Trey, let me take it back to when I was asking earlier. Those guys in the military, you just said, I just want all these kids. It was just for the check?
No. Some of these guys it was culture. They wanted to have a lot of kids, depending on where they were from, depending on their background, depending on what kind of family they came from. Like one of the guys I know that I worked with that was a canine handler with me, he had 7 brothers and sisters. So him having the idea of having a big family, that wasn't foreign to him. He wanted a whole bunch of kids because that's what he came from. So it just depends. But the idea that these guys don't want kids, I'm telling you, I've been around men. My homeboy just had twins. And the only reason why he don't have more kids is because they had some issues, fertility issues. But if they didn't have those fertility issues, he told me straight he'd be on kid number 6 and number 7. He wanted a bunch of kids
that he wants to interact with. He wants to play with them. He wants to see them
married,
develop.
So I mean, to be fair, they would all be under the same household.
Right.
But he wanted a bunch of kids.
Yeah, I mean I can even see that making sense to a degree. If you come from a big family and you remember what those Thanksgivings are like and that family culture and stuff, you want to emulate that. That I can get. But guys who want to have, 8, 9, 10, 12, 20, whatever, that to me, that's just not how I would say most men. I just don't think most men think that way. You generally say as many kids as I can afford and just leave it there. But
well, Mr. Bennett, let me ask you a question. What's the fastest way to get to 20 kids?
Can I say this?
Start with one.
Start with one.
Hey, let me just add to this thing. Okay?
Go ahead.
Because I think the one thing that we don't say, I'm not going to be wrong, is that I think there's a biological imperative in men for their bloodline to continue. It doesn't matter how it happens. The reason why it happens the way we are used to, marriage and all that, is because of social constructs, social culture, environmental, but the biological factor has nothing to do with that. Right? What keeps the biology in line is the culture, it's the social mores, it's the laws. But the biology for most men and women is to be together and to procreate. And so everything else like marriage and all of these things that make you a responsible parent is outside of the biology thing, right?
I thought you had said earlier that the biology was complementary, or maybe I missed that the man's drive is to have sex. It's the woman's drive to have children.
Right. So that's biology.
Right, but it's not. Is it in the man's biology to want to have 20 kids?
No. Well, you're putting a number to it. I'm saying wait, let me answer that. His biology is to have his bloodline continue. Doesn't have to be 20 kids.
Why do you think women want to have?
It doesn't have to be his 20. No, well, just saying what I'm saying. You can put all the rest of the stuff you want on it.
Mm-hmm.
But most men who are alive today, right? I know me, one of them. I may have it, I may not. Is to make sure that bloodline continues. Right, so everything else is putting social constructs or social mores and cultural and all that kind of stuff, which is important to keep our societies together. But strip all of that away, your biological imperative is to keep your genes going. And a woman's biological imperative is to have. Let me shut up. And I'm gonna land it on this. Do you guys think it's a difference between a 40-year-old woman with kids and a 40-year-old woman without them?
Absolutely.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we don't know.
I just don't think most, at least in today's time. Again, I could understand it back in agricultural times. I just don't see it today where a man is thinking on the whole that their thing is just to. Especially once you get a couple. It's like these days, I got a son, I'm good. Or I get 2 sons, I'm good.
But you're
to
talking
continually
numbers.
to propagate and to have multiple.
I'm not talking numbers. I'm talking about bloodline. Right? It doesn't have to be a lot of numbers.
If you don't have a son, though, Brother Payne.
Well, listen. The bloodline, really, the truth of the matter is, besides our machismo, the only person who's confident that the kid is theirs is the woman.
Well, we have DNA now.
No, but that's another thing by technology.
That thing down now,
but the truth of the matter, if I had a daughter who had a kid, I know that kid has my blood in him.
Yeah, I said a man's blood. Ain't nothing but yours. If you don't have a son, your bloodline is dead. Your last kid is over.
They test for that.
That's the thing about it, man. When these dudes are having all these kids, it's not guaranteed that them kids gonna have your last name. Because normally in hospital they take the last name of the mother.
I agree that.
Unless you're married.
These low functioning guys don't care about the last name. They just care about the blood.
Oh,
These kids
God
walking
damn.
around with their granddaddy name.
God damn.
That's exactly
They
what
don't
it
even
is.
know if they belong to their grandfather. It's just
That's
true. They
part of
don't
your
even know what
legacy.
their last
Your
names
legacy
are.
is your last name. That's part of your legacy.
Well, okay. I don't want to argue that. Particularly, you're right, but I'm just saying the blood is more important than the last name, right?
That's what they say.
Why does the name even matter anymore? I mean, it's not like people actually give a damn about what their last name is.
Shit.
I mean, people embarrass their
Tell them white
family
folks
and
that. You tell them white folks
embarrass
that.
their family name all the time. People
You
do
tell
it all the time.
You tell Johnson and Johnson that they don't. Their last name don't.
Yeah, but everybody's not going to be Johnson and Johnson.
You're right. You're right.
There's a Smith family that's somewhere in Podunk Town, Pennsylvania, somewhere that nobody gives a shit about.
This is true.
That's because the Smiths ain't never did shit.
That's my point. So even like you
Okay, wife. Good night.
You get to now and you have these people who are, popular or famous or successful. They don't even use their real name. You don't know who they are. There's a bunch of kids. There's a bunch of kids. I was at a basketball game one time and I was supposedly sitting next to Patrick Ewing's son. I didn't even know.
It must not have been no good.
Like, what does the name? Michael Jordan got sons?
Yeah, they was garbage. They was garbage.
That's the interesting thing about having kids, and it's irresponsible because it's hard raising kids. And even if you do it the right way, there's still a high chance that them kids is going to come out wrong. You know what I'm saying? So doing it the wrong way, like there's a 90% chance they going to be fucked up. Excuse my machismo. But there's a 90% chance they mess around and be criminals. They going to do something wild. They don't have some mental issues. They mess around, have some health issues. Like there's a high chance that kids come out all messed up. So just having kids irresponsibly and you got to take care of these people, it's just too much. Like I don't recommend anybody have kids for real.
90%.
Just a 90%.
I think we're a little bit more resilient than that, man.
Nah.
But brother, just in that statement, I think there was a shift. Salute to the single mothers of the 70s and 60s. They were raising big, responsible men and women for the most part.
That's because gas was 25 cents a gallon.
Hey, it doesn't matter. Ain't got nothing to do with gas. They wasn't buying, $200 sneakers. And you can't read.
Sneakers wasn't $200.
Well, $60. They wasn't buying, $60 with inflation today. You had to sort of earn it in a
$60 sneakers back then would probably been like $500. You know what I'm saying?
Kids, man. We know.
Yeah,
we all know.
and we wasn't complaining about none of this.
All time.
No, the crack era, post-crack era generation, the whininess, the complaininess, the laziness.
Gen Xers are the worst generation in all-time history.
Thank you.
Salute to the crack era.
You talk about give credit to the moms of the 60s and 70s. Hell no. They raised the worst motherfuckers out here.
No, the worst one is the first generation crack era babies.
That's how we got our pain.
Cry about everything.
Most Gen X is Dodge crack, man. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, man. You know what? Man, the whole world
wasn't for us. The Gen Xers was
man, who was out? Gen X was at home watching Transformers and GoBots. They was not out doing crack,
crack babies. They're the ones who had the crack babies.
No, we was the one who was around the folks who had the crack babies. It wasn't us, man.
Gen X's was my mom's a Gen Xer.
No, we came out with the test tube babies. Remember that? That was Robin Harris. It was like test tube baby. Yeah, that's where we came from. We ain't come from the crack. You know what I'm saying? That's what that was. No, man, for real.
Y'all just produced the crack baby.
I'm telling you, man, we ain't had no part of that.
Who, Gen X's?
Mm-mm.
Yes, y'all did. Y'all had the kids.
We was in the house playing video games, running outside.
No,
we was the last outside generation.
Yeah,
these new kids don't go outside and play.
We was outside every day.
Millennials was outside.
No, y'all wasn't.
Yeah, we was.
No.
Hey, listen, man. Take your licks. Gen Xers, take your licks, man. I get so much shit as a baby boomer. I want to see the Gen Xers get their asses kicked, man. I'm feeling good right about now.
Gen X is just trash.
We always
Gen
gonna
X,
fight
y'all
with the
Gen X
crack
is
generation.
terrible.
They fight with everybody. It's a that I don't know. Yeah, that post crack era generation, y'all fight with everybody. Man, women, child, grandmama, granddaddy. It's everybody's goddamn fault.
Y'all dropped the ball. I don't. How
No,
y'all
y'all dropped the
Y'all
ball.
say Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and still ain't produced no
And
leaders.
we
Y'all
try to
got no leaders. No, yeah, he made like all this political
because the
stuff. Y'all
boomers was
still
still in
doing
the
all
way.
political stuff.
That Jesse Jackson now get out of the way. They ain't.
Well, man, y'all got no political leaders or nothing. Y'all just dropped the ball.
Well, to be honest, they was sniping folks, man. You know,
because they was on crack.
hey, you know what I'm saying? The minute somebody spoke up, you know, you had
they
a
was
bullet put on
too
you.
busy getting high.
Right, they was
Look what they did to Trump. They tried to take him out and put him on the stamp. You know what I'm saying? Come on.
Yeah, Trump was about to be on a coin.
I'm telling you, you're gonna be in that coin looking to the left. You know what I'm saying? It'd have been him and Lincoln on the 50-cent piece.
Trump was about an inch to the right from being on a $50 bill. Here's something.
I'm telling you.
Crazy.
Man, speaking of Trump, did y'all see your girl's first interview, man? Harris. She balled, man. She
thought she
balled.
was speaking of Trump.
Exactly. All she was gonna do is repeat everything he said. You know what I'm saying? She said she brought down insulin to $35. She didn't do that. Trump did
she
that.
didn't.
Trump did that. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, you just gonna repeat everything Trump say. We're gonna build a wall. Now, wait a minute. You're the one that was letting the folks in. How you gonna sit up here and say you're gonna build a wall after the election is over? Man, go on.
Lost. They in now. She got him. She got all the votes she needs.
We just waiting on the vote now.
So it's like she let him in, and all right, now put the wall up so these motherfuckers can't get in now.
They around here getting housing vouchers for $100,000. You know what I'm saying?
She want to give them $25,000 to buy houses, get them voting. I mean, they working this immigrant plan. I don't care what nobody say. They working it. You see what's going on in Colorado? The Venezuelan gang.
Yeah, man, they kicking in collecting rent,
buildings.
buddy. It's like, no, you don't take that to the landlord. Let me get that.
That's right. Yeah.
They got crowbars on the doors and everything, man.
They working it. They working this immigrant plan. And I'm telling you, she get elected.
It's over.
It's over.
She got her own army.
What's that mean? What's it over? What's that mean? It's over. What do you mean?
They gonna never
she's gonna introduce. She's gonna make sure that her party introduces legislation to make sure that all of these people who came in illegally are somehow legal, so they can vote, they can receive assistance. She's essentially trying to
replace us.
Yeah, replace voters, and that's why they let them in. And now she can say, because how many million have come in? Quite a few million have come in the country.
Oh,
now that they're in, now she wants to block it off because they're already in. They're here now.
Right.
That's right. And she want to stop the deportation. So listen, this whole election is about ideology. And we're going to have to make a choice between conservative and liberal. That's really what it is. Forget about the character of the people. That's what it is. Do you want the policies that the ultra left want, or do you want some conservative policies? And that's really where we are. I mean, that's what this is going to be a referendum on that. Now, the only thing that might save any of us is if we have a divided Congress and Senate and the House. We already know the Supreme Court is conservative, but the fact that even if they, shoot down certain legislation, that kind of stuff has a lag time, that kind of, so it's going to be really interesting, in the next 3 months where we land. And I think that the bloom is coming off the rose of the fact that Kamala Harris thinks she could just identity politics herself into the White House, because she's going to have to say something at some point, somewhere, and sometime. So whether you hate her or like her, I think in the end, people are going to vote on some kind of policy.
I'm voting for her, Arpain.
Would I rather for the Trump supporters? Would I rather Bush or Trump?
Bush.
Which Bush?
No, say that again. Say that again.
That's the difference. Which Bush?
Yeah, which Bush? First Bush or second Bush?
Well, why are we even talking about Bush? They're not.
I just want to get a. A smooth little clarity.
I didn't like second Bush at all.
Would you go for would you go for Bush or Trump? If Bush was on the ballot,
I'd probably still go Trump. I didn't like
you
second
still
Bush at
go
all.
Trump. With
Yeah,
Bush
I didn't
on
like.
the
I didn't
ballot.
like second Bush. I didn't like George W. at all.
Yeah, but what's the point of that though? Because that's not where we're going.
I just want to get an understanding. Like, would you always stick red, or would you? Is it a Trump thing? Or are you really just a fan of
I
Trump?
think this year is a little bit different.
It's a policy thing, man. It's what it needs to be. You know, it has. Forget about Trump because we can always look at his character. Listen, if he had a character that was halfway decent, this wouldn't even be a race.
But
if
he
he
does
had,
it.
yeah, but you know what? But let me put it to you this way. I'm not so sure that I hate to say this, but I'm gonna say it. Right? I'm gonna do a boss man.
Here we
Listen,
go.
his character doesn't mean that he doesn't understand that he could be a better president than somebody who has no character at all, who is a chameleon. You know, so all I'm saying is we still have to make a choice on ideology. Do you want gender affirming care where the parents lose control of their children, or unfettered rights to immigrants using our tax dollars, or somebody actually taxing unrealized gains? That shit scares me more than anything else.
Can I ask you,
That's one of her goddamn policies.
When have
You
you
know,
ever benefited from your tax dollars? You.
well, say what?
When have you ever benefited from your tax dollars?
From a tax what?
When
Tax
have you ever
dollars.
benefited from your tax dollars?
Okay, yeah, well, okay. Let me retort. How about us getting a peace fucking dividend without tax dollars, as opposed to going to war, giving money to Israel and the gay guy who runs the Ukraine? You know, all I'm just trying to say is, how about taking that money and putting that shit into the infrastructure of the United States and getting back on the technology train that we were once on at one point, and having high-speed rail?
Has it
And
ever
having
happened?
all those, why wouldn't it happen? Listen,
Has it ever happened?
wait. I'm gonna stand on here. You know that Chesapeake Bay Bridge that goes from the water underground and up and underground. Anybody who's been on that grid, it's like
Yeah.
one of the 10th marvels of the world. We probably could never make that again because of all the political bullshit that would go into funding something like that. Right?
Why do you care about your tax dollars if you've never seen them back to you? Why not? Why is your tax dollars important if you've never seen them before?
Well, hold on for a second. Wait, that's not really true. That's not really true. In order to have a society, you know, and this is the way, I didn't create this, whatever the unseen hand says, at some point you have to pay taxes to keep your society growing. But I'd rather see some of those monies invested in society, because if society is important to you, then it should be worth investing in, right? Our youth should be important. It should be important to invest in. So I wouldn't mind my tax dollars, whatever percentage you could come up with, going towards programs that propel the youth. I'm old enough to understand when, and I was a part of this, they used to have these manpower programs for summer, for kids who got out of school, who actually had jobs during the summer. I was one of those guys. That was tax dollars. I cleaned up Flushing Meadows Park in New York. I worked at a police station. There was something about leisure time and young people that you need to fill it with something productive, but it costs tax dollars to do that. And then when a politician came in, they took all that money away and they put millions of kids on the street. And anybody who read The Lord of Flies will understand what happens when you put millions of kids on the street with leisure time and nothing to do. And then that's when the gangs proliferated. That's when all of that shit proliferated, because if we were to spend tax dollars to keep those guys busy, then productive shit happens because of that. And I saw that. I lived it. I saw when it changed. You know, when I couldn't get that summer job, because most things when I was 14, all I could think about was getting my work credentials so I could work. That's what I did, because everybody else. So that's what the tax dollars did for us. Oh, go ahead.
It helps you get a job. Your tax dollars
Yeah,
that
it
you
paid
work
for
for.
it. Paid. Go
Even
ahead, I'm
still,
sorry. I'm sorry, but go ahead.
you've never
Go ahead.
seen your tax dollars. It doesn't matter if it goes to a politician's pockets or if it's going to Ukraine or whatever. You're not getting it. So why are you
I
mentioning
just
your
told
tax
you
dollars?
that's not true. I just told you that's not true. I just gave you a scenario where that's not true.
We've seen
It might pay for some of those things you're talking about, but it was a portion of money even back then that came to American people to do the right thing for us. Listen, there's nothing more important than filling kids' leisure time with some productive. I had Regents social studies when I was graduating, and one of the biggest questions on the test was, "What is the importance of leisure time?" It was just out of the clear blue. And I started to understand back in the early age that left up to your own devices, people will tend to do shit that's more negative than positive, because doing more positive stuff takes a little bit more work than just being negative. And it was one of the most important questions on that test. And I'm 66 years old, and I took that test when I was 17. I still remember that question. And my real life scenario was when they had jobs for teenagers during the summer, put us into productive situations with productive men and women to say, instead of bullshitting for 8 hours a day in the summer, we're going to put you to work. We cleaned up the streets. I worked at a police station. I worked at Flushing Meadows. I worked at all kinds of different places. And when they took that money away, they threw millions of kids on the streets with nothing to do in the summer. And if you ever read The Lord of the Flies, it'll tell you all you need to know. So, I hear what you're saying, but there was productive shit you could do with your tax dollars, and we've gone away from that. We have almost 100%.
Appreciate it. Speaking of tax dollars, one of Trump's plans was to eliminate income tax and just raise tariffs. Now, here's the problem with that. Yes, we wouldn't have income tax anymore, but the price of your goods and services that you import will go up.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? It's basically a consumption tax.
Right.
So, would you rather have all of your money, you know what I'm saying, or some of your money, or in cheap products? You know what I'm saying?
We should have a fair deal that has a hybrid of both those things.
I agree.
So.
But there's no way we can pay this deficit down. It's what $35 trillion.
But let me ask you a type of question, though. I mean, when I went through my little soliloquy, from your standpoint, was I completely off from what I'm saying? It's just a memory thing that I understand how shit changed because I lived it. But do you disagree with what I said or not? I mean, we can move on. It's not a big deal. I'm not going to argue.
I don't disagree with what you said. I just don't fully understand what you said, because you said tax dollars went for the opportunity of you working more and paying more taxes. That's what I heard.
But those were tax funded programs. That's the point I was making.
It was a tax funded program that helped you get a job to pay more taxes.
No. It helped keep millions of children off the street.
Taxes are investments too. That's the point I was really trying to make. Taxes don't only go to pay for things. You can also invest with the tax money that American people are paying. You could, so you look for a return on investment. So if you're investing in your youth to show you had to show up on the job on time, you had to do work, you had to follow instructions, you had to do that. That to me, that's a beneficial use of taxes. Even though you paid us a little salary for that. But we went on outings, we went on trips, we had camaraderie, we had boys, we had girls, we did a lot of stuff. And I thought that was a useful use of tax dollars because there was a return on investment. And the investment was socializing children to be responsible working adults later on in life. That's what I thought. That's all I'm saying. And I think that's worth it.
It is.
But that's what I meant by that.
Well, Arpain, let me ask you a question. So that same vein, we've had millions and millions of jobs shipped overseas. So where would these kids get these jobs from if we're sending most of our jobs overseas?
It's a whole different story now. It's a whole different story. All I just know is those memories I have are indelible in my mind on what we did back there as youth. Not the music was different. We had the little boom box. We had those bus trips. We had all those kind of things. It was just such a different time that there was a lot of kids who fought, whose whole thought was to get that, what they call that in New York City. I was in New York. You had to get the job permit. So you had to apply for it. Right. So you had a whole bunch of kids actually applying for something responsible so they can get the certificate to go to somebody to get a job, to work at 14, 15, 16. It was an amazing time. And I thought that was, now looking back, that was well worth the tax dollars.
It was. I mean, Brother Lit, to your point, it was a time, and I can understand as our pain because I was in and I benefited from that program. It was called Upper Bound where I was growing up.
Right.
And they took 500-600 kids from all age groups away from home through an entire day. They fed us lunch. We participated. We used to rotate the activities. One day we swim, one day we'll play softball, one day we'll run track, be in the gym, just exposing us to all of these different activities that it sort of forced us to work as team, socialize with our age group, do a lot of things age appropriate. And again, as they saw that was working for a generation that was being exposed to the newer technology of the time, breaking out into the video game sets, being athletes, that's why they had to get busing in there, because too many brothers and sisters in 1-2 schools, we dominating all the sports. So they spread us out to make it even. But as we became adults, salute again, I'm always go back to the crack era, the Bill Clinton era. He said, along with President Biden, they took those jobs overseas. They took them there. However, those jobs are coming back because the immigrants are going to be the new welfare recipients. Black people don't know it. A lot of people renting. They don't have collective bargaining. They don't have any of that. They can't say what goes on in the schools. They can't say what goes on in the communities. Prime real estate now is closer to the city. The newer generation of white people and people coming here with money, they're not going to the suburbs. They coming to the inner city. So they're allowing people of color to move out into the suburbs where it floods and you get all the tornadoes. But you think you're really making a big move, but you're really not. You're going into greater debt because people are doing it outside of a union. They're doing it single-handedly, and that's what puts them in a greater debt responsibility as we get older. If we can find a way to niche that earlier, and it comes with these programs, but the tax dollar for poor people don't go back into the community. It goes into another community. So as long as we have that, we're going to continue to struggle.
Well, it also goes back to what we talked about earlier about having broken homes. One of the most important parts of the American dream is having your own land and putting down roots. You know what I'm saying? And starting a family that way. But if we spread out all over the place, and then, where's our economic power that way? Yeah, we'll have 1 or 2 guys like Nick Cannon or what's his name? Yeah, Cam Newton. Yeah, they looking good, but what about everybody else trying to duplicate that? That's not.
Or even the older guys like Eddie Murphy. So the question we haven't asked tonight, like, what is the prognosis then for these kids? Like, what's going to be their life? Or how that wealth is going to be divided, because we don't know about how Cam or Nick, how they're going to divide that pot up. They may say, look, y'all ain't getting nothing. Y'all going to have to earn it the way we did. So they might. So what is then going to be their trajectory? Yes, I mean, you could say they have access to higher education than most. But, you know, as far as their ability to start families, because it's not obviously it's not going to be modeled. So then what is their, so we talk about the kids, but what is going to be their outcome, you know, for these kids growing up in this? I'm looking at Eddie Murphy's kids. Most of his kids are grown up. I think he's got one that I think he had with Mel B is probably his youngest. They seem to be somewhat functioning to an extent.
Married Martin's son. One of his daughters is marrying Martin Lawrence's son. They're marrying each other. They're not just shacking up; they're getting married. Right, so that's something, you know. I
hope so. I want the best for these kids. But I'm just saying, we're talking about the number of kids, or looking about again, what is going to be their outcomes when they turn 18 or whatever. When that's not even going to be a.
But can I ask you a question, on Mr. Bennett? Though,
sure.
Is their prognosis better than the inner city kids? 10 inner city kids from Mapuki who has 10 different baby mamas, right? They have options. We could at least say that they have more options than the average kid.
Well, yeah, I said. I mean, certainly, education, environment. I mean, certainly they're going to be in a
education. They have just more options because of the way they lived, the way that what's accessible to them, the opportunities that they have.
We're not disagreeing, but I'm just saying. But education, because again, for those inner city kids, also, again, what level of education are they getting? What access to opportunities are they? Are they getting? So again, we're not disagreeing.
No, we're in agreement. But what I'm asking you is when we use celebrities like Eddie Murphy or the other two guys, are we putting an undue burden on them because maybe they're a beacon that allows the kids under their purview to have better life than the masses? But do we blame them? Or you think that most people are following them, but they don't have the resources to actually do what those guys are doing? I'm thinking people have been doing that whether these guys exist or not. People are having kids with people who can't afford to have babies. And Eddie Murphy and Nick Cannon or Cam Newton are not the catalyst for that. They're not. Those things are happening whether they existed or not.
Right, especially if you go to other cultures where you're allowed to have multiple wives, or you know, forget 8, 10 kids, 20, 30 kids. I mean, it's that's a reality for some people. So I think a lot of our understanding on the subject certainly is coming from our own cultural purview, where you're used to the one man, one woman, children sort of model, but I recognize that's not right. That's not the world. There's other parts of the world that operate very differently that we would find odd.
And I'm thinking they're getting undue criticism because of their status, but they didn't create this thing.
Honestly, I think the criticism is coming from. I don't see a lot of it. I know Brother Hink was on earlier tonight, and I think he made some strong points tonight. I think a lot of this criticism is coming from women who just not, they're just not them, or they're not part of that. They'll never be part of that. And I think a lot of it's coming from you just want to bring somebody down because you would never be where they are. So
70% of them have babies by guys who can't even keep the lights on.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you a question. How much of the criticism between Cam Newton and Nick Cannon are actually coming from people whose lifestyle is not necessarily theirs? I'm thinking it's probably more poor people are projecting, their poor attitudes on their particular situation. You know what I mean?
I said it earlier, Lit. Is that it's projecting this kind of this de facto kind of I want to feel bad for them kind of sort of feeling.
Right.
Like I want to be offended for them, even though there's nothing to be offended about. These people who are in the situation are not offended. They're obviously not complaining. At least we don't hear any issues from the people that are involved in the situation. They want to be offended for these people, and they're projecting their own offense on it, either because they want to be offended for them, because they feel as though the offense is missing, the voice is missing, and they think that it should be. And how dare you not say something about the situation you're in? So because you're not saying something, I'm going to say something, sis. That's one. Or two, object jealousy, that they're not in that situation. Okay. Or three, the other one is the man, because he's a man. We already know men are held to a higher standard than women are. And what they don't understand is that they're putting their own foot in their mouth here. Because what they're saying here is that holding Cam and Nick's feet to the fire here and not holding another woman's feet to the fire here, what they're doing here is they're saying that because you're a man, I'm automatically expecting that you have a higher caliber of responsibility, which means I myself as a woman don't have the same level of caliber of responsibility or expectation for myself. They have no idea they're putting their own foot in their mouth there, but neither here nor there. So because you're a man and that you're rich and you have money, therefore you are automatically this de facto standard bearer. And therefore there's a higher expectation for you, which it shouldn't be. Over.
Let me ask y'all a question. I think everybody's talking about the men. Everybody's talking about the kids.
What about the women? Hello. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Come on, man.
Come on now.
How can we leave out now? How can we leave out the single most important piece of this thing that unlocks the whole kit and caboodle? You know what I'm saying? And I think that a lot of times, man, women like to speak out on behalf of other women. You know what I mean? And they use the kids as the scapegoat, you know, or point the finger and wag the finger at the men and say, those dirty men, they went out there and made all that money and they waved it in front of those women's faces and made them want to have babies by these rich men. You know what I'm saying? We already know what it is, man. We already know what it is. The women who are jealous are trying to project their longing onto these women, and these women hadn't even opened their mouths.
You pick up
They
that vibe
ain't
for
said
sure.
nothing.
Mm-hmm.
They ain't said nothing, but they want to get so bad. Think about it. When Simone Biles' husband was wearing her gold, her gold medal, who was yelling?
The women.
Who were yelling? Who was upset?
The women.
How dare you? You know what
How
I'm
dare
saying?
you?
Now the killer part about it is what they don't realize is that she let her whole family, you know, brothers, sisters, all of that stuff wear, you know, her gold medal. But as soon as her husband put that gold medal on, it was
Stolen
like
valor.
things came out. You know what I'm saying? Why do we do that, man? Why do we do that?
Don't say we.
What do you mean? I was about to say why?
Why do they do that? It's not
We're
we.
not doing that.
That's right, man. Don't include yourself in that. Why do they do that?
Stolen valor.
Simone Biles, because she puts backs on that stupidity all the time.
Yeah.
They talk about her hair, they do all that kind of stuff because it's a crab in the barrel syndrome. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
She's got a man, whether he's as successful or not, he's doing his own thing. But I think they generally have a relationship. I don't know how long it's going to last. I hope it lasts. I hope it lasts forever. But she loves that dude, man.
Right.
Now, I can't speak for him. I hope he doesn't do something stupid, right? And I'll put it on him because she ain't going to step out. So I hope he doesn't. But I mean, they could have something really special, and I think he loves her too. Because he didn't
Well, it
have
could
to.
be more special if folks just mind their business.
But people ain't.
I mean, that's
not
just
what we
mind your business. I mean, the fact that people can't be happy for another person's situation is
that's a black condition. That's one of the problems that Lit was talking about. But let's not say we.
I'm just trying to put a skirt on that thing, man. You know what I'm saying?
RP,
Because you know they
I
love
think-
to say y'all always picking on women, so I said we. You know
No,
to
RP,
make it
I'm
a little
actually
bit more
gonna-
palatable. You know what I'm saying?
I'm actually going to push back.
Are you? Okay, good.
I'm going to push back on you on that one. I don't disagree in the fact that you're wrong. I think it's the potency of where you're wrong at.
Okay.
Sure, it may be some there, but I think it's less about that and more about the fact that I don't think the women think that what she got, she should share with him. But everything a man has, he should share with her.
I don't disagree with that.
That's from time. That's been from time immemorial.
That's the fallacy. I agree with you, what you just said. And if Simone Biles is one of the women who's saying that is not true, then I think if she says, I got to take a hit for that, I'm going to let you know that I'm going to share everything that I have with that guy. Because as far as I'm concerned, that when I can, I'm going to take his last name, and I'm not going to be just Simone Biles. I'm going to be Simone Biles and whatever his last name is. I forgot what his last name is. You know what I'm saying? And she said that already. And a lot of women don't like that. I'll tell you this, boss man, I wouldn't marry a woman who wouldn't take my last name.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely not. No, my wife actually asked, I think, did she ask me that question? Oh, no, she didn't ask me that question in a serious manner. I think she just asked the question just to see my reaction. Yeah, she got a very adverse reaction from me on that one. Yeah.
You know what I noticed, man? I just noticed tonight, Hank said he getting married in the morning, right?
Right.
And all the fellas congratulated him. You know what I'm saying? Way to go, brother. You finally did it. You know what I'm saying? Again. And, and then you get a situations like Simone Biles and Keke Palmer, you know, trying to get back with they folks or whatever. And it's like the women's like, I wouldn't take him back and all this other stuff. And it's like women try to tear other women's happiness apart. Why is this, Mr. Bennett? Mr. Bennett, why do you think that is, man?
Well, we know they outnumber us. So I think there's a scarcity situation, and the fact that again fewer of them are married or will ever marry. So yeah, I think it comes from a point. I think it comes from a source of envy, and it's something that they will, you know, yeah. I mean, it's just as clear as that. Look to your left and look to your right. Go to any club, go to any gathering of women, go to your alumni banquet, go to your whatever, it's cackles of women. And I'm like, where the rings? Where the men? Where the husbands? It's just not there. So if I can't get one, I'm like Nino Brown. If I gotta go, I'm taking all these with me. You know what I'm saying? I think it's just as simple as that. But you're right. I mean, just the brotherhood here is what I love about this space. Now, you know, there's some guys who are like, look, I ain't on that married thing or whatever. It's dumb for guys to get married and whatnot. But we don't knock the brother who does. Look, I'll be there for you. I'm praying for him now. I pray for the rest of his life that you guys are happy, that you're healthy, and that you guys get to death. Whatever you want to do, I'm with you.
Right.
If you don't want to get married, I'm not going to force you to do so. But I think that's just what the brotherhood does, man. It's like, you know, we just support each other that way. But with women, it's more crabs in a bucket type of mentality, and you know, it's sad. But yeah, but I'm you know, I was, and I found out who he's marrying, so I was head over heels for that. I was like, oh wow, this is, you know, how great they look together, and you know, it's, you know, so I'm as happy for him as I could be. And one of the things I was hoping for in these spaces, we all started in this space about 4 years ago when we started gathering in this YouTube space. I was hoping that with all the discussions that were happening, with all those discussions that KS kicked off and having, that there would be this trend. Call me naive or whatever, but I thought a lot of these content creators, a lot of folks on these panels, that y'all be hooking up and getting married. Y'all talking the right stuff. And I asked her on a Tuesday, Talk Tuesday some time ago, like, I've seen a lot of these content creators, these trad wife, pick me, traditional values type of women. I'm like, yeah, y'all been talking for 4 years. Where's the ring? Where's the dude? Because I'm thinking guys will be knocking over, each other to get to you if you're the one who's supposed to be right. But are they marrying in mass? So when people in this space find each other and whatnot, I mean, I was optimistic that the level of conversations that we're having about what Rick's relationships work, real stuff that people go through, that would create an environment for people to get together. And so I still want more. I still want more of that. So who's ever listening here, I mean, I think all of us pro marriage here, and we want we're not. I don't think we're isolated. I don't think we're that exceptional. But we knew what we wanted, and we pursued that. So but I still want that. I want people. I want to, every week we should be so and so got together. They getting married. What's your marriage date? What's your marriage date? I still think that's possible here. But
there's
So-
still
so-
a level of cynicism that still circles and surrounds marriage in itself. And as it relates to men, I mean, I actually liked what I just saw a moment ago. All of us congratulate them, and I think people should see that more often. And what I see with women, yes, like what you said, and I was actually trying to point at our pain when with the crabs in the barrel mindset this way, is that is more applicable to the crabs in the barrel mindset. Is that when a woman sees another woman go in and lock her man down, so to speak, use that moniker. Yes, they end up saying, they have a sense of outward fake joy, the fake sisterhood crap, but then inside they hate or loathe that person. But then the other part is they almost get this mindset of, I want to destroy what someone else has because I don't have it. If someone else, if I don't have it, no one else can. Because it's not right that I didn't get it because I am better than that person. And they almost have a sense of masculine competition with one another that is unhealthy, and it's bred at an early age for whatever reason. I don't understand it. I haven't been on this earth very long. I'm only 34, but it's something about that where it's very toxic between them, and it's a masculine point. It used to be very jovial. It used to be a celebratory thing. And now they almost look at each other with a side eye. But the other thing is that they look at each other. Get this way. Get this. They look at each other and they say, you are a weak woman if you put one of these on and you submit to your man.
You're a slave.
You are a slave. You must be a slave. I'll tell you something that my wife told me the other day, or the other day and many other times. She says, you know something? She says, I love being able to say to other women, my husband. She says, I can't wait to
rub
my
it in their
husband.
face.
You see how they say, but you see how you say that, how they say that, right? Like who's the sister on the Thursday night show, Miss O.
Miss O.
I love the way she says it.
That's right.
Me and my husband.
Husband.
There's
a certain way that it's said.
Absolutely.
She said that she purposely, when she talks in the camera, she purposely talks with her left hand because the ring I got her, it's an $8,000, $9,000 ring. So she talks with it purposely, but she looks at that and she walks with the mindset of submission, and she doesn't understand why other women. I'm actually talking with her and trying to get her to understand that women have a problem with submission. They have a problem with the mindset of you coming to me and conferring with me before you spend something. They have a problem with you conferring with me before, like when she bought her new car, she called me to talk to me before she bought her new car with her own money. And women, whenever they hear her say that, they look at her funny. It's like, it's about respect. It's our money.
Mm-hmm.
It's about respect and decency and courtesy, because what you do affects this house.
Mm-hmm.
So they look at that as a sense of weakness. But what you don't understand is your femininity and your ability to submit is actually a strength, because you can get a heck of a whole lot more out of me if you realize the weight of this versus the bondage you think it is.
We talked about that a little bit on a grooming show last night. The difference between control and influence. A lot of women want to try to control, but they don't know how to use their femininity to influence, because it's the influence that then, especially if you got a good dude, that is what elevates. That's what forces the guys. Like, I got to step up.
Yeah.
And I think Arpain and I both, we've shared in the past how our wives, because I was asking them, like, how does your wife make you better? And just the way she carried herself, he changed how he did. I know I had to do a lot of growing also.
Mm-hmm.
So again, so I'm saying, so using influence, I think is a much more powerful agent if you want to get the best out of us rather than trying to control the situation.
Right. Nigel asked me a question. He says, do you share in the household work and 50-50 expenses? So I actually do percentage in my household. I make the bulk of the money in my house, and I always have. And so to go 50-50 in the finances would be unfair. So I believe in ecumenical, well, not ecumenical, but in equity and what is fair. So I pay 70%, or we do like 60-40, 70-30, depending on what things are. So when it comes to the mortgage, that's me. When it comes to the smaller items, that's her. It just really just depends on what the items are. The bigger things, that's me, because I make the lion's share. It just makes more sense for the expensive items and the things that are most expensive and most expensively cyclical. It makes more sense for that to be me. And the things that are relative to the kids, for that to be her.
Can I ask you a question just to follow up on that? Since you're talking about,
Sure.
If not now or in the future, if we were just to flip it, if it was reversed, how do you think that would impact, if at all, your relationship and obviously the roles that you carry? Could you handle that? If she made a significant amount more than you, would that affect the quality and nature of your relationship, and how would you navigate that?
Here's a preposition. Is it switching from what it currently is now and it flipped afterwards?
It could be either one. So it can, in the future, she may get, she says she's bringing in 30% now, but let's just say things go away and she finds an opportunity and there's an uptick and she's, gets on par, maybe exceeds, or at the time you met her, that she was on that, either if not making that kind of money or on the fast track to make it maybe faster than you were. Would that have affected your ability to get with her? Or if that changes in the future, do you think that would change your relationship?
Cool. So I answered the first one. So when we first got together, I actually didn't know this until after I bought my first house. She actually made more than me when we first met. We didn't know. I didn't know. We didn't ask. But it turned out that she actually made more than me. And I was not in a place where I could actually be of help or do anything at that point in time. I was just coming out of the military and a lot was flummoxed. Okay. But I quickly ended up actually making I quickly ended up making like 40, 50, 60,000 more than her pretty quickly. But I didn't actually know that I actually made more than her. She knew, don't know how she knew, but I didn't know. So that meant that she knew. Know. Yeah, no, that meant that she knew and she didn't care. Okay, so that was one component that made me say, this is the one. Okay. She was able to invest in me and pour into me and put into me, and I wasn't the wiser. Okay. I tell you a story when on our first date. I was always the chivalrous type. I always paid for everything. I never expect any woman to pay for anything. If I'm taking you out, I'm paying. That's how I always roll. So the bill came, and I quickly grabbed the bill, and she asked me. She said, "How much was it?" And I said, "Why?" And she says, "I just want to know." I said, "Okay, fine." Told her how much it was. She said, "Okay, cool. I'll tip her." And I said, "Okay, why?" And she says, "Because it just makes sense that if you bought, it just makes sense for me to tip." Okay. Now, I thought that was a fluke. So we went somewhere else again, and she did the exact same thing again. Now, this time I didn't, never, ever, even now that we're married, I never asked her to do this. And she always does that. That's been her mindset, is that whatever I do, she does the other component. And she does it willingly. Never do I ask, never do I want her to. It is just something that she has always done. And one day I asked her, why does she do this? And she says, because I wanted to show you that you don't ever have to ask me to have your back. I always do. I always have, and I always will. Okay. So that was point number 2 as to why I was certain as she would be the one. Okay. So that answers one of your questions. Now, let's say things were to flip in reverse. Okay. And let's say she were to make, because right now my benefits is providing her a way to go to school. So I'm in a way paying for her to go to school as well. So if her job were to provide her a way to make more than me, then I don't see where I would have a fundamental problem with it. In my mind, there would be, I'm gonna be honest with you, the ego part of me would have some issue because I want to always emulate someone that is a provider. I am going to always have that in the back of my mind. Okay. But outwardly, I cannot produce a torn ego because in some respects, that is more of a turnoff than a man that is fixed and sound and resolute. Okay. So we have to, in ways, keep that in check. To answer your question, the only time I would actually have a problem with that is if her attitude shows there's a problem with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
A lot of times women love to think that a man is so concerned with simply making more than you. I've always put it like this. I would like to be wanted than needed sometimes. We go through life as men constantly being seen for our wallets than wanted or needed for our hearts. We like being the wallet. It makes us feel good sometimes, but that feeling goes away just as fast as those 4 quarters did. It's very fleeting, like currency, like water. As soon as it passes, it goes. As soon as it hits sun, it evaporates, and as soon as it hits cold, it freezes. But it needs to be coupled with being wanted sometimes. Okay. Yeah. And I don't mind being wanted and not needed at times. Okay. And my wife has her own regimen that she maintains. She has her own expenses that she maintains. Yeah, on her wall of purses that she has a section that I bought for her, and she has a section that she has bought for herself. Okay, so I don't mind it, so as long as that attitude does not have a problem with that. Right. As long as that attitude stays in check, I ain't got a problem with it. I don't have a problem with a woman making more than me or a woman being on her game, because I'm a movement by myself, but we are a force if we can apply it together and work as a unison together. Because her and I, we have one account together, but we definitely have two separate accounts. I don't play that. Okay.
Right.
We have
Right.
our vision account, and then we have our two separate accounts because my money come to mine and her money go to hers.
Right. I got you. And I like the fact that you acknowledge, though, your ego, or that would be there, but it can be managed. If her attitude is right, then certainly yours would again accompany that. It would pair with that, so it wouldn't be the conflict. But that's a great story. I appreciate you sharing that, because honestly, I think a lot more people, especially in your millennial age bracket, I think a lot of people need to hear that. And I would just encourage you to share more of that, because I think that's a beautiful, especially because we're not going back to the 1950s. I say it all the time. We're not going back to that period. Women going to be making money. That's just going to be the real. But how can you coexist and make a functioning unit, a team that moves together?
Ask, how long you been married, boss man?
Since 2019, so that would be 5 years.
Going on 5 years. 5 years.
I would love to hear your story after 27 years and 37 years, if you're deaf, do your part, because the dynamic you and your wife are going to have is different than the one I have with my wife, kind of, because of what you just said. But I don't want to interrupt this thing, because I really don't like, and Mr. Ben, you said you've been married, you have 28 years, 27 years, 28 years.
This is my 28th season.
And you're looking forward to the future. And when I'm saying I have 37 years this last week, and I'm looking forward to the future as well. But the dynamics of what kept me and my wife together, maybe some of the stuff with Mr. Ben is kind of similar. But as a millennial, and your wife, right? Yeah, how does that project in 10 years from now, or 20 years from now, 30 years from now? The story you're going to tell is a little bit different, because your wife is productive. Not that my wife is not, but she's still working, I would imagine. And so what you just said about having a pot that's joint, having separate parts, like me and my wife, she has a bank account. I know about it, but I don't have any problem with that. But when we first got married, her 457 fund, I used that to buy the house that we live in.
Mm-hmm.
And when I said, well, when you cash out, because I'm retiring you, we're going to put your money to the house where there's no tax consequence. She didn't even ask to look at the paperwork. She says, where do I sign? And we're living in that house now. We raised our kids in it and all that kind of stuff. And I said, I'll take care of everything else after that. And that's what I've done. So the dynamics are a little different, because the mindset of women is a little different than for what you and what Mr. Bennett had. And so it'll be interesting to see. And so you'll see, hopefully you're not a unicorn. When people tell me that, man, 37 years, when I was younger, it was almost commonplace to hear people married for 30, 40, 50 years. And now when I tell people how long I've been married, they treat me like I'm something special. And it's a mixed bag, because I think it's sad that there's not more people like that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I do.
So it's good to hear, and hopefully for the blessings for you and your family, that you guys can carry on for a lifetime to death do you part. Because one of the things I realized is, when my grandmother and grandfather on my father's side, when one of them passed away, it wasn't long before the other passed away, because they were married for 50 years. So all the things they fought for living, after the one passed away, all of that stuff that was on the burden and all that stuff was on them, they said, it's no longer existing. I can go now as well. And so my grandfather passed away owning his own home, and being able to pass away knowing, and my grandmother the same thing. So I thought that was something that was kind of special, sad, but kind of special, that they birthed 260 people underneath them. you know, and then when they passed away, they had reference. And so I may not never have that kind of number, but I'm just happy to be part of that whole thing because I keep the family tree for my family. So your story is good. And I would say whatever you need to do to keep your marriage together and just do it. And it sounds like you're on the right track.
Yeah, we
Because I
definitely.
don't, you know, I mean, I like those stories. Like Trey Ferg, he's been married for a long time. Mr. Bennett was still trying to make Lit say, "Hey, man, go marry the chick
Listen,
who was talking to Cam Newton. You know, save her life, man. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead,
Go get
call
the
her up,
harp lady,
save her
Lit.
life.
listen.
You know what I'm saying?
I got one that's been on me all week long, man, and we had a
I'm
conversation
just
today.
there. I'm just having some fun, man. But
I hear
I'm
you.
glad to hear your story. That was a good story,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, and boss man, again, I like I said, I've shared in this panel. I'm very intentional about saying the year of marriage that I'm in, because what that does, it keeps me humble. Because again, I've known people recently, and we just don't know the big story with Judge Mathis breaking up with his wife. So there's nothing guaranteed in this world. So for me, I say I'm in my 28th season because it keeps me current. It keeps me focused on the here and now. And what it also does, it allows me to really take in when I hear from younger people like yourself. If I'm harping on, I've been married 27 years, I'm like, oh man, boss man, he's a rookie. You know, they haven't gotten their feet wet yet. They don't know what's going on. I got more years on it. I forgot more than they know. But the fact that I stay current, I want to listen to young views like yourself. I want to listen to fresh perspectives. Because also I got daughters. My youngest one is 21. So I have an interest in having an understanding of how, again, the millennials and zennials and what the Zers are thinking, and those who decide to do this, what they're doing. So again, I really appreciate, once again, you sharing how you guys move and what the thought process is. And I can take that all in, because for me, the only thing that matters is this year. The previous 27 mean absolutely nothing. So we again, from the present and then onward. So again, I just want to thank you again and just edify you and just say keep doing what you're doing. And
I appreciate you guys, because I'm gonna tell you something. I need to see, you know, either the single men who have wisdom, like Lit over here, there we go, on this side, and then the married men also, who have, you know, the same wisdom as well, because um, it offers a space of like-minded men as well. So that's why I was thrilled to be, you know, part of the family as well. I was thrilled to tell my wife that as well. I was trying to, when I went upstairs, I was trying to keep it together, and then after I said, then I smelled right. But it offers a space of like-minded people. It offers a space to be able to share these things as well, but it also glean something from different perspectives. I was telling Lit in the backstage, before we got here, was that this is not an echo chamber for me. I don't agree with every last one of you guys, nor do I agree with everything you're saying, different perspectives, whatever. But iron sharpen iron. Okay?
Yes.
And I can definitely learn something from every one of you at different times. I will tell you guys something that you guys may find interesting. How we met. We met on blackpeoplemeet.com.
There you go.
Wow.
There you go.
And the funniest thing is that she was going to delete the app that night that I messaged her. And when I saw her picture, I look, you may not believe it looking at me, but I do not, I don't think highly of myself at all. I'm not the person that walks into the room like, yeah, I'm gonna get the chick. That's not how my mindset is.
Right.
And I don't think most men are that way. We've shot a few shots before and probably got shot down before.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So I decided this night that I was going to shoot my shot. And I just knew this girl was not going to respond back to me at all. I just knew it. No way. Ain't no way in hell. Me pull that. Yeah. Right. Man, was I wrong? Was I freaking wrong? I told look, I said if I'm gonna get that. I think I must have wrote it down somewhere. And I said if I get that, I'm gonna be in trouble, and I was in trouble ever since. So, but when she hit back, I was like, yo, we got to meet immediately because I've been catfished before, and we are not going through this trash. So, met her that week and put face to name, and we've been together ever since. So, now to the topic of the conversation, I am a stepfather. And stepfather to 11 and 7. Well, no, not now. When we met,
right.
The children were 11 and 7. Now they're 19 and 15. And now, of course, I have my youngest son. He's 2. So that's my first biological. And then the other 2 from previous marriage. So I did see a little difference between that situation as opposed to the normal that you would normally see. Okay. And coming out of one situation, a divorce, from another, yeah, you bet your ass, I most certainly talked to him, her ex-husband, and I talked to her to understand what happened. Because yeah, it's a situation for sure. And I can wholeheartedly say that it was not a situation of norm where she filed because she wanted to. He said that. He messed up. He left. He did not want to follow, to take responsibility, and he did not want to come back and fix the issues that either they created or that he initiated or that he left unresolved. I got that from him. Because I wasn't going to go into a situation unsure, uncertain. And for the life of me, I don't understand why he would not want to go back and fix what was messed up between the two of them. I don't understand why. And sounds like to me he regrets that decision too, because the version that I got of her, he asked her, why does he get my wife's name 2.0? And she was like, well, if you had done right and decided to come back, you would have gotten me. So I got a chance to meet him. He and I was very cordial because obviously I wanted him to spend time with his son. And I don't ever want to be the kind of person who does not, who wants to be, who gets in the way, basically, of a father and a son. We ain't doing that. So no, you can come spend time with your son anytime you want to. So yeah, do that. And she supported that and wanted him to do that. So when I saw that, also that was check number 3. She has no problems with a man coming and spend time with his son. I mean, I'm talking like when he got off work, come to the house that I was at, my house, and just read him a bedtime story and leave. I found that important. And I'm not going to get in the way of that. Come and see your son anytime you want to. So these are the signs and symptoms that I saw that made me say this one right here is different than what it is I'm seeing.
Yeah.
So,
awesome.
You know what?
Shout out to Eda Man Williams, stepdads for the wins.
Stepdads for the win. I see you, Eda Man. You know, here's the thing. What I just realized, boss man, certain people will bring out certain things in you. You know what I mean? And I think that's the whole inspirational part that I think a lot of people miss. My thing is this: if you get with a woman, you make sure she brings out the best in you. You know what I mean? And not the worst in you. Because some people will push your buttons, and the next thing you know, you saying something or doing something that you ain't proud of. So that's why it's very important to make sure if you do decide to get married, is to make sure that you get somebody who brings out the absolute best in you. And I think that's very important. I think that's one of the reasons why most guys shy away from getting married is because they don't know the difference. You know, they assume that all women move the same way. When we just sit up and we talked about, no, they do not. You know what I mean? And I think that's probably the reason why Cam, you know, has never been married before, is because he can't tell the difference. So he just said, you know what, since I can't tell the difference, I'm just gonna have me some kids and slide that off to the side. But I think he's missing a portion of that comes with having a happy mother for the child as well too, and having a happy wife as well. You know, there's certain components that go into that a lot of times people don't know how to describe or explain. But at the end of the day, once the kids are all grown, you don't want to be the old guy in the barbershop turning the lights out because you left out the most important part of your life, which should have been your wife. You know what I mean?
But let me
Kids
ask
come
you a
and
question,
go.
Lid.
Go ahead.
Do you blame do you blame Cam Newton for not having an issue being a stepdad?
Here's the thing. I blame Cam Newton for not putting in the work. And I'm gonna tell you why.
Okay.
Cam Newton put in the work for everything else he did in life. He put in the work to be the best athlete. You know what I mean? He put in the work to be the best father. So my thing is, how come he didn't put in the work to be the best husband? You know, those are some of the questions that we really have to ask ourselves, and and stop, being afraid of saying, hey, you know what? Since I can't tell the difference, I'm not gonna marry him. But you're gonna have babies by him? Help me make
No.
that make sense.
Can I make sense of that as a married
Sure.
man?
Go ahead.
I think that, I think it's so easy for the rest of us to obligate a man who can lose everything in the American court system
Right.
to try to follow some social moray. Because if he marries this woman, she could destroy him. I mean, it's not that she could just take a little bit. It's not that she could just take some. She could actually destroy a man. Why would a guy who has all the shit that he worked his whole life for put that online for a woman?
Well, maybe he
don't agree
shouldn't.
with no. Well, what I'm saying, I don't agree with that. Having a baby with a woman is a natural thing, regardless of all the social mores and the laws and all that kind of stuff. Men throughout history have been having babies with women. I know it sounds crazy, but let's just get back to the basic nature of men and women that God intended. He didn't talk about governments. You can go through he didn't talk about all the stuff that we hold dear. He didn't talk about culture. He didn't talk about anything. He talked about biology. You're a man, you're Adam, you're a woman, you're Eve. Get together and be fruitful and multiply. He didn't say about politics. He didn't say about taxes. He didn't say about tariffs. He didn't say anything about that. So all I'm just trying to say is that he's forgiven men, he's forgiven kings who had men killed for the Bathsheba and all that kind of stuff. All I'm just trying to say is, if we go back to basics, men and women, we're biologically bound to be together as any other natural mammal under the aegis of nature. We try to fight that, but it's not true. We always default to our natural instincts. We just do, and we can argue all the other stuff that we want to. Men who are men who are naturally healthy want to have sex with women, and women who are naturally healthy have a biological imperative to have children. And all I'm just trying to say is that when at 24, if 70% of women have kids at 24, it's not uncanny that a man looking for a wife may have to be a stepdaddy based on the conversation we're supposed to be having tonight. So all I'm just trying to say is there's a social construct to this. There's a biological construct to what we want to discuss. And then there's our personal feelings about the issue. And I'm trying to say is, as we have this conversation without malice, without judgment, forget about, we're going to have judgment. I understand that. But let's look at the brass tacks of how we are as humans. as we as humans, when you put, and I'm gonna end it here. I'm gonna end. When you put females in a male prison, why would anybody be surprised that the men could seduce those women to give them weapons, food, and all that kind of stuff? Because that's what men do. When you put men in women's prisons, why would anybody be surprised that those men would extort sex from those women for extra socks and food and all that kind of? That is because when you put men and women, no matter what the penalty is, we're gonna be busting those cheeks. That's the way we're wired. It is, and we could say, why would a slave bust down the madam, the white woman, by being boiled in oil if he got caught? If the baby comes out brown, why would he do that? And how many guys actually did that? So all I'm just trying to say is we keep trying to discount our natural instincts as human animals because of our nature. I'm telling men, stop apologizing for wanting to bust down women. We should stop apologizing. Our discipline comes from the consequences, not from our natural nature. When you understand the consequences, you'll make just different decisions. So I'm just saying, the older I'm getting, the more I realize that we act on culture, we act on biology, and we act on social constructs that's given to us. But our natural instinct is to be together with women if you're healthy as a man. And as women, why would a woman actually give a baby to some asshole who can't even pay his rent? Why? Why would she let that guy raw dog her if he can't even pay the rent? Because the rent doesn't matter. Because her natural instinct is when this guy seduces her, she abdicates her womb. And we don't want to adjust that. The woman is responsible for her womb. You know why we understand that? Because in the courtroom, we understand that if a man takes a woman without her permission, he's going to jail. Not on the local level, on the state level, on the federal level. The woman have to abdicate their womb to a man, no matter what he says. She's responsible for for letting him stick the tip in. But we keep trying to get away from her agency. I'm just tired of it. Let's just go back to, if we had conversation, I'm gonna end it here. If we had conversations based on the basic nature of men and women, then we could have better conversations. Because we stop making excuses for why men fail and why women fail. Because God ordained that no matter how stupid we get, no matter how religious we get, no matter how whatever laws we put in there, you put men and women in the same proximity, we're banging their asses out. And they want it. And they want it. We could talk all this bullshit we want. Men and women are meant to mate together, just like every other animal on this God's kingdom.
Hey guys, I gotta run. RP, that was a mouthful for sure. Since you brought up God, the only thing I'll say to that is you talk about social construct. If you want to go there, the social construct came before the sex.
How?
Because in this good it says again, for this reason a man shall leave his mother and father and cleave to his wife. So we didn't come up with the social construct. That urge is definitely there, no question. But that social construct was also part of the deal.
No, I
So
hear you. But why
so
did Eve
that's my only pushback on everything you said.
why
Yes,
why did Eve have sex with the snake? Why did Eve?
I didn't read that. I didn't read that part, but
Why did Eve
I'll
get
follow.
seduced by the
I'll
snake?
get the other version. Show me the version where that happened. I didn't get that part.
Well, because you brought up the Bible like I did, why did Eve get seduced by the snake? And then she went to that simp, Adam, and said, listen, man, you know what? I got bust down by this asshole. And he says, listen, if you bite this apple, you're going to understand everything I understand. And like a simp that he was, he bit it, and then the rest of us have to go through the shit that he went through instead of telling, hey, Eve, you fucked up.
Hey, share that Bible version with me where they talk about the serpent bust down Eve. Show me that. I haven't read that version yet, but show me that. But listen, guys, I really got to run. I got a daughter to move in her last year at college. All right, so we're almost at the end. I move her in this weekend. And so we're definitely looking forward to that. But again, guys, I'll share just as Coach Ferg says. Again, I started off the show. I'll end it this way. If you're 40 and up, 50 and up, get those exams. I had my annual exam today. Numbers are looking good. Drop my cholesterol down. Get that digital exam. Stop fighting it. Stop fronting it. Get everything that you need to get to make sure that you stay healthy and that you're there for those who come after you. So again, guys, brothers, take care of yourselves.
Yo, before you leave, tell us what you did to get your cholesterol down.
I just stay consistent. I train hard. I still train the way I did at 30. So I'm safe, but I train with high intensity. I stay consistent with my diet. I keep sugars and refined foods now. I still eat meat. I'm still a meat eater. I'm a high fat guy. I'm almost like sort of like a keto type of guy, but again, plenty of nuts, fruits, vegetables, protein. And I just stay consistent with that, but not a lot. I give myself 1 day a week pretty much to have anything I want. And it's crazy because even on those days, it's not like I binge out on anything. Like me, a small piece of cake is enough. I don't need to go and just eat a whole box of donuts or some crazy stuff like that. So again, satiation comes more when you just stay. So again, stay consistent. Don't get into a season when you're working out and then you just take 2 or 3 months off and don't work out at all. Stay on a routine. But my numbers have dropped the last 5 years. My doctor's looking at it. It's just dropped. Like I said, this last one, 17-point cholesterol drop, and my weight has been consistent over the past 5 years also. So again, but consistency. I can't say that enough. We get into our emotions and stuff. We get in and out of stuff. Don't get off. Even when I go on vacation, we make sure that we find a place that has a good resort, that has a good gym, and we get it in just as hard there as we are when we're at home, both my wife and I. And she's crazier than I am because she'll get up at 6 a.m. and do a spin bike for an hour. Wow. So we just take our health at this point.
I want you to give us some context to how you did it.
It's just, I mean, these days, it starts with a mindset. Your health, as you get older, your health becomes your wealth. And so we guard that, but also staying fit. Health and fitness, they're separate things. Fitness is your ability to do tasks. So I train hard so I can do this move over the weekend because I'm carrying 50-pound suitcases up 7 flights of stairs most likely. So I get in shape so I can do these things, these everyday tasks that, if I didn't have the strength and size that I do, every man should be able to just ask yourself this, guys. If you had to pick up say your wife got hurt, there's a fire or something like that, could you pick up your wife and carry her out bodily? If you can't do that, seriously think about again, that strength that, getting your strength level up. So again, you need, because it's not to say that you want to be just walk around like I'm strong all the time, but when you need it, it's there. So I put a premium on, again, fitness and strength, keep my bone structure strong, stay strong altogether, eat consistently, and eat one ingredient foods. Don't eat too many casseroles. If the box has 20 different ingredients on it, if you're gonna eat bacon, for me, just eat the bacon. I don't eat turkey bacon. I don't eat bologna. I don't eat anything that's got 20 ingredients on it. You know what I mean? If it's got a word that I can't pronounce, keep it out of your diet. But just stay consistent, and again, get the work that some of you guys are overdue for your colonoscopies. Get your colonoscopies done. Get your exams done. Get all that stuff. Because I'm tired. I've lost over the last few years. I've lost brothers who are younger than me. And a lot of that's just due to health reasons that could have been avoided. And I'm just tired of seeing that. So I just want guys, again, take care of yourselves so you can be here for the people who need you. So with that, gentlemen, have a great weekend and continue this conversation. I know it's going to get good with Eda Man and Sean Bolden coming in, so I'll definitely continue to be listening. So I'm going to definitely be listening in. But you guys have a great weekend. Love you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett.
Yes,
Thank you,
sir.
Mr. Bennett, for your words. Thanks.
Appreciate you. Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. Eda Man, Sean Bolden. Put your hands together.
Good evening.
Eda
What's
Man,
up,
What's up,
brother?
I know
Sean?
you've
What's
been
up,
listening,
Eda,
man.
man? What's happening? What's up,
Eda
gentlemen?
Man, I know you've been listening, man. What's your perspective, sir, on the conversation that we're having tonight?
So this conversation went. Y'all can hear me good? Yep. So this conversation I went 1,000 places, right? I guess I would try to work my way back. The first thing I was hearing R. Payne was talking about is natural for a man to be locked up to desire a woman. And then he asked the question, why do a woman desire a man without money? Because it's natural for them to desire something that their eyes desire outside of the money part, right? So when we see, I know when we see a Nick Cannon or we see that, you don't understand that these guys are typically specimens from a body point of view that is desirable for the women. So I know we want to make it all about money, but they desire that. They don't fantasize. They don't seen these people on TV. They don't seen Cam Newton, quote unquote, acting like he's Superman. Pulling his, playing with men on a football team, making it look small. I know y'all might not like it that way, but that's the truth. So these women, the desire or fantasy of being with these men is more than just money. I know we want to paint it that way, right? I don't want to be long-winded. I was listening kind of what Boss Man was saying. He was saying, I think the stepdaddy usually have the most power because the mother have custody of the kids. So typically the stepdad, truthfully and honestly, from my perspective, actually spend more time with the kids than the biological father. I was saying that Boss Man was saying that his children father can come over his house any time of the night, put him to bed, all that kind of stuff. I don't think that's realistic in most people's situation. I don't think fathers have access to that. So that's just a whole different spin upon that. But I really think when you really start thinking about baby daddy boundaries, I really see the stepdaddy actually having more power than the actual baby daddy. And I'm not talking about somebody who's just sleeping with a woman. He's not a stepdaddy. I'm talking about a stepdaddy is someone who's married to that woman. And if she got custody of that child, he usually have way more power than the actual physical father. So I know y'all covered a lot, but I tried to keep it under a couple minutes. So we got the conversation.
Thank you, sir.
I can tell you from my perspective. For me, I had a lot of power coming into this as a newly minted stepfather with 11 and 7. However, I only had that power, one, because my wife, then girlfriend, fiance, then wife, but my wife permitted that power to be granted because of respect that was provided, allotted, respect for me. Okay. One of the things that I required, because the first house that I ended up buying, I obviously moved them into that house. I required that respect in order for that to work. If that respect was not granted, that was not going to work. That wasn't going to be a conducive situation, obviously. And I think the key there is, I think you're right. The key there is that if she, the woman or the mother, if she cannot garner that respect from the kids to that stepfather, and then emulate that respect from herself to that would be stepfather, it's going to be problematic. So the only way that would have worked is if the way that it did, in that she showed me respect and therefore it emulated downward to the kids to provide me that same level of respect. Go ahead.
Yeah. So it's a rule. If I control the woman, I control the kids, right? So if you control the woman, you have control over the kids. And typically, the stepdaddy have more power. That was the point that I was making. But you're right.
Yeah.
No man should get in a situation that she's not yielding her kids and she decided that she's going to do what she want to do. She's not marriage material. She shouldn't have been in a marriage in the first place. So you're right.
Sean Bolin, welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. How y'all doing tonight?
Pretty good. How's your family, man? How you doing, man?
Everybody's well. Everybody well. What up, though? What's up? Everybody's well. My daughter just got engaged last Saturday. My mother's birthday was yesterday.
Right on.
Thank you. And so I'm in a different space right now because of these things. And I had a conversation about this topic yesterday. Not the topic, I'm sorry, about Cam Newton specifically and the Dr. Bryant. And Bennett said almost identically what I said, which is that to hurt people who are afraid of marriage or afraid of having a relationship for whatever traumatized them. And their fears is what they're speaking to. So they're kind of like trauma bonding or being empathetic to one another because they're one and the same. You know, the difference is she was trying to, well, not she was trying, she pointed out a lot of things to him, but in fairness, she admitted that she was still growing and still learning to cope with her trauma as well. She had a lot of I, me, I in her conversation, which is never good for a relationship, in my opinion. And so I think she was the epitome of what Cam is afraid of. And it showed her opportunist desires and ways showed as she continued to talk. And as Cam is sitting there across from her, he's identifying and really understanding you are the person that has me in the position or the mentality of not believing in the institution of marriage, although I believe in being a father and a family man. And so that's kind of what I saw as the conversation continued. She made some valid points to his fears. She pointed out a lot of his fears. She pointed out a lot of things that could be that he could work on. But she also needs to work as well, as what I saw. So to that. And in addition, that's what we value. Like Payne was saying a few minutes ago, if you value money, then marriage is a scary thing. If your business and your money is something that is a priority, and the one of the biggest priorities, which I believe it should be in a lot of cases, especially if you made it, then it will be something that you're afraid of. It will be something that is concerning to you, because the same way women are afraid that all men want them for their cookies, men who are fluent feel like all women want them for their finances. So it's an unfortunate reality that we're dealing with, but nonetheless, it's a reality that exists.
You know what, Sean? I just thought about something, man. Either man, go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and let you finish your thought. Go ahead.
I respectfully disagree with Sean. I think we give excuse for men to say the reason he don't value man is because this mystical woman out there. No, he don't value marriage because he don't see the value in marriage. It have nothing to do with the women. Men that choose to get married are totally different. So yeah, like this guy just don't value marriage. It wasn't this woman or a woman like her is the reason he did not get married. He can have access. He can have access to these women and get everything that he wants without getting married. So it have nothing to do with this woman and how these women are moving, because he don't have to choose those types of women.
Well, what's interesting is I never said it had anything to do with women. I said he doesn't respect the institution of marriage, and that doctor is the epitome of why.
No, you. If I'm just make sure I heard you correctly, you said she was an example of what he was scared of to be get married. So he was making it as the woman was the reason.
So I was saying that's what I'm saying. You definitely. What I said specifically and directly is she was the type of woman Not that he was afraid of all women. He obviously isn't, because he has children with a lot of women that he's comfortable with. He's afraid of marriage. And the reason why he's afraid of marriage is because of the characteristics that she started showing throughout the conversation, is what I'm saying, which is an opportunist characteristic as opposed to a nurturing characteristic. He's not afraid of a nurturing characteristic. He's afraid of the opportunist characteristic, which exists pretty prevalent.
Well, that's what I'm disagreeing with. It is not women like her to make him that's optimistic is why he's afraid of marriage.
I didn't say optimistic. I said opportunist. Yes, it's opportunist.
No, I'm telling you, the reason that Cam Newton don't want to get married is not because of women like her, because he showed in his dating and choosing his baby mothers, he have chose women that are not like her. So we can't say that he went out and chose all these baby mamas who's not opportunists like her, and then say the reason he don't want to get married is for this woman that he's not choosing. Did that make sense?
Well, first off, not really, because first off, one of the first women that he had a child with did reflect opportunist characteristics, and that scorned him and traumatized him in the same way that she has been scorned by men who she was in a relationship with, the 4 men who she turned down. They had characteristics that scorned and traumatized her. So my point is that they're both traumatized and afraid because of the characteristics that they dealt with. Not saying that all women have those characteristics, and he will say the same. That's why he hasn't specifically. He's not against the women. He's against the institution of marriage because he's protecting his finances and his business.
No, he's against the idea of having one woman. Listen,
no, he's not.
Well, because let me elaborate what I'm saying. Him going out and having babies by multiple women and paying child support or supporting those child, saying that he have no problem giving these women money. So if you look at all the women that he's giving money, it's not about the money. It's about him actually being tied down to one woman. So we have. Oh, go ahead, Sean.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Continue.
So what we have seen is Cam Newton, Nick Cannon are 2 of the same. They don't want to be with one woman. They don't want to be tied down in a marriage to one woman. They want to have the ability to be able to have sex with multiple women and have kids by multiple women, which both of these men have said.
I can't entirely agree with that. Only they said they have multiple women. I get that, but Nick Cannon, for example, I don't know too much about Cam, but Nick Cannon actually waited to get married before he had sex with Mariah. He waited to have children. He did everything that traditionally we're supposed to do, and it burnt him. And so moving forward, he said, I'm not going to do that again. I'm going to provide as I always have wanted to. I want to provide for my families. I want to provide for the women who have my children, but I'm not going to be tied down in a traditional manner that I just don't think makes sense for me and what I want.
But you just proved my point. Go ahead. Lost in translation.
No. Well, I wanted to interject something, and I want to bridge the 2 ideas together. You know what I'm saying? Think about it, man. When guys were growing up, one of the things they told him, go out and get you a bunch of girlfriends or whatever. So he's enacting on what he was raised on. You know what I'm saying? Get you a bunch of girlfriends. If you take a woman like the doctor,
I'm a PhD.
She was told, get your money up, go to school, so you don't need no man. So what we're watching is those 2 ideologies being played out. She's shaming him for saying, how dare you have sex with all these women, all these kids all over the place. And in turn, he was like, you can't tell me anything because you ain't married or don't have no kids. So I think the antithesis of this particular situation is that she is thinking about, hey, you know, I'm on some kind of journey, always on some kind of journey, man. My thing is this: at some point, you need to know who you are, and waiting until you're 50 years old to figure that out biologically is not going to work in your favor. Okay. Now, with Cam's side, you got to look at it like this: he's thinking, if I spread my seed out amongst all these other women, that's going to make me more of a man. But in essence, in his particular situation, all of his kids stay with him. He can raise them or whatever. But at the same time, the women that they're with also are being neglected. So not only are you not a good husband, you know what I'm saying? You're a average father at best. You see what I'm saying? True enough, you can probably afford your kids a little bit more things than the average person, but at the end of the day, it's the ideologies that play out between men and women that we see today, which cause this dichotomy that we watch between them in the interview. Does that make sense?
It makes a lot of sense.
I think it makes a lot of sense. I mean, you're right. Listen, you know, we gotta stop. We just need to stop acting like these women are innocent bystanders in the decisions that they make. They're the ones who have to carry a kid to term. They're the ones who have to go through all the risks of death and everything. You know, so it's easy for a man to just go have sex with a woman and just bust her ass down and do a raw dog ejaculation. But it's a woman who has to go through everything. So for us to sit there in our arrogance to think that that's just something that they don't have to think about. Carrying a kid for 9 months, having a baby for some asshole who can't even afford to give you a chicken dinner, right? As opposed to having a baby from a man who can actually support you and the kid. These women are making calculations, right? Not enough of them are, because we already know, based on Medium Man, that 77% of women at 24 years old have a kid from somebody else.
But we understand that. How did that
well,
plug
hold
into
on, let me finish.
talking about?
I'm gonna shut up real quick.
Time you said it.
It's so easy to destroy men and take agency away from women. Their womb belongs to them. The fact that they don't understand how to guard it is not a failure of man. It's a failure of their mothers, their aunts, and everything else. They're supposed to protect their virtue. When I was young, there was a lot of women who protected their virtue. And they understood that if a man wanted you, he had to put something up. And something up was marriage. Right. So right now in 2024, women are giving sex to bums as if they're feral hogs in a goddamn wilderness. Right?
Wait a minute.
I mean, this
Wow,
is they're having babies by assholes who they don't like. They don't love. We try to sugarcoat it.
You said it like
in the
5
court of
times.
law in American court of law, that if a man takes a woman without her consent, he's going to jail. And so
the fifth time. I promise you.
The same thing that's true in the goddamn wilderness, in the courtroom, is true in the wilderness, in the bedroom. We gotta stop taking agency from women and blaming it on men. We gotta stop that bullshit. Women understand your box belongs to you. You can't just keep talking about my body, my choice when it comes to deleting babies. You got to say your body, your choice based on everything. So we got to stop that. Wait, no, man, you got to. I don't want to hear none of this.
We came up here. I promise you.
Bullshit. You know,
like,
listen.
I feel like I'm in the Matrix. I promise you.
If my daughters came to me talking about they're pregnant, I wouldn't blame the man. You open your legs for some fucking asshole, and you got pregnant. That's your fault, woman. Nobody could put their tip in unless you let them, and we keep giving them fucking women a pass. Because, he seduced me and all this bullshit. You don't have to. When I was young, women said no to men all the time. I'm tired of hearing this bullshit. Listen, hey, women, you don't want to have a baby by some fucking asshole. Don't give them no pussy.
Pain is very passionate.
No, I'm serious. Why we keep blaming men for every goddamn thing?
Well, Pain.
Readers, but
we heard that. I promise you.
Either man, I don't disagree with you, but stop trying to fucking put bullshit on men.
Well,
did I put
Payne,
on men? Hold on, Sean.
Who belongs to
One
you?
second,
I'll
Sean.
shut up after this. If
What
you
did I
want me
put
to
on
get over
men?
here lit, I'm different. I'm just so tired of men taking the fucking lion's share of women open their fucking legs to some asshole.
Who did
Getting
that?
baby. You know, listen.
Who did that?
I have
Conversation.
2 daughters. My wife,
Gonna say it again.
10 years to have 2 kids. She had miscarriages and everything. Why would you do that to some fucking guy who can't even pay the rent? Why would you do that? You know what I'm saying? So we have a
Are you all right,
natural, we have
Payne?
a natural inclination, and we
I'm
have
trying to
a
figure out
natural.
who said these things that our pain is saying because it literally, if I was to rewind and take back, sometimes when I talk to our pain, I feel like I'm in the Matrix. He said that whole soliloquy before me and Sean start talking. Me and Sean moved the conversation to somewhere else.
Man.
He went.
Man. I'm not
If
talking about
anybody telling
trees,
you the truth,
man. I'm talking about in general. You're talking. This conversation about you and Sean is a good one. I'll grant you that.
Can
But
we
what
move
I'm saying
that
is
way?
that we're putting a narrative out in the
Who
universe
is
that
we?
women don't have
Who
any
is we?
agency over their bodies.
Who is
Women
we?
have agency over the decision who let a man in.
Well,
You
I
know,
will say this.
the court of law in the United States says that a woman has the right to first refusal who sticks the tip in. If I'm in the law, if I'm in the courtroom,
I'm telling you, I promise
if I'm
you,
in the courtroom, the woman says that guy took it without my permission,
you're
and
going to
even if
jail.
he's busting it down, he still has to get some kind of affirmation before he finishes.
One
If
thing I
that's
think
true,
we all
if
can
that's
agree
true
on.
in the courtroom, that's true in the bedroom. We as men should stop acting like we own a woman's womb. We don't.
One
And so
thing I think
all
we
this
all can agree
bullshit.
to.
You know what? Listen, I'm not going to say anything after this. I'm just so tired of men giving me all of this fucking bullshit. Women,
Wow.
if a woman
Put
wants a
your name on
baby,
it.
she's going to
Who?
have one. If a
Who
woman
though?
wants a baby, if I'm a man and I get a woman pregnant, she has a decision of whether she wants to get rid of it or keep it. If I'm a man who wants it and she wants to get rid of it or keep it, it's her choice. You know, we should stop with these conversations about why men are responsible for every fucking thing. We could be leaders. You know what? I lead my household. But you know what? Why it makes me have a 37-year marriage? Because I understand I don't control every fucking thing. I don't. We don't control everything as leaders. If you're a good leader, you understand you don't control every goddamn thing. You don't. That's not the way it's supposed to be.
Well, Payne.
You know what? I don't know why. You know what? It's the wine. It's the alcohol.
Only thing we can
You know,
control.
it's
Only
alcohol,
thing we
whatever
control.
it is.
Payne. Only thing we can control is our emotions, and you got triggered as hell about this subject, and you usually do. So I say.
Let's go, Sean.
What we were saying earlier.
It's your fault, Sean. I'm blaming that shit on you. You know what?
I'm sorry. I'll say sorry right now.
Pain, before you took off, we were talking about how the attorney was 41 years old and didn't have any children yet.
She should shut the hell up. She don't know what the hell she's talking about. How are you going to be a spinster and tell a man what he's going to do with his dick?
Hey,
come on. And the fact that we entertaining this fucking chick makes me mad. Let me say this. I'm gonna shut up for that. I'm a PhD. I'm having fun. Let me just say this. Every goddamn woman who is told that when you're in your 20s, enjoy life, go ride the cock carousel and all this other bullshit. When they get 30, they start talking about fucking trauma. We're on the social media, and they all talk about trauma, and all of their trauma ends at the tip of a man's penis.
These hoes ain't loyal. You gotta find somebody.
And much of our trauma ends in the
back of a
vagina.
vagina.
Yeah,
Back of a
That's
vagina.
bullshit.
There you
Let
go.
me ask you a
What's
question.
good?
Let me know. Wait,
What's the
I'm gonna
truth?
stop here.
Listen,
You
hey.
guys just said some bullshit. That's not
in
true.
fairness, you're right. You're right.
Let
A
me
lot of our
just say this.
trauma.
How many men?
Wait, Pain.
How many
In
men?
fairness, you're right. In
How many
fairness,
men
you're
on
right.
the internet said I got too much bars?
Well,
How many men?
Pain.
Let me
In fairness, you're right.
ask you
A
a
lot of
question.
our
How
trauma
many men
comes
on
to
the
the back of
internet
our
are
wallets.
crying? No, Sean, you said something. How many men on the internet start crying? Oh, God damn it, I got too much pussy. Oh, shit, I don't know what to do next.
A lot.
That's
They don't say it in those
bullshit.
words.
Come
They
on.
don't say it in those words.
Let me tell you when
I'm
they hear
done.
it. Let me tell you when you hear it. You hear year 10 in his marriage. When now he's struggling that he got to be committed to one woman because he done went out and slept with 50 different women before, and he don't understand how one woman is supposed to be enough for him. So this idea that dudes can go out here and they can just sleep with whoever they want to, go get 250 bodies, and then he gonna get in this marriage.
How
And
many
he
men
gonna have
do
no
we hear
trauma. Hold
talking
on.
about that
Our
stuff?
pain, we let you talk.
How
Listen,
many
we
men
let you
do
talk.
we hear talking about stuff? Let me tell you this. Women don't want men that don't have experience. They say it all the time. Anton Daniels had a 50-year-old virgin on one of his podcasts. And every woman on that podcast told him, I wouldn't touch that fucking guy with a 25-foot pole
That's because
because
they got
I don't
experience.
want to teach a man the ways about a woman's body. Go look it up. All I'm
But
just
listen,
trying to say
but you
is
gotta
you guys
understand
is just
that's because they
listen,
have
men are
experience.
responsible.
If
Listen,
you
I'm
take
not
two
advocating.
people,
I'm not.
if you
I'm
take
gonna
two
shut up
people
after
with
this,
no
man.
experience,
Let me
listen,
just say this. I'm gonna shut
we
up. I'm not
let
gonna
you
say
say
no.
it for like 30 minutes, and you say you're
Men
gonna shut
are
up and you keep talking.
responsible. Men are leaders, but we don't control everything. This we supposed to control everything is
I
such
control
a
everything.
misnomer.
I control everything.
Well, you think you do. That's why
Yeah,
you
let me
think.
keep
That's
saying
why
that,
you're
though.
gonna be surprised at some point in your life. We don't control everything. We can still be
Everything.
leaders. Great leaders understand when to follow.
I heard that part. I
Great
control
leaders
everything.
understand when to delegate.
There's
Great
nothing in
leaders
my house,
understand.
Arpane, that I don't control. Tell me what.
Okay.
Maybe that's how you run your house. I control everything.
No,
in
let's not make it
I,
personal.
I control.
Let's not
I
make it personal.
control people.
I
I control
understand.
people's bed time. I know when these women going to bed. I know when these women waking up. I know when they gonna wash these dishes. I control it all.
You
I
control when they go to
grocery
bed.
store.
Control when they go to bed. Listen,
Everything.
it took me
Mr.
10
Williams, please
me and my
clarify.
wife 10 years to
These
have two girls. I'm gonna shut up after this. I promise. It took me and my wife 10 years to
story
have
time.
two daughters. The first part was her going to a 12-hour operation with me being in the goddamn hospital and the fucking doctor coming to me with blood all over his fucking goddamn gown. And I'm saying, what the hell's going on? And he says, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't change. Everything's going right. Everything's cool. She's going to be 12 hours. So we had our first daughter. After all the shit I had to do for that, it took me 7 years before I got my second daughter. And my wife went through whatever those miscarriages are and all of that kind of shit. And she led me because she had to go through a regimen with the fertility doctors. I wasn't in control of that. My fucking male ego understood that she was the leader at this point for us having a second daughter. And
But
when I got
is it just
and
me?
wait, shut up, Either man. Let me finish.
Shut up. Yes,
When I
sir.
saw when I
Sir.
saw the goddamn ultrasound and the goddamn doctor had a goddamn arrow pointing to a pussy, oh, it's a girl. Because I wanted a boy. I said, okay. And so after we had the second girl, I was never going to put my wife through a third goddamn regimen for me to just stroke my ego to have a son, because I know that men determine
I
the
got
sex
you.
of
I
kids.
got you.
So,
Is it
so
just me?
so
Like our
what I'm
gotta let
saying is,
somebody else talk.
we're
We
leaders,
gotta let somebody
but we
talk.
don't control. I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna say that we're
You let
leaders,
me
but
go
we
for the
don't
last 45
control
minutes.
everything. We don't control, and we don't supposed to control every goddamn thing. That's arrogance. It's
Either man,
hubris.
can I just ask one
It's
question before
everything.
you go?
Yeah, you can ask. I hope so.
The question is, Pain, what kind of wine you got over there? Because I might need some of that.
It's cheap. Let me tell you, it's cheap as hell. That's the only reason why I'm talking about. I would
Go
recommend it
ahead,
to
man.
everybody. It's cheap as a fucking thing. You know what? It's just a step above Ripple. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna tell you that. All I'm just trying to say, I just can't stand men coming up here on these panels talking about how men are
Put a
responsible
name on
for
it.
every
Put a
goddamn
name
thing.
on it.
You
Put a
know,
name
I'm
on it.
just okay.
Who
Go ahead,
said
Edie,
it?
man.
If you get a
Who said it? Who did it?
we gonna be men tonight. Put a name on it. Let's not talk about men, we, they, them. Who the hell you talking about, R-Pain? Who come up here telling women? Because you know what it sounds like for me, R-Pain? It sounds like you trying to control their box. Because you keep asking why they let Pookie get in their box. Because it's their box. Let them let whoever they want in that box, so that box can be recharged and regenerated.
Rejuvenated.
Resurfaced.
We gotta just stop.
Retreaded.
We gotta stop. I tell
Renewed.
people, we gotta stop
Hey,
telling
listen,
these
I
women.
apologize to everybody out there. You're right, either man. Listen,
let them
you
have sense
and
to
I don't disagree with a lot of stuff you say. I'm just saying I just got triggered and I just went off. And I'm just saying I stand by everything I said. But it's not that you and Sean are wrong. It's just that I can't stand men taking responsibility for everything that goes wrong in the world. Women have agency. Women have
Can I
agency.
get a percentage?
And
I
every
want a
time we
percentage.
disrespect their agency, we lose a little bit of ourselves.
No.
Because we want to be the protectors, the providers, and that's why in November 5th, we have a battle of ideology going. That's why we have a battle of ideology. Men are
Hold on, I
supposed
gotta
to
ask you a
be.
question. I want to know our pain.
Yes, sir.
How much
Yes.
percentage, if we had to put in a percentage, how much accountability you want to put on men, and how much percentage accountability you want to put on women?
I want to put the accountability that belongs to where it's at. Because and let me give you
That
this.
was the most Camelot
Well,
half-ass answer I done heard today.
so I didn't finish my answer.
Exactly.
But I want to say this. If you want to just give me a number, I think that when it comes to the sexual encounter, I would say 80 to 20. 80 to 20. And the reason why, 80 to 20, that the woman is responsible for who they let into their womb.
80%?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so if you're gonna ask me why I say that,
20%
well, hold on one second. I would give you the fact that men are used to seducing women. I'll give you that. But the woman is responsible for who they let stick the tip in. Not because I'm saying it as some fucking asshole on the internet. Because the local, the state, and the federal level says that the woman has first right of refusal of who enters their womb. So if it's true for the courtroom, it's true for the bedroom. And every time a man abdicates the fact that a woman can say, listen, I'm not letting you stick the tip in unless you put a condom on. Okay?
And it better stay on.
So that's what I'm saying. So we gotta stop saying that it's just a man's responsibility because he needs to have dick discipline.
And gentlemen, And gentlemen, I just want to say this. I just want to say this.
He has to
wait, Payne. I just want to say this. Gentlemen, I apologize because Payne and I had this conversation earlier this week. And I guess when he saw my face, it just all kind of stirred it up. And this is where we are right now. So I apologize.
It's your fault, man. It's your fault, Sean. It's your fault. No,
brought that gumbo in from Monday.
My message is consistent. I don't like men taking agency away from women.
Why?
It's not like there's some helpless creatures out there.
But that's the problem, Arpay. No, Arpay, that's the problem. Hold on, listen. I got you. Let me explain this. I got you. Listen. When men took agency from women, women did the right thing. When we gave them all of this agency, this is when they start messing up. So you said that you don't think men should take agency from men. No. It's proven in every country that it works. That's the point. So I hear you talk. All right, let me back it up for you. Listen, if we go somewhere where men are taking agency from women, let's go to the Middle East. Guess what? It's order there. It is order. Yes, so when you say that you don't like men taking agency from women, you saying that you don't like order.
No.
Either man. Hey, Arpay, can I? Arpay.
Either man, we live in the West. We don't live in the Middle East. We live in the West where men have advocated their responsibility to women. That's what we've done here in the United States. All you got to do is be alive and realize that men, as soon as they agree to that goddamn no-fault divorce, as soon as they agree to women having more rights than men, listen, if you get a woman pregnant and you want a kid, you have no choice whether she wants to delete that baby or not. The fact, and even if you're married, that's an abdication. That's an abdication. A woman shouldn't have the right to kill your seed when you're married, but they do. They have more rights than you do. That's a Western thing. So let's not go outside of the West. Let's not go outside of the West. Let's talk about the United States of America. We've abdicated so much to women, and we discount the fact that women can walk around doing whatever the hell they want because of the grace of men. It's us that give them the rights to do whatever they want. So all I'm just trying to say is this discount that I'm going on this rant. Just think about it for a second. Men have made life in the West a goddamn haven for women. We have. Yes, we have. We need to take credit for that.
I wouldn't want to live in none of these other places. Like, if you're
talking about other places, I'm talking about the West. We need to take credit. We need to take credit. We need to take credit for the fact that we've done that.
Let's get it clear.
The point I'm trying to make, Either man. It's because of men. It's because of men, Either man, that women could do whatever the hell they want in the United States.
I got you, Arpay. Listen, let's make this clear. Okay. I would not want to be in any other country in the world. The United States. Hold on, the United States is the best country in the world. So when you say women can do whatever they want, no, women have to follow laws just like we do. Women can't just go out here and do what they want to do. Like,
man, all the consequences are the same.
Yes. If she kills somebody, she's gonna go to jail just like everybody else.
Are the consequences the same? If you say yes, you're lying. Every man who understands that when a woman has a baby and puts it on a man that is not the father, there's no consequence. But that asshole has to pay child support for the rest of his fucking life for paternity fraud. There's no and when a woman accuses a man of an illegal act, he's deemed guilty before any court of law. And his life is ruined So stop this bullshit that there's equality. Women have more rights in the United States because of men than men do.
Who said
So
anything about
stop.
equality?
Just stop it, man. You know, listen, you can
ain't talked in like
say
about
all
2
the
hours.
bullshit you want. That women have, we got a woman getting ready
ain't talking 2
listen,
hours.
we got a
Ladies
woman.
and gentlemen, welcome to the R. Payne Show.
Okay, so go ahead. Okay. Hey, thank you, Sean. You know, I've been wanting to have a show for a long time. I'm sorry, Lynn.
That's all right, man.
I'm gonna give it back to you. Let me shut up because
all
I'm
right,
wrong,
man.
and these guys are right. That women don't exercise their opportunity to demasculate and emasculate men in order for their own benefit. And it's crazy. As soon as a feminist who started Black Girl Magic, Black women have decided to leave their sons, their husbands, and their brothers and everybody behind in order to produce and only to succeed for just Black women.
You crazy.
The LGBYN, the goddamn everything that makes them feel good is all that they care about. The fact that they want Kamala Harris with no policies, nothing, because she has a vagina and brown skin, is what might get her in the White House. And God forbid the United States if she wins. There's no policy. Either man. Here's the thing I want to say to you.
Well, she has policies now.
You're a money man. Can you imagine paying taxes on unrealized gains? Come on, man. To me, that's just crazy. That's
like
what she advocates, by the way.
Pain, that's
No,
like
let me shut up. I'm sorry, Lynn.
That's like taxing me on that golden pot of gold at the end of the rainbow that I never got. You know what I'm saying?
So,
How you gonna tax on something I ain't get?
You know what? All I'm just trying to say, it seems like I'm on some kind of rant, but the truth of the matter is,
Wait. Let's clarify that. You are on some kind of rant. Let's not seem take that seems like you definitely are on some kind of rant.
You had us at the truth of the matter. You know what I'm saying?
Boss man, you
Go
want
ahead,
to ask?
I'm sorry. I'm gonna shut up, man. Let me mute my mic. I'm sorry.
Come on, you the man. You wanted to say something, man.
I want boss man to have a question for me.
No. So before I ask a question, I think you wanted to clarify something because I was trying to clarify something that our ping was saying, but you go ahead first.
I'm so lost. He's been talking for an hour.
Well,
so I don't know what you're talking about, boss man, when you say that I should clarify something I said in the midst of that.
Oh, that was a long time ago. I was gonna ask
Don't
you
worry
to
about
clarify.
it. I got you, man. I got you.
Yeah.
Listen, Edie, man, let me ask you a question, man.
Yes, sir.
Are there more women than men?
Yes.
As far as Black folks. Okay, great. So with that being said, since there are less men for women, you would think that women would probably be on their best behavior. Would that be a wise decision?
No.
Okay, tell us why not.
The reason I don't think women can be on the best behavior because women have made a decision that they're okay with sharing men. And so since women are okay with sharing men, I can act in my dysfunctional way and I still have access to men. So these dysfunctional women that we talk about still have access to men. Now we can argue if it's the access that we think they have, but every crazy woman I know still have access to men. She usually have access to his wallet and she have access to his penis. And that's what they want, in my opinion.
So in other words, it doesn't do them any good to behave. Is that a fair assessment?
It was two different women, right? So you got the one woman who wants to be married, who we marry, who we take out the market. She is incentivized to be right because she want men and she typically want monogamy. So she's incentivized. But the woman who's willing to share, she's not incentivized because it's a lot of suckers out there who's gonna let her act in that way.
Mr. Majority.
Let me ask you a question. Like the good doctor, the PhD lady who was interviewing Cam Newton, she said that she was waiting until she found somebody who was suitable for her, right? Well, in the same vein, Cam Newton got a whole harem over here just popping out babies for him left and right. You know what I'm saying? So how is that possible that you have one lady on this side who said, I'm saving myself for marriage, who's not popping out in the kids, being a professional, chasing her dreams, her job or whatever. And at the same time, the other women, like we're talking about, who just said, you know what? This is the best I'm gonna get. I'm gonna have Cam's kids, he gonna take care of me, and that's it. So
yeah.
That was
Answer that
the reason why
question.
I asked the question, because those are two different things that's going on that we see.
So usually these women for the streets, I'm gonna give y'all guys a little secret. What happened is when they start coughing, they start pissing on themselves because the pussy's so loose, right? And so then this is when they become these born again virgins and don't want to have sex no more because that thing done been ran through like a football field, right? Cleats and all. So when I start hearing women at this age say, I'm saving myself because they believe, Tiffany Haddish said an amazing quote. She said she only got a little pussy left. She done gave a lot of it out. So she's trying to save that little bit so she have something if she do get Joe.
Like the age of the macaroni and cheese, so the last cone of the macaroni and cheese.
Yeah, so I think when they start acting this way, I think it's just that they believe that it's someone who can choose. And the reality is, a lot of these women do get chosen if they get in reality and they start saying, I'm willing to take a man who might have some kids or who might have been outside of a divorce. If they lower their standards, a lot of these women do get chose. That's the truth. The ones who usually got along are the ones who don't change their standards.
The key that you said.
Sean,
I'm sorry.
Sean, let me ask you this: what would happen if men raised their standards? What would that society look like?
I advocate that all the time, and that's where I get called the panderer when I challenge men to raise their standards. What will happen is that these women will fall in place and raise theirs to a certain level as well.
But that's an impossible task, it's an impossible task
for men to raise that standard.
Absolutely.
If you believe that, that's our problem.
Okay, that's cool. It could be our problem, but let me elaborate what I'm saying.
Please.
I can get you guys to do that on an individual level, which I do think that I can get about 30% of men to do that. But for me, actually taking the majority of men to do this, or saying that I'm gonna have like 80% of men all on the same page, that it's not a realistic expectation. So when you start thinking about men, one man can really have 50 to 100 women. So if I got one man doing the wrong thing, it's not the same as having one woman doing the wrong thing.
Okay, let me
I
push
just
back
thought
on
about
that.
something. Why is it we can wrap our minds around a man being a pookie, but for some strange reason we can't wrap our minds around a woman being a pookie? Why is that?
I think that they both are, and those are the low standards that you're talking about. And but the point is that we have to first identify what standards are. I think we lost sight of that. We lost sight of value. We lost sight of what should or shouldn't be. And so we have a lot of these people. And to my pushback to your statement you just made, we got one rapper who influenced a lot of other men to wear dresses, and they're doing it. We have one rapper or one athlete who influenced the whole NBA to, for example, to never mind traveling. Let's all be able to travel 3 steps back. So yeah, you can have one person who can influence many. So I don't understand why you think that's not possible when through history it has happened time and time again.
Because influence is easier to influence negative than it is positive.
I don't dispute that.
I know we paint these pictures and say, well, I had one dude and he got a million people selling drugs, but you don't have one dude who can make 1 million kids go to college and get a doctor's degree. So easier to do the wrong thing because that's how we're wired.
Well. The thing is, I hear you, but it's not. It's not about easy or not. It's about what happens is that when one person is doing the right thing, we have examples of that as well, where where they influence many people to do the right thing. Problem is, we found out where other enemies are, and they kill. They attack that.
No, that's when the attack from the inside comes. When we see a black man doing the right thing, that's when we start calling him a coon. Black man.
Right.
I'm talking about other black men. That's when we call
There you
him a
go.
sellout. That's when we start calling him what's the thing that we call black men who don't marry black women, but we call them, y'all know what they call them, whatever it is. So I have learned that if you was in my high school, the guy who was going to class, the guy who was doing that, he started getting attacked by other black men because that's
Black
not
men.
the normal. So
That's right.
until we start making it normal to be corny, till we start making it normal to go get your doctor's
But
degree.
first off, let's stop there. It's not corny. If you want to start it, let's start it. Stop saying it's corny. Stop, and that's where it starts, because we believe that, because we're indoctrinated, whatever. We are influenced to believe that, and then that's what we start talking about, and we don't catch ourselves or check ourselves when we're talking about it. So yeah, we do. You're right to the point of why it doesn't happen, but if we dig deep, it's because we're conditioned to allow it to happen. We're conditioned to condone lying. We're conditioned to condone, oh, you just young, you supposed to do that. We're conditioned to condone a lot of the bullshit, and then we complain about it when we see the results of it.
It's challenge. The word is challenge. The word is challenge. I'll be real quick. We don't challenge the bullshit when we see it. We get on these panels and we let people say stuff that we know is wrong. And sometimes we don't challenge it enough. I know either man challenges a lot of stuff. But what you just said, Sean, is true. When somebody says something, especially a woman, we let them get away with, quote unquote, anything they said. For example, listen, either man is married, I'm married, Trey Ferg is married. My wife will never call me her partner. But when a woman talks about she's looking for a partner, men don't challenge them. Because when a woman says partner, it means something to her. As opposed to, I want a husband, right? Or I want a wife, right? My wife never calls me her partner because she's not, right? A partner means that we have an agreement that if the agreement is breached, you can walk away. That's what partnerships are. When women say partner, that's exactly what they mean. And we don't challenge them. That's one example. My wife will never call me her partner. So so what I'm saying is
you're right.
We let people say stuff and we don't challenge them enough on making it. When my wife said to me one day that she was talking about, my kids are my priority. And I looked at her and I said, wait a minute. Those are our kids. They're not just your kids. They're your kids and my kids. If you want to look at some priority, it's our relationship together under the covenant that we made with God. We take care of that, the kids will be taken care of. Well, I'm just trying to say,
right. Pain,
we don't challenge.
Pain, you're right. But here's what I push back on.
You don't challenge enough. Okay.
Here's what I push back on. You're right, but you reverted back to challenging women. I'm challenging men.
But
that's the thing. That's the thing. No, but I'm no. I'm challenging men, because if we challenge the men and the men fall in place, the women will follow.
That's not true.
Yeah, okay.
That is absolutely true. Listen, see the
problem. No, it should be. It should be true.
It will be true. Listen.
Okay, I'll concede. Go ahead. I concede. You're right. You're right.
So we're right. If we can get men, if we can get all majority of men doing the right thing, if the women don't have access to the men, they're gonna do whatever it takes to get access to the men.
No, I agree. I take that back. You're right. It's true. It's true. So, if men stand on the square, women don't have no choice but to fall in line, because that's what they do.
But the problem is, it's no incentive for men to do the right thing.
Why you say that?
It's no
He's right.
incentive.
I agree.
Yeah. So why in the mind? So let's remove God, because I know some people have a principle that they believe in God, right? But if we remove the conversation about God, why would I have?
Let's have a secular conversation. Go ahead.
Why would I have one woman? Because people think that that's the moral thing to do. If I could have 15 women.
Well,
Like
the thing that I challenge men on is not having one woman. Is being honest, because whether you have 15 or whether you have one is not our issue. The issue is that you're deceptive in getting those 15 instead of being straightforward about getting those 15.
I agree with you.
And that's kind of what I challenge men on. Stop lying. Just be straightforward so that we can be.
Be the man, Sean. Have you read Isaiah? Wait, I'm gonna see.
We're about to go back to the Bible.
Have you read Isaiah chapter 4?
We try to keep it away from the Bible for a reason.
Go ahead.
Hello, let's keep it away from the Bible, because so Sean, I'm telling you is why tell the truth. Listen, if a woman,
you want me to answer that?
Yeah, but yes.
Okay, go ahead. No, elaborate.
Let me elaborate. Why tell the truth? Because so in the military, I'm shooting the asthma. I'm trying to get to my known point as fast as I possibly can. The truth is the long way. The lie is the quickest way. If I'm gonna lie and it's gonna get me to that booty and that's my ultimate goal, why should I tell the truth?
Well, the question is, why is booty your ultimate goal? That's the problem. That's not your ultimate goal. You can get the booty by telling the truth. How about that? And you'll have less problems once you get it. You're sitting there going around and deceiving to get the booty. and when you deceive and get deceptive about getting the booty, then the issues that come up behind that and the consequences that come up behind that, you don't want to deal with.
No, so Sean, hold on. No, we gotta be transparent. You believe the player that is deceitful get less booty than the dude who's telling the truth?
I never said that. I agree that they get more booty. Anybody can get more booty if you're lying to get booty. But then the consequences that come with that is what we're dealing with often in our social media platform, in our relationships, and all of this dysfunction is because we ain't even going to the root of why we having these dysfunction. It's because you just want to get the booty. Why don't you just say you just want to get the booty, and keep it moving?
Hey, either man, if I have 10 women on the line and I can get 6 of them to get the booty by telling the truth, and if I lie, I can get all 10. Do you really think I really are going to think I lost something?
That's your projection. No, because you
I'm just asking you a question. No, because I'm not saying
your appetite is 10, but if your appetite is 6, but if my appetite is 10, I want all 10. See, I promise you, like when we start talking this moral compass stuff and saying that men should have this moral compass and do these things, I ask a simple question: why? Because the funny part about it, Sean is painting this picture that if you tell the truth, you ain't gonna have drama and chaos with women. And I know a lot of dudes who
I'm not
drama.
Like you gonna say that.
I didn't say that, first off, and I didn't paint no picture. I said if you tell the truth, you have less drama. That is a fact.
That
is a fact. Now, do you have no drama? Not at all. But do you have less drama? Absolutely. But because you don't believe that, because you don't trust that, you think that it's not a fact. I've had plenty of situations where I just was straightforward and it was no issues.
I'm gonna tell you what
we got what we got. Go ahead, Liv.
I'm gonna tell you what the problem. The problem is y'all trying to run women's logic through men's brains.
Yeah.
We just talked about it a minute ago. We just said that women don't want a man that's not a virgin. He needs to have experience. But at the same time, Sean was like, if you tell them the truth, you might get less booty, but you're gonna get some if you tell the truth. Either man is telling you, why be honest when I can just get everything I want to get? You know what I'm saying? So somewhere the truth is in there between.
And you're right. And I'm gonna answer that question because he did ask that question.
Who's playing
Why
music in
would
the
you tell
background?
the truth?
Some music or
Well,
something, ain't it?
That's not me. Who's that? Who is that?
and then
I'm muted. I
Sean,
know
is that
it.
you?
I'm muted.
it ain't me.
Not me.
Some,
Trey Ferg, is that you? Yeah, it was
okay.
Trey Ferg.
Trey.
I mean, he fell asleep at the wheel.
Look,
Oh man,
I'm
that's
gonna put it
funny.
like this.
You was
I'm
listening
put
to
it
some
like
Boosie
this.
Collins backwards or something.
I'm gonna have to agree with Lit here on this, and let me be a little bit transparent. Coming from the guy who was the nice guy, okay, and being the nice guy who always was very upfront, forthcoming, forthright, and transparent. Yeah, they didn't like that. I mean, and what I mean is in the dating scene, because we need to quantify and qualify what we're talking about here. Okay, being honest while you're in the relationship, that's different than when you are courting and trying to mess around and get to know someone and trying to shoot your shot. Two different things. So if we're talking about just going out there dating and prowling the scene here, being honest and being the good guy and being the decent guy and whatever, the culture says to what either man is saying, the culture says being the good guy, being chivalrous and talking proper and all the stuff that I basically emulate when you see me, okay, and that I did when I was in my 20s and teens or whatever. This is what I got. You're a nice guy, but okay, and being honest and trying to be the friend first will be the first way to get you put in the fucking friend zone. Okay? All right. They don't want the nice guy when you're in your 20s, okay? And when they're hot in the fucking ass. They don't want that shit. You're the nice guy, or you're too I've heard this, you're too smart for me. You're the goody two shoes because you go to church. Because at that point in time, I was Christian. I was going to church a lot. But meanwhile, you have no idea what I would do to you outside of church.
You better say it.
Okay? I'm just well fucking mannered, but you have no idea. Okay? But they don't want that. Okay? What they want is a fucking asshole that's going to fucking lie to them when they're younger and is going to dog them out when they're younger because, to our Payne's point, the natural proclivity and incentives of a young woman at that point in time, they're naturally attracted to what seems dangerous, what seems
Fun.
provocative and fun and out there, provides them this youthful sense of danger and a course of what is it? Adventure and whatever the case may be. Okay. But when they get older and get tired of being dogged out and used and ran through and so on and so forth because they didn't learn some lessons, whatever the case may be, now they want honesty because the culture tells them, to what either man was talking about, the culture tells them that you need corny because the corny shit is what you need to be able to sustain a fucking family. And you give the best years when you're younger to everybody else, and then you save the worst part of yourself later on, wrapping it up into you are now this born again fucking virgin type shit. I mean, I'm
okay.
wrapping it up into a rough package, and not all women are like this. But what I'm trying to point out the picture is that roughly that's generally how it works because the culture needs to change. So to answer Lost in Translation's point, when you say Why is it that we can imagine a man being, pookie, but we can't imagine a woman being the equivocation of that? Is because women are naturally born with their value, and we can't ever imagine a woman making poor decisions to reduce that fucking value. Over.
You made a very valid point that I don't disagree with. I agree. The culture is fucked up. And now I'm speaking to how we can start trying to attack that fucked up culture. And that's why I'm speaking to the honesty. And that's why I'm speaking to what's unpopular. I get that's what is popular and what they value. And it ain't just young women. Old women, young women, they all value that. And it doesn't change because of their age often. The maturity doesn't come with age. It comes with mentality. That mentality don't change often. So, and that mentality ain't changing with us. That's the point that I'm making. We staying on that mentality because we want the pussy. I get it, but our mentality is about just the pussy, and that's why we only get the pussy, and we ain't growing our mentalities.
No, but Sean, the whole point that I'm trying to help you understand. Imagine.
Either man. Did I say it right? By the way, did I make your point right?
You said it perfect. Listen. The whole point is me saying, hey, you know what? I'm 22 years old. I ain't never been with no woman. I want you to be the first woman that I've been with, or me lying. Talking about I done smashed a whole bunch of women, even though I haven't, and painting this picture that I'm the man. I get you say tell the truth, but you tell her
I
you're
get what you said.
Virgin,
right?
They're gonna pass over. You're gonna
but the point, you're right. But if you're only looking for pussy, that's why I'm saying as we said earlier, raise our standard. Once again, I said raise our standards.
Well, what should
we're going to look for? We can look for structure, somebody who's going to fit our structure.
Oh, I don't need a woman for structure.
You said what do we need? The structure. Yes, a woman gives balance to your structure, and if you don't understand that yet, you will at some point.
Okay, all right. Hold on. I have a question. I have one thought here.
I can hire balance. I can hire a woman.
Here's a thought.
I promise you, I can hire that. She can come in and give me
help me out with this part though. All right. Mm-hmm. You're right that we should look for structure, and it would balance out our part. Now, how do you counteract a hypergamy when women are 19, 18, 20, they don't want a man that is doing just as well as they are. They want a man who's able to do better than them so they can have something to pull from. So at 19, 18, 20, they want someone who is what?
Older.
Okay, so older, absolutely.
That provides stability, or the idea or the illusion of stability. So 20-year-old is not looking for 20-year-old me who's making the same amount of money as they're making. They're going to want someone who's 25, 26, maybe even 30.
Understood. Now let me push it. First off, you're speaking of our community. There's a lot of communities that already have higher standards, that they do look for somebody in their age group, that they do go to college looking for those who are studious, but we don't. And let's just be clear on that. We don't have our standards, correct? But there are other places that successfully have standards different than ours, and do look for those values, and do look for those things, and do look for husbands, and do get husband.
In America, hold on, Sean. Who got their shit together in America? White people?
I got you. Tim Tebow.
You know you make me wanna.
Tim Tebow. You hear me? Tim Tebow is a virgin. He's a white boy. He got money. You know what I'm saying? And he still ain't married yet. He ain't got no kids. No, none of that.
That's an exception to the rule. Listen, I'm just telling you,
man. I'm just saying, man.
So, Sean, the best thing that ever happened in my life is I went to the military and I got put into these other cultures. I'm telling you, these white folks ain't got it together. Listen, I promise you, these white folks ain't got it together. These Mexicans ain't got it together. We always look at it and
Well,
we
you're
think
speaking in America. I'm not.
Well, not everyone. Well, not everyone has the. Okay, not everyone has the luxury of being able to go to other places. Hell, I just got a passport within the past 4 or 5 years.
But I get what you said. We can say that people are looking for other stuff outside of America. Cool. I'm not arguing that, but I strongly dislike when people say white people are going to college and they looking for a husband in college. No, they're fucking. Let me tell you what white people go to. If you ever go to a historical white college, you know what the white girls doing? They're getting their back blown out. So we just gotta stop.
They knocking boots.
Yeah, I'm not trying to knock and say that, you know, I'm just telling you this idea that they're going like that. So don't get me wrong, it's more of them in college. So if 10% or 15% of them get married in college, it makes it look like it's a whole bunch of them. No, it's just more of them. I don't think that they're doing more of what we're doing. I don't think that they're superior. Like, I don't think black people need to take notes from white people. Like, I don't believe none of that craziness. I believe when we really look at it, people in America at that young age, because you got to understand, at 18, I'm at a bad place as a man at 18. At 18, typically the women my age don't want to look at me because they can go a little bit older and get it. And I looked at as weird if I look at 17 and 16-year-olds, even though I'm 18. All right.
Yeah, you would be.
So that's the whole point that you got to understand. When we tell these 18-year-olds don't lie, I mean, would you want them to go pay for it? You want them to masturbate? No, they have to be able to make this illusion that they are something they're not to get what they ain't. And it's easy for us when we become 35, 40, 50 and say, you should do the right thing, because we get so removed from them that we be like we wasn't there and we don't understand why they do the things that they do.
Hell, even when I was like 20, 21, 23, women my age, I mean, I'm 34, okay? And I still, funny story, I go into my son's high school and they let me into the high school and the students' entrance because they think it's bad. But I was 23, 24, 25, and women my age wouldn't look at me because the hypergamous nature of women, they want older still, because to them, older signifies stability, okay? So it was either, for me, it was either younger women, okay, 21 or 18 to 21, 22, or it was really older women, okay, older women, like let go of the dentures and
That velveteen rub, you know what I'm saying?
That's what's funny. Hey, boss, you should have took them old women. Them old women put you on game, man. I took me a couple old women down there. I ain't gonna lie. Listen, I was so advanced with my age. Old women had put me on game so good. See, some people knocking them dentures, but I be like, hey, take them dentures out. Show me what no teeth feel like. I'm just saying, that's me.
Shame.
You're told, man.
Shame.
No, I do agree though that the best lesson I got as a young man was from a chick that was older than me, and I need to hear that as a man coming out of a relationship, I was 19, 20 years old, and a woman told me we were having a conversation. She was still going to school. She had twins and all this other stuff, but she was still trying to get her education. So I gave her some deference because I wanted to hear what she had to say. Somehow we got on relationships. I was coming from a bad relationship as a young man. She said, listen, if you don't understand anything in life, you need to understand that a woman has no control over you. The only control she has is what you give her, and it has to do with her box. You know, she used explicit language. If you lose yourself to a woman's womb, or vagina, you're lost. That's what she said. You know, and I was like 19, 20 years old when I still remember that. She just looked me dead in the eye and said, listen, if you could understand how to navigate around the fact that the one weapon she has is a vagina, you wouldn't have any more trouble with women.
But our pain, see, this is what I try when I try to have conversation with older dudes.
Okay.
What else do I need a woman for from 18 to 21 if it's not sex? I don't need a woman structure.
Okay, go ahead, finish. I'm sorry.
The point that I'm saying is from 18 to 21, I don't need her structure. I don't need none of that. I need her box from 18 to 21. So when I ask that question, what else do you think these men need from these women at that age?
Are you asking a question or are you making a statement?
I'm asking.
Okay, if it's the question is because those women from 18 to 21, what happens if you want to make those women a lifetime commitment? I'm saying from 18 to 21, I can understand just playing games. But those 18 to 21-year-old women could also become a lifelong commitment. So what I'm saying is, but you can't base it on the box. That's what I'm trying. That's the point I'm trying to make. When I learned that lesson, that the woman's control over a man is what she has between her legs. I was coming off a relationship with a street girl when I was 19, but that was all she had over me. And after my frat brothers started, after they raked me over the coals and made me open my eyes, she told me that out of serendipity because she didn't know any of those circumstances. So that just added to my education. So if I met a woman at 19 or 21, yeah, I want sex from her, but that doesn't discount her from being a lifelong partner. Because we know that there's people out there.
You so disconnected with the youth. Listen, let me tell you, this idea that an 18-year-old thinking about a lifelong partner is crazy.
18-year-olds who have lifelong partners, though, man.
So you telling me if I take
is that true or not? I'm just asking you, is that true or not?
No.
It's 18-year-olds who have lifelong partners. Is that true or not?
Listen, I'm saying that was the way of the past. Listen. Listen. I get it. If we go back to the 70s. Listen. I get it. You go back to 60s and 70s at 18. Y'all was finding lifelong partners. If we come up to 2024, these men are not thinking about having a lifelong partner.
And the women aren't either. But let me also say to you, for you to say the percentages have changed, but if you tell me in 2024, if you tell me that there's absolutely 0% of people who meet their mate that they're going to be married to because they're young, I don't disagree. I don't agree with that. It might be down to 10%. It might be down to 5%.
Let's look it up.
It still happens. It still happens.
Help them out, Coach Fur. So I asked the question directly. At 18 to 21, what do these men need these women for outside of box? Do you think they need a lifelong partner?
Why limit it to 21? How about from 18 to 30? Because the women are being told from 18 to 30, just suck as much dick as you can.
Okay, here we go. Here are the stats. Here are the stats. Men, people that are getting married between the years of 18 to 24, men, 6%.
Right.
Women, 8%.
And I will argue that's 21 to 26 they get married. People are not getting married at 18. Listen, I'm not saying
argue with you. I hear what you're saying.
I believe if we go to Utah, listen, if we go to Utah and we go to one of those Amish, what's it called, community, there might be an 18-year-old over there.
I said 6%.
Jedediah and them down at the Amish village. You know what I'm
listen,
saying?
you're the man. I'm not arguing with you. I
Down
agree
at the
with
Rump
you
Sprinkle. You know what I'm saying?
because I agree with you from the sign of the times. People are, but it's not just because of that. People are getting married later in life, but it still happens. All I'm just trying to say,
Listen, I'm telling you, my generation learned. We looked at y'all and we said, y'all got married early and that shit didn't work.
No, that's not true at all. That's not true at all. That's
gonna tell you what my generation is saying.
It's not true at all. I'm a baby boomer. 76 million Americans are baby boomers.
Either man, how old are you?
I'm 34 years old. 33, I think.
So
You're not asking me age. When did you get married?
76 million Americans are baby boomers.
Trey Ferg in the middle.
Listen, to say that all the baby boomers were failures, it's a lie.
You're not listening.
Just give me a percentage.
I didn't say nothing like that.
If 25% of the baby boomers had real relationships, that's still millions of families.
And listen, I didn't say that.
All I'm saying is, wait, either man, if you stop cutting me off, I'm gonna end here. I'm a baby boomer. Me and my wife are still married. My daughters are educated. They ain't baby mamas. They work and everything else. I am not one of those guys who are going to trash baby boomers just because of when we were born. There's 76 million baby boomers. We're going to transfer. Wait a minute, Edie, man, you got to be able to listen for a second. We're going to transfer more wealth to the future generations than any other generation in American history. And for you guys to keep telling us that we're all fucked up, I hate to hear that. 50%, 40%, 60%, we can discuss that. But
So I didn't say that.
76 million Americans are baby boomers. And for you motherfuckers to keep talking about all of us are fucked up, I can't stand it because it's not realistic.
That's because the greatest generation busts many nuts. You know what I'm saying? That's what that is. The greatest generation laid it down.
Million Americans.
Why do you think there was a baby boom?
Because the silent generation.
The silent generation
they were booming babies, man. Shit.
They were seeking back
They were not moving.
Give some more fucking pass. Those motherfuckers from the silent generation fucked their ass off after the pill was made in 1960.
And you know what?
Baby boomers were 14 years old.
You know what they did? They created some of the greatest wealth this nation has ever seen.
Yeah, I love this. Hold on 1 second. No, I think you misheard what I said, Arpain. I said my generation learned from the past generation, and we understood that having kids at a young age is a no-go. My generation is the lowest teen pregnancy ever to happen. If you look up the millenniums, we learned. We said having kids, having kids.
You know why? Because Gen X was the ones who was popping them babies out. Because we had a high school full of them. You know what I'm saying?
It was
getting it in.
I agree with you, either man. It still hasn't changed the statistics between 2015 and 2019. 77% of Black women, by the time they're 24, have a baby. You could argue that all you want, but just go to a medium man's yesterday's. He got receipts. I don't know. He's got where it came from.
Yeah, from census.
You know, so what I'm just trying to say is we can't argue the fact that Black women are giving babies to the most degenerate men in the history of mankind.
That's if they make it to being babies.
You crazy. You are crazy.
They crushing them up down there playing Parenthood, left and right.
So this is what, when we start having these questions about generations, it's proven that the millennials are more smarter. We will have more wealth than any other generation that came before us. It's guaranteed.
But why is that not so then?
We do. Listen, if you let me explain to you. If you take the average wealth at our age versus the average wealth at y'all age, we're killing y'all guys. Like we're ages in front of y'all about the type of money that we have. So what y'all want to do is y'all want to compare us where we're at right now when y'all had a 30-year head start and say, well, why y'all ain't got more money than us? When we get your age, we will have way more wealth than you. That is a
I'm gonna let you in a little secret.
I don't know about that.
Hold on a second. I'm gonna let you in a little secret. I think Wife School alluded to it. Welcome to inflation, bro. It ain't gonna be worth as much as you think it is because we got surprised too when we got our little monies and it didn't stretch like we thought it was gonna stretch. So yeah, inflation gonna have something to say about that at the end.
So you just the fact that the fact that you were able to build the wealth that you have is not based on the tracks that the baby boomers and the silent generations set for you to run on, or the X for that matter.
Gen X.
So I don't know, but you're a millennial, Either man.
Yeah. So hold on. Let me.
No. Are you a millennial or not? Or are you an X or a millennial?
He is.
No, he's not an X. He's only 30 something.
I'm a millennial.
So he's a millennial.
Yeah. So what you got to understand is when we start looking at like what social media have done, and we start looking at what the gig economy is, I don't have to have a skill to make $100,000 a year. I literally know somebody who drives Instagram, like not Instagram, Instacart. He go do Instacart and he do 14 hours a day, and this dude make $100,000+ a year. We just have access to so much more to make more money. Now, are we gonna be wise with that money over time? We'll know. We're gonna see. But what we are showing is that we gonna have more opportunities. And typically when you see more opportunities, you see more wealth.
Okay, so Either man, I'm reading it now. It says according to the study,
before you go.
Go ahead.
If I'm as a baby boomer, what you just said is exactly what I would love for my children to be able to have the opportunity to do, because it's not having a better life or it's not having an easier life. It's because hopefully what we lay down as tracks is for people to have the opportunities to do what you just said. So it's not a competition. It's a promotion. It's a expansion. So I would love to have my kids have a more prosperous life and a more opportunity life than I have. That's the goal. So what you're telling me, whoever your parents are, they would be proud of you because you're gonna make you're gonna take whatever opportunities you have, whether you create them yourself. It's that the tracks that you're running on is going to give you opportunities they never have. As a parent, that's exactly what I would want to see.
But what we're seeing is millennials are going to have to make enough money to take care of their parents. Generation X.
Well, that's if their parents were.
No.
You think that's not a fair statement that the millennials have to?
It's a fair statement.
No.
But that's every generation. That's every generation. That's not just unique to millennials or Gen Zs. But the children of older generations have always had some obligation, whether they wanted to take it upon or not, to take care of their parents. My silent generation aunts and uncles made sure that their parents, who were greatest generation, they took care of them. When you know what? Because they gave them deference for the fact that as a silent generation and as a baby boomer and as a Gen Xer, they set up the infrastructure for everybody else in our family to run on. You know, I'm serious. I keep the family tree. My grandfather, who was born in 1899, and my grandfather was a stepdaddy based on this. She had a kid already. She was 13. She had a son. And my uncle, I didn't even know that he was a stepson until he was almost 80 years old, because they didn't make a distinction between him and the other 8 kids they had. They didn't let us know that. So all I'm just trying to say is you're absolutely right, but their obligation was for their kids and their grandchildren to have a better life. And that's not a flex. That's the way we're supposed to operate. Your kids that you have, you're going to make sure they have a better life and more opportunities than you.
So, but yeah, our pain, we saw the silent generation give the baby boomers something. We saw the baby boomers. We seen the baby boomers give Generation X something. This is the first time in history that as a whole, Generation X ain't giving their kids shit.
Because they don't want to.
Well, you know, that's not. I hate. You know what? The Generation X hate baby boomers.
We ain't got it yet,
That's not,
man.
that's
You know
not
what I'm saying?
entirely true.
We got it to give. I'm telling you,
we
they
ain't got it
got
yet,
that's
man.
not entirely true, though.
But that's not true, though.
That's not entirely true.
I see it firsthand.
Right.
A lot of people.
You're a Generation Xer, Trey Ferg, right?
What's that, Pain?
You're a Generation Xer. This man's kid is going to have the benefits of all the mistakes and the successes he made. So I can't stand people saying Generation X's are not, or baby boomers. His kids are going to have the opportunities to have a better life than he ever had because of him.
But I think this is where we try to put the cart before the horse, because all of us have sort of seen, and shout out to my crack era generation, man. It's just the time that y'all was born. It's just the time. Some people have understood the mission and still followed the path that was laid before them, whether it was Gen X following that path, boomers, silent generations. There is a path each man must follow. You cannot try to jump the line in that path. You have to put in that work. You have to be willing to do it. Now, I can say this, understanding the Generation X of people that I've known, people that may have gone through stuff, whether they got in trouble with the law early, they understood at some point they're going to have to complete the mission. They started getting their shit together by age 30, by age 50, things start looking a little better. I know people that have been working since 17, they've bought houses, they've retired, they sent their kids to college, and these people are in their early to mid 50s now. And I don't think the younger generation see that you're not going to be able to slow down until you reach your 50s. You can't slow down. Most people who work a 9 to 5 can't slow down. They can't take the days off because they didn't take advantage of. And people say college is a bad thing. Shit, in the 80s, we was filling up them damn colleges. 50% was graduating. A lot of people was graduating. So now here they are in this time. Yes, they have debt, but they have established themselves over years. A lot of young people put too much on themselves trying to look at me at 50. Get to 50 first. Then come talk to me. Don't tell me about 31. Hell, I was 31. I had to work just like you don't want to, or you want to. It's up to you. But I tell you like this, being a brother in America, you have to be willing to go beyond what your normal is. Your everyday life is going 4 or 5 blocks, hanging out, and you in your 30s and you ain't bought a fucking belt. You still wearing blue jeans all day. You still showing your draw. Your life from 30 to 50 is pretty much going to be the same unless you decide to do something to change it. Yes, entrepreneur, this is a new thing. Most brothers and sisters have a problem communication. How you going to sell something you can't communicate what you're selling? How you going to sell something based off how you feel about something? No, if you want it, you better obtain the skills while you're young to put yourself in that situation. Only thing that's changed is the players. The game is still the same. You want a type of woman of a certain caliber, baddie, as y'all say, because y'all got that backwards anyway. Then you got to put in the work to get there. Don't complain about the results you get if you didn't put in the work. It does not pass anybody. There's no jumping the line. You can't. Yes, I have more money than my father and mother, but they worked together and raised 7 strong kids. We had 2 cars, we had a house, we had a basement, we had everything. A lot of people I knew that single parents lived in the projects, they was buying their kids cars. These kids was graduating high school with skilled trades, going out into the workforce, making $30,000, $35,000 a year back in the 80s. Since 2000, the average man is only making $9,000 more. We need $10,000 more to live from 2020 to 2024. How many people are willing to put in their work to level up? Because especially if you're in your 30s, stop crying. And this email, listen, I applaud you because you put in the work. You understand the mission. If that group of you can understand that mission, when you get to 50, you won't be as ugly, you won't be as handsome as me, but you can see the benefit. But what I'm saying is, you'll start seeing the benefit because children are older, going off, they starting to become independent. Resources that you were once spending out, now you're starting to reevaluate them. You're a bit a little more knowledgeable because you put in the work. A lot of people cannot be afraid to put in the work. This is the greatest time for you being young, African-American. All of these avenues are opening up. Who's not going to be afraid and get out there and put in the work? Don't talk to me about 50. Your ass is 25. You better go get on what you need to get to do to change your dynamic. You cannot cry about that shit. Ain't nobody born with a silver spoon. Too many brothers I know. If they did, they ain't want to mess with me. So for working people, they come from working people, be willing to put in the work. Other than that, shut up, stop crying, go help your kids get into the damn Olympics because something got to change. That's all I got, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. Our brother from another mother. Thank you, Snowman. Welcome to the show, brother.
What's good, Lit?
See, man, where you been, man?
No, out here, causing a stir. I took a break for a little while from these YouTube streets, man. Focused on the family a little bit. Had some things to get done around the house and whatnot. Gotcha. But either man made some fallacious statements that caused me to hit the panel because fallacious. I would love for you to tell me what boomers left Generation X, other than debt and bills.
I think.
I mean, seriously.
Boomers definitely left real estate and houses. The reason that
really,
hold on, I'm just going to tell you
houses that had taxes that still were owed on them that in order for the kids to keep, they had to pay.
Listen, so this is when we start talking about wealth, right? It is proven that the boomers that was gone, the reason Generation X actually own a whole bunch of houses is not because they went out and bought a whole bunch of houses. It's because they inherit houses from the baby boomers. Let's keep it. Like, y'all got houses.
You know what? There might be a few that you could say that, but you know what? The baby boom generation is the first generation to not leave their children any generational wealth at all.
That's not true at all.
That is true.
Not true.
That is true.
That's because they still using it. They living longer. That's why.
Hold on. So let's be clear. The people, the baby boomers that are gone, because it is a group of them that are gone, they left houses to their kids. And the number one people who own houses today are the baby boomers. Generation X is going to inherit all of that. I'm telling you, listen, when they're gone.
About boomer parents, they don't leave their kids nothing.
Hello, so you believe that
you realize Generation X is the first generation of kids that had to deal with their parents screwing their credit up before they even became adults.
Listen, I'm telling you, like, this is proven.
Dude, I'm telling you the truth.
So what do you think? Hello, so what do you think? Hold on. No, let's have this conversation. What do you think that all these houses that the baby boomers have? What do you think they're gonna give it to the government?
A lot of them, the people that I know of, that if they did inherit a house, they ended up having to sell it to pay for their fucking parents' funeral.
All right, so hold on. I just want
let's keep it real. Most of these Gen X folks that have houses, they went out and worked their asses off to get these houses. busted their asses working 2 or 3 jobs while getting child support deducted from their paychecks on top of it. And then on top of that, having their fucking baby boom parents setting up a bunch of laws to make it impossible for them to live the same way their parents lived.
So I get that you might be speaking from what you experienced, but the facts and data says that Generation X have received.
Have you ever been called by one of these pollsters that do these polls and get this data? Because I'm curious, all these data and talking points that people pull up, and I've never had anyone ever poll me ever once about anything. Have any of you?
Yeah, but so now we want to challenge the data.
What's interesting is you want to say the data is different than what every Gen X fucking kid experience and his experience is telling you. So your data is the facts, but people that live this shit are just making stuff up.
No, Angry Snowman. You let me ask. I'm a baby boomer, so you should direct your eyes.
Look, Arpain, I'm not saying all baby boomers are like this.
No. Hold on for a second.
But the vast majority of baby boomers were selfish, self-entitled assholes that didn't give a shit about nothing.
Well, let me kind of retort to what you're saying. There's 76 million Americans who are baby boomers. Okay? And so let's talk about percentages. So if we split that down the middle, that half of those baby boomers were not worth shit. And the other half had some inclination of family and all that kind of stuff. So I get challenged on these panels. Angry Man, and a whole bunch of different YouTube content creators hate baby boomers. And they want me to conform to the bullshit.
I don't hate them. I just wish they would own up to their stuff.
Let me just finish. I'm going to be quick. I'm not going to be one of those voices that agree with the bullshit that they're saying. Because, I did all the right things as a baby boom. My kids were educated. They millennial and a Gen Zer, because I got married later on and my kids were younger than me. And they're productive citizens. And I did all the right things. And I know that here's the deal. I keep the family tree in my family. For my grandmother and grandfather on the father's side, from the greatest generation, just like 300 of us. And all I can say is that the baby boomers set the infrastructure that supported all of those fatherless children that we had in the Generation X and the millennials, because we had houses, we had intact families, we had marriage, we had all those kind of things that those goddamn children took advantage of. And so they had arrested development because they had
How do kids take advantage of having an intact family?
Well, hold on. Let me just say this. You got to listen to me. That the reason why that everybody didn't go into the shitter is because the baby boomers had infrastructure. They had marriage. They had houses.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Baby boomers are the reason, dude. Baby boomers are the ones that started the problem with divorce, kids not growing up with a dad.
Hold on. I'm not disagreeing with you. But they still had infrastructure. It fell apart, but it was more because of the social mores that came with baby boomers.
But baby boomers are so scared to relinquish any of their power to their own kids that they're literally willing to freaking die in office.
Well,
because half of y'all was crackheads. Let's talk about why the people didn't. The Generation X didn't get no damn house.
All that stuff you're talking about, but a lot of stuff about it. All the stuff that you're saying, I think you're wrong about that. Because
really, what's the one generation? You realize Generation X is the one generation that gets overlooked in everything. Everything. They literally jump from boomers straight to fucking millennials.
Because y'all failed.
It's like X doesn't even exist.
Well,
We still striving.
You gotta let me say
And
what I
then
gotta
some of
say.
the boomers want to take credit for the shit that Generation X did and built, and then they want to not leave Generation anything of their family, and we're expected to pick up the slack from where they left off. No, I'm not going to let you do that, R-Pain. You might have did the right thing, but the rest of these boomers, a lot of these boomers didn't give a shit. They just used their kids. Dude, all they did was use their kids so they have their own sweatshop.
So let me say what I gotta say, and I'm not gonna let you say what you have to say. That's just respect. The baby boomers were from 46 to 64, right? And there's actually things and events that happen that put us in the position that we're in.
Correct.
Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Ain't that what you told your kids?
So, if you're not going to listen, we can have a conversation. When I shut up,
all I hear, but all you're doing is making
you're
excuses on why it was okay for boomers to fuck up.
Okay. So you're not going to let me say what I got to say because you want to say your point, and I'm saying you can, but let me just say what I got to say.
I'm still trying to figure out what boomers left.
What
did boomers leave their kids?
All right, so if you don't
man,
want
I'm
to
tell you something, man.
Gen X bites back. Say what you got to say.
What did boomers leave their
Gen
kids?
X bites back, bro.
They left and bills and everything else. Boomers are the first parents to not even have enough foresight to plan their own funerals. Boomers are the first parents to not give their kids a college.
I'm kind of disappointed, brother. I'm kind of disappointed.
I got you.
You won't let me say what I gotta say. I'm a baby boomer. I'm a baby boomer. Let me say what I'm. Eat a man. I'm a baby boomer.
Oh Lord.
But you're not letting me say what I gotta say.
I'm just tired of I'm tired of boomers acting like they did everything right when they didn't.
What I gotta say, and you will say
about
anything after I say it.
What Generation X did, this is give me 1 second. What Generation X did, they received houses and they sold them houses for cracks. They was cracking. Like this was crack. We forget about the whole crack era, and they ain't get crack. We ain't get what happened to all them crackheads who got Big Mama house?
Yeah, and Kamala's been saying she's a black woman her whole entire career, right?
You know what? I'm disappointed in you, angry so man. You won't let nobody say what they gotta say.
I'm sorry, R-Pain. You can have it. I just look. For me, I've spent my whole life listening to boomers make excuses on why they didn't do for their kids the same way their parents did for them.
You didn't give me the respect of 2 minutes for me to finish what I gotta say. I was shut the fuck up.
I apologize. I'll mute myself. You have it.
That's all I'm saying. All I'm trying to say is that I'm not saying you're 100% wrong. There's 76 million baby boomers. And you're right. There's a lot of them that fumbled the bag. But when you're looking at that kind of number, you got to talk about percentages. And I'm not going to say I know what the percentages are. I just know what kind of baby boomer I am. And the people that in my peer group and my age, there's millions of baby boomers who did the right thing, raised their children and educated them. And here's one thing that we can, even though I don't want to take credit for this because our government is fucked up. A lot of people in charge are baby boomers. And the fact that they effing things up is another story.
The problem. That's the problem.
It's another story. So I'll give you that. So let's not get off track. Let's not get off track. But all I'm just trying to say is I take umbrage with people telling us that we're all fucked up because I think my kids and my wife and my relationship that I've been married to for 37 years, I think we're stellar. My daughters, I'll put up against anybody. So all I'm saying is I think I did all the right things, but I'm not a unicorn. There's a lot of baby boomers who did the right things. Unfortunately, I agree with you. There's a lot of baby boomers who fumbled the fucking bag. But when you're talking about 76 million people, even if only half the baby boomers were good and the other half was fucked up, that's more than a critical mass.
So I think with that
in our opinion,
statement,
if I can real quick, I would never try to diminish what you did as a father. I want you to understand that. When I was talking about baby boomers, I was just talking about them as in a general sense.
No,
I wasn't directing it at you. And look, your kids are lucky. They're fortunate to have a father like you. You know, and I would never want to take that away from them. Seriously, because not everybody had that.
Thank you for having me, Loss. I appreciate you coming. Right now in office, we got a Generation X, which is that woman, and we got a baby boomer. Choose the baby boomer. I get y'all to choose baby boomer. I'm telling you right now, because the Generation X is going to destroy this company.
God damn it. Hey, you know what?
Oh, it's coming.
You're right. You the man. You the man. You know what? No matter whatever fucked up stuff you say, I agree with you there. Go ahead.
Oh my goodness.
I just think the sheer fact that she's a woman is a problem.
So I pay.
She wants us to vote for her because she has a fifi.
Right, and she wants you to forget that she was the first Indian woman ever voted to Congress, and now she's a black woman.
Yeah.
Listen, man, we have to go there.
Well, I just want to ask a question to you, Arpain, in regards to what we talked about. Well, I know you've been going for a good time today, man. Salute to you. Do you think, just based on what Angry Snowman said also, do you think that it's time for the baby boomers to go ahead and head on out the pasture, man, and get on out the way?
Dude, it's been time.
Well, let me put
They hold on now. They hold on.
Let me ask you a question, Treyfer. We don't have no choice because we're gonna die off.
But what I'm saying is,
dude, it's almost like some of these boomers in charge are afraid to see what their kids are going to do.
No. Let me finish answering the question. I'm a younger baby boomer, to tell you the truth, because I was born in 58. The baby
so you're more like a Gen Xer, man.
So I'm 6 years older than the Gen Xers, but I'm still a baby boomer. So the point I'm saying is that a lot of stuff that's still being implemented today is in the control in the hands of baby boomers.
Because they won't let it go.
No, hold on. There's attrition. And what we really need is for you young fucking guys to start voting for identity politics.
Hey, Arpain, I just want to, if I can real quick, I want you to understand that a lot of us are pushing 50 now. We're not young no more. We're coming into real manhood. It's time for our parents to step down and let us be men.
Nobody volunteers. Nobody. Okay, but Angry Snowman, you understand just like everybody else. No matter how old you are, nobody gives up power. Nobody.
Arpain, here's the thing. This is what I want y'all to do.
Racial has nothing to do with. Nobody willingly gives away power. Go ahead.
Arpain, this is what we want you to do. Leave the key under the mat, like y'all always
right.
Right. We got it, man.
We've been figuring it out since we were 5 anyhow, man. Why are you so scared to let us figure it out now?
We'll let ourselves in, man. You know,
we know what to do.
I mean, Christ, you guys didn't care if we burnt the house down when we were cooking our breakfast in the morning. Why won't you give us the key to run the country now? I mean, we actually have life experience under our belt now, and you guys don't want to see what we can do with it.
I would say vote for it. Vote for it. Stop listening to these old.
Who's available to vote?
Nobody who's 50 years old should vote for anybody over 75.
I really, for me, the biggest thing that I heard was I've never in my life heard anybody ever make a claim that boomers left Gen X kids some kind of generational wealth, when in reality, historically speaking, boomers were the only generation to not leave their kids generational wealth. And that's actually a fact.
No, it's not. It's absolutely not true. The baby boomers are set to leave their progeny more wealth than ever in the history of mankind.
The top 1%?
No.
Yeah.
In general, baby boomers, the 76 million baby boomers, good, bad, and indifferent, are set to leave. Not everybody's not going to be able to capitalize off of it. Let's understand that. we're set to leave more generational wealth than any generation in the history of America.
Really?
We're
How is that when the boomers are the ones that put us in more debt than any other generation?
Don't take my word for
By the
it. Just
time that
Google it.
happens, our pain will be retired by then.
For real, dude.
Like real talk.
Dude, our great grandkids will be adults by the time that happens.
No, but you're trying
No,
to put
I'm being for real though about this, R-Pain. I know way too many Gen Xers that had their parents die and leave them nothing but a bill.
Well, hold on for a second, though, Angry Snowman. Okay, I'm 66 years old. I'm a young baby boomer.
Fresh.
Relatively
And I'm a
speaking.
young Gen Xer. I'm only 45.
Hold on. Relatively speaking, I have a child that's a millennial and a Gen Z. Okay,
I'm an old millennial.
And so all I'm just trying to say to you is that I know we have a lot of negativity against baby boomers. I'm not going to argue that because some of it is actually merited. But don't take my word for it. Just do a little research on the transfer of wealth in the next 10 to 20 years.
Dude, I watched my own baby boomer family and aunts and uncles literally go through my grandparents' wealth in my lifetime.
Oh man, you gotta let me finish. If you go and do any research on the baby boomers and the transfer of wealth in the next 10 to 20 years, you're gonna find out in the history of America, there's not gonna be any more example of the transfer of wealth from the baby boomers to the X and the millennials.
Look, the reason why I find this hard to believe, R-Pain, is because of this.
Take my word for it.
R-Pain, the reason why I find this hard to believe is because, for one, Gen Xers are one of the first generations to actually have to fully fund their own college careers.
Okay.
Their parents didn't have a college fund for them, and if they did, they ended up spending it on some stupid vacation over in Rome or Italy rather than spending it on their kids. Let's keep it real.
Okay.
They're the first generation to literally break up homes and throw shit away like it's nothing. They're the first generation that we have watched go through our grandparents' wealth and look at their own kids and say, that's my money, not yours.
And sold the property they have for pennies on a dollar. But let me say this to you, and you could argue if you do a genealogy or the.
I mean, how are they transferring more wealth? And also, hold on. Also, they're the first generation to screw their kids' credit before they got a chance to use it.
Angry Snowman, you got to let me say something until your rebuttal. All I'm trying to say is the majority of Gen Xers, kids of the baby boomer generation or the silent generation?
Say what now? What was that?
The baby boom, the Gen Xers are a combination of the
boomers and silent generation,
baby boomers, and the younger silent generations. So to put it all, the reason why I want to put this in clarity for you, in 1960, when the pill came out, when the birth control pill came out, the baby boomers were only 14 to 16 years old. So the people who are having babies who are Gen Xers were the silent generation. The majority, the early Xers were kids of the silent generation. Don't take my word for it. Just do some basic research, because the baby boomers were teenagers. So when people started having indiscriminate sex and kids over the
who taught the Gen X that? Who taught the Generation X those types of things? Who were the hippies?
What
generation was the hippie generation? The free love and let's smoke some weed and have sex with everybody generation.
Well, there were a combination of baby boomers and silent generation people.
I mean, look, like I said, I'm not saying all boomers are horrible people. Obviously, there's good boomers out there, and there's boomers that help build this country. But en masse, the majority of baby boomers were selfish and didn't give a shit about their kids.
Let's grant that's true. All I'm trying to say is that you got to do a thorough analysis because I don't believe in blaming the older generations on anything. I don't blame Gen Xers, millennials, or Zs. We're just a product of the environment that we are born into.
I'm a product of the environment my parents created for me.
All I'm trying to tell you, don't take my word for it. Just do some Google and whatever research you need to do. Not just based on some asshole on the internet.
Our pain, I lived this shit. I lived it.
The biggest transfer of wealth, it's going to come in the next 20 years as baby boomers.
I believe you.
You know what? You know what? If that happens, our pain, I am going to donate money in your family's name. For real. I swear to Christ, if that happens, I will donate money to whatever, nonprofit you want in your family's name. Because I find that hard to believe when the boomers were the first generation to do everything they can to take from their children just so they could have.
All I'm saying to you, Angry Snowman, is just do the research, and you might not want to agree with it, but the numbers say that the baby boomer generation is going to transfer more wealth to their future generations, X's.
Google now says that Kamala Harris also wasn't the border czar when she was, so we can't trust the information on the internet.
Forget about just that one search. I'm just telling you. That
our pain, all these searches are
about 76 million people. 76 million people are classified as baby boomers. You gotta look more expansive. Okay, there's 350 million Americans right now, black, white, and different. Forget about race. 76 million is what? Wait, is that what? 20? That's almost 30% of Americans.
Yep.
So all I'm just trying to tell you is that forget about what you believe, forget about how you feel. Just do the numbers. The fact that baby boomers exist is because of the GI Bill, the fact that we had a few years of peace, and all of that other kind of shit that created a generation of people that amass any other generation in numbers. So
boomers were given every opportunity in the world to get ahead, and they took all those opportunities away from their kids.
What I'm saying is a lot of people get on these internet streets and they just want to kill baby boomers. But think about technology. Think about the advancement of mankind.
Yeah, that's Gen X. Dude, all this digital age that we live is Gen X, bro. These are your kids that created the digital lifestyle you enjoy.
That's bullshit. The baby boomers were the forehead of a lot of shit that we take for granted today.
Really? Bill Gates is a boomer?
The fact that people hate baby boomers.
Bill Gates is a boomer?
I don't know.
The guy that ran Apple was a boomer? John Wozniak was a boomer?
What I'm trying to tell you is that the tracks for those guys to run on was based on baby boomers.
Yeah, we took your idea and we made it a reality.
And thank you.
I will give you that much. You guys had the idea. We made it a reality.
And that's what the
and we don't even get we don't even get credit for that. You're trying to take that away from us.
But that's what the progression of mankind is supposed to be. The mistake that baby boomers made was, here's the one mistake that I know we made, is that
forcing their kids to be adults at 5 years old. That's the mistake they made.
Let me just say this before you cut me off. The big mistake that I think baby boomers and even Xers made is that we thought that we want to make life for our children easier. The truth of the matter is, we should have we conflated that with making it better. Making a life better for your progeny doesn't necessarily mean making it easier. It means
I will say some of you guys did make it easier, but a lot of you guys didn't care.
That was a mistake. That's why they became entitled. So we shouldn't have done that. But I wasn't.
No. Look, our pain. I'll give you. Gen X is responsible for these self-entitled millennials and zennials and all these young pricks that think that they should only have to work 20 hours to make $100,000 a year. You know, yeah. But that's because we were trying to do the opposite of what our parents did, which was neglect the hell out of us, and we overcorrected and turned our kids into a bunch of soft ass little brats.
That's true. That's true. But let me tell you, man, all I can say is my opposition to what you're saying, I got to give it to you, is based on my anecdotal life.
So is mine, and that's why I'm pushing back so hard.
So I know, but you don't understand that when my family moved from Harlem to the Bronx, they still wanted me to go to a Catholic school in Harlem so at 8 years old, I traveled from the Bronx, bus, train, and another bus to go to a Catholic school on 106th Street between Broadway and Amsterdam when I lived in the Southeast Bronx. And today, if you told an 8-year-old kid to go on their own to do that, that would be child abuse. That would be child abuse. So all I'm just trying to say is I didn't have it easy, but I was in New York. Rain, sleet, snow, canceled
Sir,
train.
a lot of us didn't have. Dude, I had to work to pay for me and my sister's lunches in school. I worked in the cafeteria from 4th grade all through high school to feed me and my sister.
One of the trains I had to get off of, and you might not just watch the movie. One of the trains I had to get off of with my stupid Catholic school bag and uniform was in Fort Apache, the Bronx. Fort Apache, the Bronx was so bad they made a movie out of that shit. So here's my asshole with a goddamn Catholic school uniform on with a book bag, getting off a train and trying to get a bus with looking like a mark, big mark.
I understand your pain. I went to a Catholic school too, and I was Baptist.
So all I'm just trying to say is I don't have a lot of, part of what you go through makes you the man or the woman you are today.
I agree. Right? I agree 100%. And you know what? It's time for boomers to deal with what they created.
Right. And so what that does for you and for me is to make sure we're steeled to not make excuses for our progeny.
I'm not making excuses. I just wish that the people that did the things that they did would take ownership for it. They forced us to take ownership for our mistakes, but for some reason they want to blame us for theirs.
Well, I don't know about that, because as a baby boomer, all I hear is everybody.
We can't coddle everybody.
Everybody hates the shit
we can't coddle everybody, man.
Let me tell you. I mean, come on, everybody.
Look, like I said, our pain, we're literally the only generation out of all generations that's literally forgotten by everyone.
I don't coddle Gen X. So what make you think I'm gonna coddle the boomers? You know?
I don't expect that nowadays.
Just saying, man.
Gen X don't need to be coddled. We've never been coddled. We've had to figure it out since we came out our mom's womb.
Let me tell you, I don't care about
it. We came out the womb doing chores and making breakfast for ourselves.
Nobody gets more flack on these YouTube streets than baby boomers. We get our ass kicked on a regular basis. And I'm like a lone wolf.
It isn't like it ain't warranted, though.
Well, even with that,
I mean, think about it. Most boomers won't even sit down at the Christmas dinner table and let their kids vent about shit. They try and pretend like the stuff their kids are saying never happened.
That's why Gen X on Prozac.
Dude, that's why Gen X is dysfunctional. I mean, think about it. Their parents never even talked to them about anything. Put some dirt on it. Shut up.
That's why we fight it, and we'll fight back.
Stop crying, or I'm going to give you a reason to cry.
You know what, man? It has been 5, almost 6 hours.
How many of us have up here been knocked into next week? I know I've time traveled.
I have. From Tuesday to Tuesday, I've been there, man.
That's so. Hey, Lynn, did we actually talk about stepdad?
We sort of kind of talked about them a little bit. We threw them in there, man. But I think a conversation we had tonight was a much better conversation, man.
I hear you.
Listen,
hey, I'm sorry I came up at the tail end with all this energy and smoke and stuff. It's just I gotta stand with my crew, my team. Because look, Gen X, we were told that we were going to be the downfall of this nation, that we were going to destroy everything that this nation was built on and that was great about this country. And you want to know what? We didn't. We did what we were told to do. We were quiet. We sat in the back. We didn't speak unless spoken to. We went out. We got jobs. We took care of our families, and then got told that we were left all kinds of shit and were given all kinds of opportunities and handouts from some magical fairy that never existed.
The DEI fairy.
Well, because think about it. I don't know, man.
I mean, that's why we're still forgotten, because we still believe kids are to be seen, not heard.
I told you the magical DEI fairy was handing out jobs, man.
Hey, Ferg, man, go ahead, Pete.
Hey, listen, man, listen. Shout out to Gen X, man. Listen, we gonna get it from the top, and they're gonna take it. They're gonna try to come it down on us from at the top and the bottom. Listen, I can say this from what I've seen from coast to coast. You saw it if you was in that time. Everything increased when Gen X came to the market. Everything increased. We worked our asses off from ages 14 to shit.
Never stopped.
A lot of us had paper routes when we were in grade school.
Now, we cut the grass.
We still had papers, you know.
We climbed up on roofs.
We shoveled snow in the winter, raked leaves in the fall. We did everything we could to make money because our parents said, I'm not made of money. Do you see a money tree growing outside?
You have McDonald's money.
Exactly.
I mean, I could even get a Happy Meal. I was able to get a cheeseburger, but God forbid my parents pay that extra $1 for that cardboard box.
That's so fucking coddled.
No, we was not coddled, our baby. We had to work for it.
What are you talking about, coddled? We were kicked out of the house as soon as the sun came up and told we couldn't come back until the sun went down.
Yes.
All I know is that I had to travel over 6-lane highways to get to the goddamn White Castle.
Thank God your kids were there to keep them 6-lane highways, up and running so you could do that.
What I can say is you guys are so spoiled. I don't know
spoiled. Come on, our pay, man.
No start, man. No start. We spoiled drinking at the hose pipe. Yeah, y'all got Dasani and bottled waters. We drinking out of hose pipes. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Come on, man.
I swear, I think I spent more time raising my baby brother when he was born than my own mom did.
You guys are killing me.
Salute to Gen X, man. The hell with everybody else, man.
You guys are so spoiled.
Look, if Gen X was like boomers, if Gen X were like boomers, we would have packed up and moved to another country and said, fuck this.
Hilarious. Listen, man, before we get out of here, man, I tell everybody.
You know what? I could see that some of the Gen X, some of the millennials, some of the baby boomers failed you because you guys are softer than them.
We aren't soft. We aren't soft, though.
We soft our pain, though.
All of this belly aching. That's all I can say.
Why do you think nobody comes to Gen X?
Right. We're the only generation that actually trolled in real life.
Gen X. There's a reason.
We invented trolling. We did it in person.
Yeah, in person.
When you get popped in
that's
the mouth.
So funny.
Listen,
you know what?
Let's say it to my face great again.
Right. Tell me about your mama.
That's right.
Oh my God! It's hilarious, man.
You better say it.
Listen, the baby boomers.
I respect what you did, Arpain. It sounds like you were a hell of a father, and your kids are lucky to. Honestly, and I mean it's lucky to have you, because a lot of Gen X. There's a reason why we just sit back and we just watch shit go by, because we were told to be quiet. We were told to be silent. We were told not to do anything. And there's a lot of parents out there that were boomers that literally neglected the hell out of their kids. That's why you saw gangs of kids roving the streets when we were kids, because we didn't have anybody but each other.
Okay.
We had
here's my thing. I think the baby boomer generations in 60s and 70s were the product of the fact that we started to have 2-income households. And so 2-income households created the latchkey kids. which was the brunt of Generation Xers. I believe that's when, here's where the key is. Go ahead and make yourself something dinner. Mommy and daddy are out of the house.
I blame sexual liberation for latchkey kids.
Well, I was going to get to that point because in 1960, the pill was put on the market. So when people blame that on the baby boomers, you got to realize that the baby boomer women, girls, were only 14 to 16 years old. But the silent generation women put their daughters on the pill, whether they were having sex or not. And so the consequence of that was these women, these young girls said, shit, I'm on the pill. I can fuck indiscriminately. And that's what they did.
But what they did different from what their mothers did is they didn't choose to keep their families intact. They decided to keep going out and making babies with other men and creating a bunch of dysfunctional kids running around that had no sense of had no structure, had no stability, and had no man in their life to teach them how to be, proper citizens.
So there's a lot of different things that created I guess the impetus on where we are today. And to try to pinpoint anything, whether it's generational or not, without talking about the environment, the culture destruction.
Pain. Just eat the pill. It's selfishness. That's what created it. Selfishness.
You can't save all the moments, man. We finna get up out of here, man. It's
man, thanks for letting everybody go crazy.
Man, I appreciate it. I let us go, man, and do what we got.
Yeah, no hard feelings, Pain. I still got mad respect for you, sir.
I'm about to be here 24 hours, man.
I enjoy the conversation. Don't worry about it. So I'm glad you came up.
Ain't no thing, man. Listen, y'all. Make sure that y'all hit the like button on your way out the door, and make sure you guys hit subscribe, fellas. I'm gonna tell y'all like this, man. I gotta go. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be gone for quite some time. I gotta get my health together, man. So I got some
I'll
things.
be praying for you, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
It ain't as bad as you think it is, but I need a break.
Hey, everybody can use prayers, man. Those are free.
Yeah. So I'm gonna be gone for a while, but I'll be watching from the clouds, man. As always, it's been a pleasure, and I guess I'll see y'all when I see y'all. Peace.
Salute to you, man. Be strong, brother.
Later.